Messi, we're on air. And good morning.
Morning.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Well, barely a week ago, we shivered with England's one-day side in a very cold, wet and blustery Bristol. Yesterday, in 30 degrees of heat, Pakistan won the toss, and Shah Massood and Abdullah Shafiq filled their boots on a carpet of a wicket. For England, 2022's Wood, Robinson and, of course, Anderson are now Atkinson, Carse and Wokes, who found the going tough but didn't wilt. Pakistan start today 328 for 4. Saud Shakil 35 not out. Night watchman Nazim Shah is yet to score. Just 6 overs on the ball for England. It is undoubtedly going to be a crucial first hour.
Crucial first hour. Yeah, guerrilla cricket. Crucial first hour. This ain't no TMS. Batsmen nervous, bowlers with the tails up. Is it a tornado or a storm in a teacup? Momentum, which way will it swing? Either way, gorillas are gonna bring crucial first hour.
And bringing you the crucial first hour is the ever crucial voice of London theatre and the Mersey, Gary Naylor.
Well, I'm delighted to be here. I was just sort of getting a kind of Proustian rush of with that tune of kind of MTV in 1990. Garish colours were flashing before my eyes.
A Proustian rush, is that like some
Proustian
sort of
rush?
Is that the front two for Liverpool in sort of 1978?
Early French player.
Proustian rush.
early French player in the Premier League, or indeed Division 1 in those days, with Ian Rush indeed. Yes, well, this is looking good, isn't it, in terms of how the match is set up, because it is a crucial first hour. England still have a chance if they can somehow winkle out these 6 wickets for, say, under 440, then I think the game isn't quite a coin toss, because England have got to bat 4th on this. But Pakistan's dominant position of kind of mid-afternoon, when Abdullah Shafiq and Sham Masood were simply doing as they pleased with the England bowlers, will have been recovered to some extent. And you never know until it happens in Pakistan.
You never do. We're having a bit of a mollusky sort of day, Gary. We've had 2 snails on the car, and you just managed to get a winkle in there, so well done.
Very good. And what did you name the 2 snails?
Well, Gary and Brian, obviously.
Well, fine.
Anyway.
Wit at 4:30 a.m. That's decent wit, I thought.
Also, waiting desperately with his edgeways at hand, trying to get a word in, is the inimitable laird of the Weather Cave, Messy Jez. Hello, Messers.
Welcome, Tony. Hot and 35 today, so
35.
Well, it's not that hot at the moment. It'll be 25 at the moment. But just speaking of MTV of the 90s, it sort of fits with Gary in the shades and the baseball cap, although it should be backwards, I should say.
I think it was Oberon War who called it the universal mark of the idiot to have the baseball cap on backwards. But actually, it does make sense. If it's hot in the sun, you protect the neck.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'm sorry if you think you've joined Radio 4. You haven't. You are with us at Guerrilla Cricket.
So you talked about a coin toss not being a coin toss, Gary, but England are not 5-1 chances, which is what you can get on the bookmakers at the moment. So I've actually, against my emotional judgment, put some money on England, because 5-1 is a ridiculous odds.
I agree.
For a team that can score really fast, and with Pakistan, a team that can lose from the unlosable position. So I think 5-1 is a very good bet if you're looking for a bit of value on the market today.
It also sounds like it's just about time for lunch. Right, Masood and Abdullah Shafiq, chaps. Okay, it is a carpet, as it was christened by Stephen Finn yesterday when I was listening to another channel. But they were both pretty masterful. Masood looked in fabulous touch, Gary.
Yeah, well, he's been under pressure a little bit. Hasn't scored a century for some time. He's the Pakistan captain. It wouldn't be Pakistan if there weren't rumours of a putsch in the background. But he silenced those with, just a lovely knock. What more can you do? It was all but chanceless. He attacked, as Pakistan always were, the tyro spinner. He put away the bad ball, and as you've got to do on pitches like this, he put away some good balls as well. So that's the template that England will be looking at and say, you too can be Sham Masood.
And Messers, England's attack did show maybe its lack of experience. None have bowled in Pakistan. One debutant, one who hadn't bowled abroad ever, and one who had and has a terrible reputation, certainly from the pace perspective. But Jack Leach, on the other hand, at least seemed to display, like the man who did have the experience. A pretty decent base shift from him, I think.
I agree, but I also think England bowlers pulled it back a bit after tea yesterday. That's a period where, had England been batting, they would have gone hell for leather.
Yeah. And
in fact, I think England pulled it back reasonably well. New ball, a bit of energy, every chance of the night watchman going very soon. 5 down, sense of jeopardy. England's got a real chance of getting them for 450 or 500. I think 500 is a beatable total on this pitch. So it'll be really interesting to see. But I think England have improved as they've gone on, to be honest.
Well, a man looking to improve his away record with the ball is, of course, Birmingham's finest, Christopher Roger Wokes. And it is he who is going to be opening the bowling for England. Again, fairly sparsely dotted crowd, rather sadly.
Yeah, but it was a decent crowd in yesterday afternoon.
That's Jingle Up, Chris Wokes.
He's on in
And he's going to be bowling to the night watchman. Nazim Shah, right-handed. Not sure about my ends at Multan to tell you which end he's bowling from, but he does have 3 slips, and that one just ducks in to Nazim Shah, who deals with it very, very competently indeed. No run.
Did Naseem Shah play before COVID? Because, I mean, he's only 21 now, but he started when he was about 12, I think, in Test cricket. I just wonder who will be the last standing cricketer who played before COVID and after COVID. I mean, it's probably a few years in the future yet.
I can tell you, I think when he made his debut, if you give me a couple of moments, I think he's bowling from the North Pavilion end. As those 3 slips go down, Nazim tries a deft little cut, and the ball whistles past him. Well, it didn't so much whistle as sort of float, to be fair.
Sauntered,
a bit like our snails, Gary. Yeah, I feel like these snails, bizarrely, we noticed just as I got to tooting that they must have been on my bonnet all the way from leaving Claygate this morning. One on the right-hand side of the car, who we christened Gary. One on the left, who we christened Brian. And they just, we'll just wait as... Oh, that again is just dabbed slightly off the outside edge by Nazim Shah, fielded at gully, no run. And they resolutely, as snails do, stuck to my bonnet. I've got an electric car, so they weren't being fried in the process by the engine. And they seemed to quite happily watch the world go by as I travelled all the way from Claygate to Sydenham this morning. And for all I know, they're still there, unless some birds eyed them up and helped itself.
I did have a guerrilla cricket fundraising idea, but
betting on them.
Yeah,
Get dashboard cam and
dash cam,
putting money on them.
Yeah,
right. Wokes, what's the money on him getting a wicket? This ball, it's not a bad ball either. He's probing away at that Nazim Shah off stump. Carse is the man who fields at point, and there is again no run. Decent start, decent, Gary, but not overly threatening.
No, well, I mean, the pitch is low and slow, and so the usual recommendation to bowl at the top of off stump has to be sort of reduced a little to bowl at halfway up off stump, because it's going to be quite hard to get the ball much above stump height. I mean, maybe Bryden Carse will with his extra pace, maybe Gus Atkinson, but it's not easy to get the ball high.
In comes Wokes. That does beat the outside edge. Nazim Shah prodded at that. It's just swung after it had left the bat into the gloves of Smith.
We should say that England have got a fairly new ball in their hands.
6
here,
overs old.
Because, you know, if you manipulate how many overs you bowl in a day, you get a 6-over-old Kookaburra and not a 10-over-old Kookaburra. Only 4 overs, you say? Well, it is a Kookaburra, so it ages at 3 times the pace of a Duke.
It does.
And so it is significant, but not much movement so far.
Wokes again, defended by Nazim Shah. Yeah, the Kookaburra is a bit like the butterfly. It it lives for a day and then is useless. Well, it doesn't even live a day. Messers, who's with us on social media and some interesting weather news? Apparently it's partially cloudy today. What impact will that have?
Very little. Mog just says gentlefolk. Leah says morning all. Brian in Brisbane says morning all. Stephen Kelch says good morning, gorillas in the early London mist, and Perth, of course. And Ferron says morning all. Even first day for those at Gorilla Towers need a kick me up, a shot of double shot of whiskey in the coffee. Cheers. Wow, that's a bit early.
Oh, it is.
How about a double shot of coffee in the whiskey, says Mo. And Stephen Kelk says, is Claygate Tony's personal Watergate scandal?
Very good. Well, I can tell you why it's called Claygate, but I'm not going to do it right now because Gus Atkinson is going to be the man into attack. We haven't jingled the batsman yet either, but we will jingle Atkinson if I can find him. That one's driven but very well stopped, diving to his left in the gully by, I can't quite see, sorry, in
extra
point. It's Crawley in an unfamiliar position. Right, where is Gus Atkinson? Why can't I find him here? Here he is.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every
Round the wicket he
game.
comes to the left-handed Saud Shakil, who has driven that beautifully through cover. Now, it's not the quickest of outfields, and it is going to be hauled in just short of the boundary by Crawley again, who's got those long legs of his working early. So he's had a lively start to his morning.
I do love a 3, and there were plenty yesterday, and that's the first of today. But there's a mark here, and it backs up your point, Jez, about 5-1 being quite generous for England, because that kind of shot to a ball on 5th stump on length, putting your hands through it, trusting the pitch, trusting your eye, is very much the way England play. And on this pitch, you can do that. So if you're balanced right, not trying to hit the ball too hard, and you're happy to play positively, there'll be lots of runs for England.
Well, it's runs for Pakistan they're concerned about at the moment. This one's tickled off his hip very nicely by Nazim Shah, gets him off the mark. So he's off and running for the morning. Saad Shakil is off and running for the morning. Pakistan have moved on from their overnight 328 to 332.
You know, he's the vice captain these days.
Saad Shakil, yes, he is.
He must have had mixed views watching Sham Masood consolidate his position.
There were rumblings. I mean, when are there not rumblings in Pakistan cricket? But there were definitely rumblings that he was in line to take over from Shah Masood. Atkinson round. Oh, he rather squares up Saad Shakil, who shakes his head. So he realised he probably didn't put his best foot forward there, but he managed to defend it out to the offside.
This looks a pitch where you really have to be at the stumps. There's no margin bowling outside off, because anything that's full of a length you can drive, anything that's short, and I think Duckett will be cutting and pulling pretty much everything on this pitch you can cut or pull.
I'll tell you one thing, he won't be leaving much.
He won't be leaving much, but there's a chance when you bowl at the stumps, particularly with the leading edge.
In comes Atkinson with that scurrying run of his, and it's defended nicely into the offside by Saad Shakil. And is that Crawley again? No, it's Jack Leach in his floppy hat. We were commending him yesterday for sticking manfully to his task. Plenty of practice he has had, of course, when he was in the last few matches at Taunton.
I just think that's
plenty of wickets.
That's a really easy single to concede there. He's just played a classic forward defensive, but because point is on the fence rather than saving one, they've just been able to rotate the strike.
Oh, is it really?
Like yesterday.
Andy Zaltzman's 50th birthday, is it? Oh, happy birthday to Andy
yesterday.
Zaltzman. Right, we're going to jingle Saad Shakil. I will get to it in a minute. Oh, that has Nazim Shah, though, on this occasion, up onto his toes, tickles it round the corner. We'll have to wait to the next over for that, because that over is complete. It's the 88th. It's 333 for 4. You're not quite the same as the Richie Benno, but Messers.
As an ex-gorilla, I do think you should find the 50 jingle to play for Zaltz. Mog says, in relation to the Claygate scandal, says, was Tony having inappropriate relations with some mud?
Oh, no, Claygate, right, yes. The reason it's called Claygate is because it's very close to Hampton Court, and it is built mainly on clay, very clay soil, and all of the bricks that built Hampton Court were from Claygate clay, hence the name Claygate. So there you go.
So wasn't that a question Ernie Wise put to Eric Morecambe about where did Henry VIII live or something? He said, Hampton Court? He said, no, it's just the way I walk.
No, I thought that was Carry On Henry.
Oh, it might be.
That was Carry On Henry, Sid James. I must away to the palace.
You two.
Hampton Court? It's just the way I'm standing.
You know, I was in the Victoria and Albert Museum last week, and Kenneth Williams' costume from Carry On Cleo was there. Yes, infamy.
Oh, wow. Right, Wokes, in he comes. Worked beautifully off his toes, down to fine leg Atkinson Fields. A single for Saad Shakil. I'm going to jingle the poor lad. He's been jingleless. He must be bereft.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled, and the slowness of the ball. He wasn't spinning much, he seemed in quite good touch. He's such a key.
What song is that? The colour
It's
of
the Zombies, isn't it?
She's not there. She's not there.
Yeah.
She's not there.
Is that the Zombies or
No.
Zombies?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Was it?
Zombies. Definitely.
I thought it might have been Van Morrison originally. I could be wrong. Right. Oh, that's a terrific ball from Wokes. Made to look perhaps a tad more terrific by the very tentative prod issued in its direction, or essayed in its direction by Nazim Shah.
It's just on a fifth stump line where he just needs to pull that line in a little tighter. They've got to be at the stumps here, England.
Very well taken behind the stumps from Jamie Smith. One by, I think, all day yesterday. You've got to say,
Well,
from for a part-time wicket-keeper,
he's
that's not bad at all. That's again bang on 3/4 of the way up off stump and defended in front of it by Nazim Shah, who's looked pretty solid.
He has. I mean, what I liked about Jamie Smith yesterday is two things. First of all, we weren't talking about him, and if you're not talking about a wicketkeeper, it's usually a good sign, like a referee. And the other thing is he's so much better at taking the throw-ins from the deep than Johnny Bairstow, that he used to bounce off like he was in a bagatelle, and Joss Butler, who wasn't much better. He looks a wicket-keeper. I know we're all supposed to say he's a part-time keeper, but he certainly looks more than that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Right, Wokes, that's down the arse this time, and Nazim Shah raises his bat out the way, and it goes through to Smith again. You were asking, by the way, about Nazim Shah. Well, he made his international debut in 2019 against Australia. He was the 9th youngest player to make their debut in Test cricket then, so just pre-COVID, but only just.
That's what I thought. So he'll have that memory. Just one other thing about Jamie Smith is he seldom throws himself around. He's usually on his feet, which is a mark of good footwork.
He's a Bob Wilson of keepers, is he, Gary?
Indeed he is.
Right, Wokes. Nicely defended by Nazim Shah out towards cover. Half fielded, but there will be no run. Good start from
Tony,
Wokes.
can I throw a figure at you, please?
You're going to throw a figure at me? Right, far away.
It's £189.
Is that the GPL, Messrs?
That is the GPL.
That is worth the winning, and it's been open. It was open early, wasn't it? We opened it overnight. Am I right?
Yeah. It didn't have huge impact. The only person who entered 30 was me.
Well, it's an impact, and you're not an inconsequential one, as that one is defended by Nazim Shah out towards point. Again, there is no run. Just the single off that over from Wokes. It's 3:34 for 4. Messrs.
Stephen Kelp thinks from your reaction, Tony, the answer to his question about whether you had inappropriate relations with some mud is the yes. Mog says Salts is only 50.
I thought he was younger than that, so I'm being very kind to him.
I did as well.
Well, I mean, given that it's Salts, statistically speaking, he may in fact be something else entirely.
I know he's about to go on tour, actually. Well, obviously when he's back from Pakistan. He's in Pakistan now, but he's as a comedian, his other life as a comedian, he's a very multifaceted comedian.
He's the James Brown of de nos jours, isn't he? Hardest working man in showbiz.
He's almost that. Anyway, sorry, go on, Messrs.
Well, that's about it on
Okay.
socials at the moment. It's a bit early in the day for a lot of people. I know. There's still
It is for me.
Atkinson, 2 slips for him, nicely defended by Saud Shakil, who's moved almost route-like onto 40. You look up and Saud Shakil's on 40. Actually, maybe not. I mean, 78 balls.
Yeah, he's one of these left-handers. He's more of a kind of Alan Border left-hander than a Brian Lara or David Gower left-hander, in that he uses his left-handedness to be terribly compact most of the time.
You don't use adjectives like flamboyant.
No.
Or stylish, but he's definitely solid. Right, Atkinson around the wicket, and again, speaking of solid, you couldn't get much more solid than that defence.
Yeah, we'll see.
Back towards Atkinson.
We'll see a very different kind of left-hander when Ben Duckett is at the crease. But you know, this game is one of its eternal fascinations. There's no right way of playing it. There's no strategy that always works. There's no batting style which is better than any other. There's all the variations of pitch and ball and all these natural materials of cork and leather and grass. It's just endlessly fascinating.
This one is worked nicely off his legs by Saud Shakil, and they're going to come back for 2 out towards mid-wicket. I thought you were setting off on another theatrical review for a moment there, Gary.
Well, I'm going to be writing one quite soon.
Pantomime season can be soon.
Have you
got yourself lined up for a panto this year?
How many pantos I'm going to do, I'm not sure. I like to do the Charles Court Opera's panto, so I'll have a look for that.
Of course you do.
But,
and what's going to
Don't
be...
you appear in them?
Well, my boy's been on stage with the dame in the one of the cooking scenes that a traditional panto should have.
Atkinson, in he comes. Oh, he's nearly got through Saud Shakil there, who I think took it on the toe. Well, he can't have hit it on the toe because it would have been slap bang LBW. I need to have another look at that.
It might have been what Brian Johnson calls hit him in midships.
Well, I think it may well have hit him in
I
midships,
think
so
it hit
high
him
enough
just
not to...
above the pad on his inner thigh.
Just above the pad on his inner thigh. That could
Full-time
potentially-
golfer, part-time cricketer there. Jimmy Anderson sitting next to Ben.
Oh, he's
Stokes.
arrived.
Yeah.
He's finished
Oh,
his
I think
pro
he's-
celebrity golf
I
tournament.
think England could do with him playing in the second test.
This is
I
pulled
agree.
by Saud Shakil out towards mid-wicket. I was really hoping we'd see a replay of that last ball, which gone out to Pope, who's at mid-wicket. They've taken a
why
single.
is Pope at deep mid-wicket? Is he not calling the reviews? I mean, with an 11-0 record, as the Americans say, it's not
11-1.
wouldn't be a
Oh,
bad
he's got
thing.
one now.
Has he?
Yeah,
I thought
you've robbed him. You've robbed him.
I've
one there.
robbed him. Well, I mean, it kind of makes sense for him to be as far away as possible from the judgment
He's
call.
the
but-
Eric Ten Hag of reviews.
But why is a captain at deep mid-wicket? I mean, I don't have to stand at first slip, and I know Crawley sort of has to be sort of at mid-wicket or at mid-on because he's protecting his finger, but surely you want your captain close to the action, don't you?
Well, there's going to be one ball left of this. Just three. Good start. Good-ish start from England. They would really, really want to get amongst these two openers quickly, mainly, especially with a night watchman in there.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, the good start is mitigated by the fact that you're bowling half the deliveries to a number 10.
Well, he's been a pretty competent number 10 so far. You'd think, surely, that the Pakistan game plan would be, if they can, still be batting till just after tea and then get England in the evening when they're tired, as that one's well defended by Nazim Shah, the night watchman we were speaking of. And it's the end of the over. So just 3 runs from it from Atkinson, 337 for Pakistan. They've had a pretty decent start to the morning, relatively untroubled. Frustration for England, and over to Messers.
So someone who's it's not too early for is West Aussie Leeds. It says morning, afternoon or evening all. Day off today, says sitting in a very empty Wacker ground, watching the Sheffield Shield WA versus Queensland while listening to guerrilla cricket. Hopefully England will take a few wickets like Queensland are. Yes, Michael Neser has taken 3 wickets for 12 runs off 10 overs.
Wow.
Including Bancroft and Mitchell Marsh. Just a good reminder of the depth of the Australian
Yeah,
fast
he's a
bowling.
fine player, Michael Neser.
Well, Chris Wokes is going to continue. Just the 1 wicket, but it was a big wicket. It was the LBW of Babar Azam. That's nicely played by Shakil, who's up onto his toes to guide it to deep point.
Yeah, he had a
Where Bashir is in the game for the first time this morning.
He had a fine county season, I think, at Glamorgan, Cameron Bancroft. I guess he's well down the pecking order these days for Australia, but you're right. An Australian third team would be pretty competitive against most Test 11s.
So, poor Nazim Shah, certainly, I mean, with the not much with the bat at all, but with the ball, he's not had the best of times against England. He's played England 4 times, only 8 wickets at 51.
Yeah, I think he ran
And his
in.
best was 3 for 140 in Rawalpindi in 22.
Yeah, he ran into the storm of Bazball.
This one is well defended, though. It's with the bat in hand. He's concerning himself now, and defended that pretty well into the offside, and there is no run. Wokes. Well, he's still probing away at that off stump. He's looking for anything that he can get from this pitch. There isn't a huge amount.
He's bowled a couple of decent deliveries, but you just get the feeling that they're sort of black swans, aren't they, on this pitch most of the time? The
That
ball
was
that just sits there.
Absolutely
to be hit.
my first thought. As soon as I looked at that, Gary, I said, there's black swans there. That one's well defended again in front of off stump.
Aye, black swans belong in Western Australia.
Do they really?
Symbol of our state, yes. It's
This sounds like the name of
flawless
an
and-
American football team or something. Sorry, an Australian football team. Is that?
Well, we're on the Swan River.
Swan
Oh,
River.
of course you are. Of course you
Fine
are.
wine on the Swan River. You get your Swan River wines. Oof.
338 still for 4. Just the single and the 2 dots off this Wokes over.
Is there any move to rename these kind of rivers and landmarks? I know they've done it with Ayers Rock, haven't they? Any move to do that with rivers?
To
and
give them
things?
sort of indigenous names. Right, this one. Ooh, that was slightly shorter. Nazim Shah just sways back out the way. He didn't duck, he swayed. To good effect. Through to Smith it went. Again, no run.
Uluru
Well, there is
was
an Australian tradition of misspelled Aboriginal names in a lot of places, but I'm not conscious of changing of river names. But there's certainly much more acknowledgement of indigenous culture.
Because, I mean, I think the Aboriginal names there are a lot longer than the Swan River.
This one's flicked off his hip by Nazim Shah, down towards long leg.
Oh.
Bashir again in his England cap and a towel flopping out of the back of his trousers fields, and they take a single.
Or I should say, the Swan River name, it must have had a name before, settlers arrived and said, we'll have that, thank you very much. And you can have influenza in return, and named it the Swan River.
That's a decent three to come in. Mohammed
like
Rizwan, Aga Salman and Jamal, all of whom are more than capable. Jamal at number 8 fits your criteria of a decent one.
Absolutely.
That one's well defended by Shaquille. No run.
The Swan River is known as Double Yarragan by the Noongar people.
All right.
Yeah. I mean, it's not so easy to say as Swan.
No,
Do they not
it's
give it dual naming?
Unlikely to change.
A bit like Wales, where everything has to be the two place names. Where everything they name is in both languages. Do they not do the same thing in terms of place names in Australia yet?
No, and bear in mind that there's not one Aboriginal language. There are dozens of Aboriginal languages around Australia too.
It wouldn't be too hard, though. And I'm not talking about every street, every stream, but some of the the major ones, like Ayers Rock, which now does go by its Aboriginal name, to take some of the major rivers and deserts.
Atkinson, in he comes, short. Nazim Shah ducks and Smith takes it.
I mean, if you're
Down the leg side.
Aboriginal person and you're looking at your history, and you look at thousands of miles of desert named after somebody who came and sort of Tasmania is more the genocide, but it was certainly colonial unpleasantness, and you've got to call the desert after the name. It's time to address that,
all
surely.
over the country. Well, it's a gradual process, believe me.
Atkinson. Oh, okay, it takes the edge finally of Nazim Shah's bat, but it drops well short of second slip. Nazim Shah's cross with himself. He feels he could have done better. He's still there though.
Is Nullarbor, is that our Aboriginal name, or is that European?
It's European because it's Latin for no tree.
Ah, very good. Of course it is.
Not only did it drop short of second, just to drag us back to the cricket.
Yeah,
sorry
about
to
that.
interrupt you.
It's the most
Discussion
exciting
of
of
the cultural
matches at the
Australian
moment.
history. Wasn't particularly well taken by Brooke, even though it was on the bounce. That's defended back to Atkinson by Nazim Shah. Again, no run. 339 for Super Saf. Cleans like a dream is the advertisement we're seeing.
You know what I was talking about, MTV in garish colours? There you have it on Super Soft.
I was delighted to see the Tapple Tea moment back yesterday.
Oh,
Good old Tapple
civilised.
Tea.
A civilised moment in the day.
I reckon someone is because it is a dry state. I think Multan. That's short. Nazim Shah ducks under
Well,
it. Smith takes.
It's Disney, isn't it? So it's going to be certificate U.
Oh, Multan. It is. Yes. Oh, one for the over. Warns umpire Shafadullah.
Well, they called it a wide, apparently.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I suppose it was. It was very,
yeah.
very high.
It did well to get it that high. Well played.
We can see Duckett at full
Short leg.
and he is. It was probably a foot and a half over him.
Yeah, he certainly didn't need to duck it, did he?
he didn't.
I do apologise for that pun. Even I have standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, beneath which you have now slipped.
I'm afraid so.
Right, 390 for 4. 3 slips go down. That's defended a bit jabbily by Nazim Shah, who took his hand off the bat and stabbed it really into the offside. No run.
Need that meme from Little Britain where they're standing at the gate outside the house for that one.
Yeah. 3. Oh yes, that's true. 340 for 4. We're in the 92nd over. Nothing yet has suggested that those vital early wickets for England are going to be forthcoming. These two have been pretty solid as Atkinson's in. That one does well. I think it will give Nazim the benefit of the doubt. It could be the first boundary of the morning. It will be, because he guided it away past second slip, between second slip and gully, all the way down for the first one of these of the day.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
It was a real tail-ender's shot there, because a top-order batsman would have cut it, but instead he played the same defensive shot, except he followed the ball with his hands
The
before it
absolute
went.
maximum distance
Yeah.
that you could have the bat from the rest of the body was in play, but
Indeed.
nonetheless he's got himself 4 runs
Yeah.
for it. What's he got this time? A little shuffle and a miss outside of off stump, and through to Smith it goes. We had the extra ball for that no ball, but that over has been concluded. The 18th of Atkinson, 2 wickets for him, of course, vitally, but 83 runs as well. 344
Well,
for 4 for Pakistan. They are going
Not-
nicely.
Mog says Zoltz is ripping it up on Taskmaster as we speak too. Diana Patterson's with us. Hello, Diana.
Oh,
She
hello.
says, not early here. Well past my bedtime. I'm hoping you send me to sleep.
Oh,
The
what-
nicest possible way. Thandeka says, do you guys think that Babar Azam is a bit overrated? He doesn't do much, especially when his team needs him. Well, he hasn't scored a century or indeed a 50 since December 2022. He's made 15 of his last 17 innings have been double figures.
I mean, I
but,
think
he hasn't got past 41.
We all expect these great batsmen simply to be great batsmen all day, every day. And if you look, Kohli went 2 or 3 years without a century, I think. Joe Root's had quieter times. Kane Williamson seems to be going through a bit of a slump now. I think we've got to accept that Test cricket is difficult, and sometimes it's really difficult.
Well, they had a disappointing World Cup as well, I think, from memory. A string of low scores. Finished with 25 against Bangladesh and 53 against New Zealand and 32 against England, but not much apart from those.
It's why that you get the likes of Jazz Whale,
Right.
who is absolutely fantastic, and his average edges up towards
Slip, gully and backward point.
99.94. and then
2
slips
men
back.
on the onside. Very close in, and that one's defended by Saud Shakil. That's an interesting. I was just looking at that field, Gary. It's interesting. You've got the 2 fielders in. You've got a sort of a short square leg, but it's just slightly in front of square leg, but then a very forward mid wicket as well, almost standing next to each
Well, I
other.
think
So
they-
they must have seen something there.
Well, I think they probably are looking a little bit for the leading edge, playing round the front pad, the ball perhaps stopping. Sometimes it's just
Wokes in. Defended in front of his leg stump this time to one of those 2 men on the leg side by Shakil.
sometimes it's just to do exactly what you've said there, Tony, which is to make the batsmen think that the bowlers have seen something. Warne was the absolute master of this. Absolutely nothing was happening, and you'd think from his body language and his movement and the way the fields were set that it was turning square and leaping at throats. And of course, if you can convince yourself it's doing that, you can certainly convince the batsman as well.
Yeah, everything has to be in play when you're really struggling for wickets, as England are. That one is a bit of an outside edge and really squared up the left-hander, who's ended up on its way down towards third man, is not going to make it, and Bashir can catch it up.
Yeah.
They'll take a couple.
And there is now a leg slip to the left-hander, which I like. We've already seen one glove that went through to the keeper, which I would have been irritated by had it gone a little wider and through vacant leg slip, because I think on pitches like this you have to have a leg slip, because any ball down the leg side a batsman is looking to glance.
Wokes, in he comes, well defended in front of the off stump.
A couple of messages just to catch up before we change over.
Oh, are we changing? Crikey, we are too.
Mayank says, now that the Sheffield Shield has begun, it's officially winter or summer here. Mog says we started calling things by indigenous-based terms here and there. Melbourne gets called Nam, for instance. Also, when is England going to revert to its pre-Roman Celtic names for everything, or pre-Saxon Roman names, or pre-Norman Saxon names?
We've got quite a lot of pre-Norman
Round
Saxon
the wicket
names.
comes Wokes. Defended into the onside by Saud Shakil. No run.
I was explaining at work on Sunday that the Vikings didn't come to Liverpool. They did go to the Isle of Man, but of course they were mainly in Yorkshire. Hence, Viking and York.
Jorvik Centre, the Jorvik
Centre. And also, in Yorkshire they still call kids bairns. Swedish for child is barn. It's the history is written there if you're prepared to look for it in England in particular, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales too.
They probably stood somewhere near Headingley, or where Headingley would be in the future. But that one's a swing and a miss, and over the top of the bat of Saud Shakil into Jamie Smith's gloves, and thinking to themselves in Nordic,
Oh, that's it.
one day Geoffrey Boycott will wear
Okay, well, I'll catch you in
3:46 for 4.
Tony, the next message is from David Durrell, a.k.a. YY Pom, of course.
Wonderful. Right, I should be joined, I think, by the bear. I saw David was all set and ready to go, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed with his Pakistan cap on, looking splendid in some quite moody lighting. Hello, David.
Yeah, it's pretty quite moody.
Morning,
Tony.
Dave.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Bear.
How is everybody?
I've learned some history this morning.
Yeah, Gary's been in full historical flow, hasn't he?
Wonderful.
All good stuff. What do you make of play so far, David? 3:46 for 4. Going pretty much Pakistan's way still, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I mean, England will be annoyed they haven't got rid of Naseem Shah. He has a habit. He doesn't score many runs. He can hang around for a long time.
You can give it some Humpty as well, can't
You can what?
he? He can certainly give it some Humpty, Naseem
Well, I
Shah.
remember those 260s he hit that time to win the World Cup match. But I mean, he's still there. And of course, Saud Shakil's got a good record, hasn't he, against England? In the last series, he had. I think he put together about 4 or 5 half centuries. So
Yes.
Rizvan to come.
Yep. Not a lot after that, to be fair. Aga Salman. Atkinson is in and it's left alone outside the off stump by Naseem, and there ain't no run. Yeah, but as you say, it's it's a 500 pitch anyway, isn't it? I mean, it's as flat as a fucking pancake. Not much fun to bowl. Good toss to win, get the runs on the board.
Yes, indeed. And obviously, it was. I've seen Masood scoring big in English county cricket, so good to see him do it as captain.
And they were doing it very Bazballian, weren't they, as well? That's defended by Naseem. No real need to play at it, but he did. And plays it square out to point. No run.
Yeah, I like the way they played the spinners. Didn't give Bashir much chance to settle.
No, and I imagine England will do the same. And you imagine it being a, subcontinental pitch. It will break up some point and start turning. I mean, I don't think it'll be quick turn. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, last time we were here, it was turning, but didn't turn quickly. And that weirdly, unlike India, the bounce seems to be quite consistent in Pakistan, even when it does turn. That one is just defended up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Whereas in India, it starts ragging on end of day, well, even from the start of day one, and it's all up and down, and it's fucking impossible to bat. I think if you apply yourself, if you get in against the spinners in Pakistan, it's a little bit easier. Still difficult if it's turning a lot. Jimmy Anderson's turned up from his Pro-Am golf tournament, I noticed. Decided to turn up this morning. Probably is a little bit jet lagged.
He's got his dark glasses on. He still he looks like just in such good nick.
Yeah, I bet he's wishing he could play.
I'm possibly looking at this pitch. He might be actually, for
But
once,
saying,
grateful that he isn't playing.
Yeah.
But
Well, he probably reckons he could probably create some wickets if he was playing. Atkinson in, 4th ball of the over, straight and defended by Naseem, and is no run. 3:46 for 4. What are you doing
What
these
was
days,
it?
Dave?
I was just wondering what Jimmy's record was like in Pakistan.
I think it was quite good last time. I think he got
Mm.
14 or 18 wickets or something across the 3 tests. And he only played.
I mean, it's a
two.
bit ironic watching Wokes open the bowling and being the spearhead, given his overseas record, and given that Jimmy is.
Yeah, I do find it. Oh, well, that's a terrible shot from Nazim. Could have quite easily just nicked it through to the keeper. Tried to uppercut a ball that was a bit too close to him. Went over his gloves. Could have quite easily just tickled that through, but he got away with it, and there is no run.
Shall we remind people about the GPL there? And indeed Patreon, but start with the GPL.
GPL is open.
87 quid, I think it was at. Wow.
It's I can tell you. Currently, it's at. Let's have a look. Started off the day at 187. It's now 189.
£189 to be won.
Oh, beats the outside edge on the walk. Nazim trying to defend that. He's fucking lucky, this boy. He could have been out about 8 times this morning.
He's adhesive, though.
Yeah,
he's adhesive.
Well,
until he isn't.
Someone would call it adhesive. Other people would call it bloody lucky.
Well, yeah.
He could have tickled any number of these balls through to the keeper, but he hasn't.
Anyway, GorillaCricket.com competitions.
Competition.
Well, yes, I think there is just the one. Simply guess how many runs are going to be scored in the day. Remember,
guesstimate, not
guesstimate. Yes,
not guess.
Estimate. 328 for 4 is whereing Pakistan started. It's £1 per guess and per estimate, per evaluation. Entry. You can have as many as you like. It gives you more chances of winning. If you get it on the nose, you win that pot, £189 worth of it, and it'll just go up. Obviously, if other 2 or 3 people get the same, which is very rare,
Very rare.
then it's shared. If you don't get it, well, you can have another go tomorrow, because that pot just rolls over and gets bigger. So it helps us. It's fun to do, and find out. Go and give it a go.
Indeed.
GorillaCricket.com/competition.
And of
You're
course,
looking for the GPL.
The other thing I should say is we did have a patron join us yesterday, which is very.
Oh, we did.
thankful.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I need to write a thank you
Listen,
note.
the flat is on the market. I've got to move. I've got to get out of this place. What was that song? Got to get out of
Interesting
here.
change of
Well, Shoaib
bowling, by
Bashir
the way.
comes in to bowl to South Kill. He just defends it out to the covers and there's no run.
Shall I jingle Bashir while you think about what you're about to say?
Yeah.
There we go.
Likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
Around the wicket once more. A little bit of turn, but not a lot. It's defended and there's no run. Yeah, yesterday we had Linda Wood joined us. Thank you very much, Linda. She's a New Zealand patron. $9 New Zealand, which I guess is a $5 or roundabouts there. Thank you very much, Linda. But we are having to move. Oh, that's a sweep. Well, there's not a massive appeal. Probably hit him outside the line. Maybe the bottom edge. Yeah. May have been going on to hit the stumps, but clearly England thought there wasn't a lot going for it for the appeal, and therefore they did not really, and it was no run. But it was a missed shot from Southgill. Moves on to 47. There was a run because he must have got an edge on it because he's gone up to 47. Yeah, so I'm selling a flat because I need to. My daughter's gone off to university. I'm skint, and I'm even going for a bloody job interview on Monday.
What?
Yeah, production supervisor at Allane School. I think it's running technical side of school plays, as far as I can figure. I did my CV on ChatGPT. I didn't think too much about that, and it got me through the first stage. So I'm going for an interview at a school. It's only 3 days a week. That's defended into the leg side, and there's no run. But of course, I don't really want to take a job, and if I sell this flat, I probably won't have to take a job, and this flat will sell eventually. And then we're going to have to move Gorilla Cricket to somewhere that costs more, basically, and I want to keep it going, and I'm sure you listeners want us to keep going.
Absolutely.
Bashir is in. Oh, that's short, and tried to flick it onto the leg side. Oh, and I didn't hear what is that, Gary? What did Gary say?
He said the bear does work.
Yes, I do work.
You could always just maximise the publicity out of Fat Bear Week.
Well, yeah, Fat Bear Week. We'll get onto that in a minute. Well, in fact, I think there's only a voting yesterday. We'll have to see who won that. Did I
You
beat
versus Chunk.
I was versus Chunk. Chunk looked chunky. That has to be said. That was a leg by. Bashir is going to bowl the last ball of the over around the wicket to Saud Shakil. It gets shit. It's just rubbish. It's too short. It turns, but it started wide, was short, and I was lucky not to get hit for 4. It gets away with it. It's a dot ball. So I'm going to have to sell the flat. And when I do sell the flat, we are going to have to move to a commercial space, which is going to be more expensive. And you listeners are the ones that keep us going on Patreon. And we've been doing it. 10 years we've been doing this, and we'd love to keep it going. Make it more professional, get it into a studio.
I've been doing it for 7 of those.
Oh, I know. When I was doing,
I
had
thought.
Test Match Sofa for 4 years before that, 5 years before that, I don't know. So anyway, yeah, so we need to get our Patreon subscriptions up to around about $2,000 minimum a month. Anything over that is a bonus, and please do. The more of you do it, the better we become.
Right, some messages very quickly. Jamar the Statsman says, "Hey David." There you go, Dave. Hello to you from Jamar the Statsman. Stephen Kelp says, if England get a wicket before the turn of the hour, I will super chat. So they've got about just under 20 minutes.
Come on.
Make it so, number 1, says Stephen Kelp. Again.
Here is Atkinson into Nazim. He's stuck around for 35 balls. He's only got 6 runs, but he's become very annoying. Gets that one out to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, he is one of those people that can hang around, and maximum annoyance factor this morning.
Indeed. Off and away. Crawling up 348 for 4. It's not like it's been going along at a pace. And who's next in? Rizwan. I imagine he'll up the pace. Followed by Aga Salman. And then I think it's Shaheen Afridi after that. You can give it a bosh. Oh, he's got sconned as Nazim. He's ducked into that one. Took his eyes off it. Didn't really get up. And he's gone down on one knee. Pinged on the side of the helmet. From a ball from Atkinson. Bazoom, yep, here we come. Physio on. And they're going to do the old
without
concussion
bag.
check. Sorry?
Physio without bag.
Well, yeah, it's just... I mean... Oh, no, he turned his head. He got hit on the back of the head.
Back of the helmet. Ooh,
Yeah.
It could be nasty.
It could be nasty, I think. I mean... Yeah, it's hit him flush as well and gone straight up. So that certainly would have shaken him up a little bit. Yeah, the kid in the crowd knows he got hit on the back of the head.
He seems all right. Big
Does
thumbs
seem
up.
all right.
That's always a relief.
Well, they ask you a number of questions, don't they? When the fellow runs out, check that you're still compos mentis.
Yeah.
Do you know what the questions are then, David?
Well, no, that's what I was interested to know. What day of the week is it?
Things like that. Yeah, I mean, that's the
Yeah.
classic one you always get.
What was the attendance at the first ever World Cup final?
Yeah.
The first ever World Cup final? I don't know.
That's the lucky
I suppose the
one.
question then would be which World Cup, cricket or football?
Well, yeah.
Actually, asking which day of the week is a pretty tricky question these days when test matches start on a Monday morning.
That's true. Of course, I could win the lottery. I think it's about 14 million today. That'll sort us out.
We were having a weird discussion yesterday about the New Zealand games, how long they were, because Bear was insisting they're 6 days. They're 6 days. I said they're not 6 days. It's because in England they start at 10 o'clock at night, whereas in New Zealand
It wasn't me having that conversation.
Was it not you?
No.
Was it? Who was it having that? Maybe it was Endo. I was having that conversation.
They're obviously not 6 days. It's a test
No,
match.
I
It's
know
5
that.
days.
Oh no! It was Gary.
It was Gary.
Not Gary. No, Grubby. It was
Grubby.
Grubby. It was Grubby. We were
The
trying to
guilty
work
man.
out why it's not 6 days. It's because it starts at 10 o'clock of an evening, effectively the night before the day it starts in New Zealand, and that makes it looks like 6 days.
So you were right, and
So
the
I
other
was-
person, whoever it was wrong.
Well, kind of, yeah, but that's yes, kind of that. We did just see an interesting a chap in a Jack Leach mask, which looked quite cool. I think everybody should get one.
Someone had a different one yesterday. Maybe they probably do them for all the players now, don't they? Atkinson going to continue his over after the check on Nazim. Now, if I was him, I'd be bowling a Yorker. Batsman might be expecting it, but still. Or the double
another
bluff,
or another bouncer.
And
in there
there
it
was
was.
another bouncer.
I would have gone this. I'd have gone that one. I'd have said another bouncer.
Well, That's why I'd have gone Yorker. Got to think these things through. Slow going this morning. They put on, what they put on 20. What are they were 3:28 overnight, weren't they? So they put 20 runs on in what, an hour? No, not 3/4 an hour. Pretty slow.
Yeah, there's been none of the belligerents against Bashir that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I think that was. Well, did you read? Oh no, so this ball played away from his body, square out the point by Naseem, and there is no run. There was an article, wasn't it, from Shah Massoud, who in the Guardian the day before the test, people picked up on it yesterday, saying that Bazball kind of changed the world, and their first series in Pakistan when they scored 500 on that first day, changed everybody's thinking about how to play Test cricket. And I think Shah Massoud's quite a decent ODI player as well, isn't he? If I remember right, and he gives it some Humpty. He seemed to he was very aggressive yesterday. Flashed at a big outside edge, aerial down towards third man, but it bounces and is fielded by Crawley, who's down there. A kind of fly slip.
Protecting those fingers, I think.
Yeah.
That's why he's not
well,
in the
he
slips.
should be fine now. He's been out for donkeys. Only broken fingers. He should heal quite quick at that age. They get back for 2. I saw Naseem Shah will be giving a bit of that back when the English batsmen get out there.
Yeah. Hello, there's a bit of chat going on between Naseem and Duckett.
I think Duckett was telling him where he got hit.
Oh, do you think it was not
No, I don't think it was
aggressive in any
No,
way?
I don't think it was aggressive anyway. I don't think this England team necessarily aggressive in that way. They do their talking on the pitch. I mean, I imagine the bowlers can be. Atkinson looks like
It's not very loud talking at the moment there.
No, well, it's subcontinent, isn't it? I mean, this is it. You bat first in the subcontinent. You've got to make big runs. Don't make big runs in the first innings over there. I mean, that game that Bangladesh beat them in the first test. I mean, the problem will be South Shakil faces up Atkinson around the wicket for the last ball of the over. Maybe they just took the one. No, they did only take the one on the ball before. Just the one off the over. Over to you.
Farong, hello to you. As ever, fairly slow by Pakistan with the ball. This is red ball cricket. Gary sort of started the ball rolling earlier, so 1 for Tony Bishop, 1. Dad/Tony. When he puts the car in reverse, this takes me back. Very good. Bit of a one-liner, I suppose. Right. Over on YouTube. Ooh, quite a few things firing in now. Mr. Henderson. There was actually a 6-day test recently. They went back to having a rest day. Yeah, they did. You're right. Leah, make all tests timeless again. Just to F off the bean counters that are in charge of scheduling. Jonathan Shawland, the 6-day test between New Zealand and Sri Lanka contained a rest day so that people in Sri Lanka could vote in their general election. There we go.
There you go. That's an exception to the rule. That's down on the leg side. It hits the pads and Naseem Shah outside leg stump. There's no run. My train of thought. What was I talking about before you?
You're asking me, who's got the memory of a
you're a worse goldfish than me. Yeah. Oh no, I know what I was going to say.
Interesting.
Bashir, down the track comes Naseem. He can do that. And has he got enough on that? Is there anyone down there? There is no one down there, and it's too big for
That's
them.
half
anyway.
the way to Karachi, mate.
There's a big 6. Naseem has stepped down the track.
Smack it in the air, beyond the boundary. Smack it in the air.
Oh, that's the new Smaxman jingle, because the other one was absolutely a complete rip-off of the beginning of Beyonce song and kept getting pinged. So Jay Perko sent us a new one.
Oh, excellent.
Which is handmade and therefore shouldn't get binned. Bashir tosses that one up. It's defended out towards mid-off. Well fielded by Wokesy. Did they go through? Doesn't look like they did. No. The first test that Pakistan lost at home to Bangladesh, they scored nearly 500 in the first innings, didn't they? And then Bangladesh pretty much equaled them, and it looked like it was a dead set draw. 3.5 days, 2 innings done. And then Pakistan managed to crumble to about 140 in the third innings. And that, get big runs in the first innings, and then you have to bat the third innings with a team almost level, which is what happened to England actually in the final test against Sri Lanka, wasn't it? As that's defended back down the track, there's no run. You then have to stick or twist, set a score, or take out some time in the game, because actually when it comes to one innings game and you're batting first on a wearing pitch, things can go wrong, and you set the score. You set too low a score for the team to chase, and suddenly you end up losing out of nowhere. That's clipped up towards long on by Nazim. Leach fields, and there'll be a single. How did you think Leach bowled yesterday, Dave?
Well, I think it was a decent return for him. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the Bunsen burner that we saw him in that amazing match against Surrey down at Taunton to finish off the county championship.
Oh, it was Hampshire, wasn't it? Although he did he had taken wickets against Surrey, I think, a couple of games before that as well.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one where he got the exciting finish right at the end.
That was Surrey.
Oh, that was Surrey.
Swept nicely by South Shaquille. No one out there. He's going to get himself 4 runs to square leg, and that'll bring up his 50. He moves on to 51 of 96.
Oh, it says 6 there, but somehow it's filed under 4. It
Oh,
does say 6.
yeah, I know, but it could be 4 or 6. That's a 50 as well.
Oh, well done. Very well done to him. Let me see. It'll be in millstones, won't it?
Millstones? Yeah, millstones.
Millstones. Here we go.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
I was talking about, Tony, that spell that Leach bowled with 10 close fielders against Surrey.
Yeah.
Quickly off the last ball.
And he was in tandem, wasn't he, with Shoaib Bashir, if I recall.
No, not in that
correctly.
game.
Am I right?
That was the one that Vaughan took all the wickets in as well, wasn't it? Because Leach, and I didn't even watch it, but Leach finished off the last 2 wickets, didn't he? He got what's his name? Kemar Roach was one of them, wasn't he?
Yeah, he looked. Was Roach? I thought Roach was the not-out batsman.
No, I thought Roach was the first one out in the last 2, and then it was basically 2 and 2 balls, wasn't it? I think someone prodded forward, and it was Kemar Roach. He was on about 1 off about 60 balls or something, and prodded forward, and at one turn caught the edge, and he was caught the slip, and then the next ball was LBW. Bryden Cast is into the attack. Down the arse is Bryden Cast, first ball, and there ain't no run.
I'll jingle him when I find him. Here he is.
Stick your hopes of victory up to broadcast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brighton comes a calling, all your fools will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brighton cast.
There you are. There you are. Jack Leach against Surrey. Let me see.
I think he got 4 in the second innings.
Tell you.
Oh well.
Versus Surrey at Taunton, he got 405 in the first innings, 5 for 37 in the second innings.
There you go. Cast again down, and there's a big appeal from behind.
Nah.
And it's not given.
Nah.
Well,
And was Roach one of those scalps?
Well, I'll have a look for you, David.
look at the scorecard.
Bear with me
Well,
while we worry about.
Jamie Smith was certain that was out, but clearly no one else does, and they've not bothered reviewing it.
Hope's record with reviews.
Yeah, it's not good. I think that was off the thigh pad.
There's that one.
Oh no, maybe that was glove. You know. Oh, I'd like to see that on the old Snicko. 2 remaining reviews for each side. Pakistan burned, Baba burned one, and England burned one earlier. And that's propped into the covers. They go for quick run, and they make it.
Yeah, that review they reviewed one of Bashir's potential caught behinds, and it was real wishful thinking.
It was,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
He looked like he had no confidence in the review when he made it.
Yeah, but I think, to be fair, Smith and Root, who were slip and keeper, were pretty convinced that somehow it had caught a glove, and it was very difficult to see in real time. It didn't look like it had caught anything.
Oh yeah, Archie Vaughan took 6 for 102. What was your question, David, by the way?
I was just wondering whether Roach was one of Leach's scalps.
It was
the
the
end, or
arse.
whether he managed to survive.
It wasn't glove. My sight is not great, clearly. Clearly off the backside of Nadeem Shah. Very watchful this morning. Pakistan, England could do with a breakthrough. And that's again short and down the arse from Bryden Cast.
Kemar Roach was not out in the second innings.
Oh right, okay,
thought
so he
so,
wasn't. No, yeah, I was wrong. Sorry, I thought he was one of the
Last wicket to fall was Dan Worrell, who was LBW to Leach.
Who was the second?
Yeah,
last?
Roach did his job. Don't forget, they're only batting out time at that stage.
Yeah,
so-
he got about 1 off 60 balls.
30 balls. He got none off 30.
Yeah, okay. I've done that in a game.
Proper night watchman stuff, that is.
I remember playing a game for when I was playing cricket.
Tail ender stuff, rather.
Well, I was batting at about number 8, I think. Cast in onto the hip,
Nosebleed
sound to
territory.
kill, and just worked around the corner down to root. Is sort of 3/4 way back, square leg, and I batted out. I think it was 18 overs, maybe 18 overs for none. This team we were playing had won 13 on the bounce or something, and the skipper said, "Whatever you do, we're not losing to these guys." I said, "Fine." So I went out there, didn't attempt any shots for like 18, 20 overs or whatever it was.
Brilliant.
And then we were 8 down with the last ball to go, and there was a spinner on. So I stepped back and just cut him for 4. I said, "Yeah, I can score runs." Just chose not to. That one's short. Through to the keeper, no run.
Was the old Lenians, was it?
It was Alain and Old Boys and Honor Oak by that point. But that's the weird thing. I used to net at Alain School where I'm going for my interview on Monday.
There's a natural symmetry there, you're
Yes.
destined to return.
Well, the good thing is it's literally just 5 minutes down the road from here, so it wouldn't be so bad. It's just,
You should see if you can get a job as cricket coach while you're there.
yeah,
Volunteer your services.
a private school, they've probably got someone. I mean, I remember Bill Athy used to do Dulwich College.
Ah, there you go. It's only just up the road from us. Do we need some messages? Yes, we probably do.
We do.
All right, bear with me. I
Bear
can
is
tell
with you.
but right, bear is with me indeed. England have just spurned the chance of a super chat, says Stephen Kelk. Bet they're devastated, says Paul K.
We're devastated. Bloody useless England.
Apparently, the Sri Lankan thing was for a
Round the wicket, Bashir.
presidential election.
Too wide. And through the keeper, there's no one. I mean, Bashir had some decent spells yesterday, but he also just bowls some pants at times.
I mean, there has to be a reason why no county has really used him a lot the last season.
Well, to be fair, I think spinners in England do get a rough time, and you've got to have a spinner in your international side. That's defended out into the offside by South Shaquille, wide enough of cover that allows them to scoot through for a quick single. And I was
I can think of a few spinners who had a much better season than him. I mean,
yeah,
well,
true.
Tony's favourite, Liam Dawson, Jack Carson at Sussex. Wicket takers in every match they play.
Who's the new young lad who's just been brought into the Lions? Yorkshire player, barely played for Yorkshire.
Shoaib Bashir is
No,
in.
oh, sorry.
That's defended back down the track. There's no run. Well, yeah, maybe they'll find
Leggy.
someone else. There's that Chowan kid. He's going
Chowan.
off.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's going off to the West Indies, isn't he, for the ODIs and white ball series? Yeah, I mean it's perennial, isn't it? That's a horrible ball from Bashir. It's down the leg side, and Naseem kind of misses out. Really, should have worked that around the corner for at least one. But
I was harbouring
padded
some
it.
hopes for Luke Holman, but he seems to have been leapfrogged with immediately by some chap who's barely ever played, such
Well-
is the way of the England selectors.
Well, it seems to me that that's into the leg side and there's no run. No one seems to have any faith in any of the spinners in county cricket. They seem to, one year they're really good, next year they're not. And I doubt it's the consistency of the bowling, it's the amount of bowling they get. If you're not bowling much in county cricket, or any cricket, then how are people actually going to judge you? I think in one way Bashir is too short, a bit straight, and Naseem just works it out to mid-wicket and there's no run.
Do you think, though, he would have been picked up and be playing regularly for county if he was a regular wicket taker?
Probably. But I also think that if you're probably good enough to play county cricket, you can probably be, if you start young enough, and they give you your head and a decent set of coaches, you can learn in the game, sort of thing.
We're due a change, Bear.
Oh, we are due a change.
We are due a change. It should be
Forthy, Messi,
Gary, Messers and Forthy. What a trio that is.
You're going to have to do your old jingle stuff, you know that. Yeah, good.
Messers will have to talk music and theatre as alternate, and occasionally some cricket.
I think Messrs have to listen music and theatre actually.
Oh, come now, Messi. You're an absolute indie head these days. I know this for a fact.
Because I've been
Yeah.
educated by Sombrero Full Light podcast, which is
Well.
available to all our listeners. And just as all that talk of spinners was going on, a spinner just took a wicket at the whacker halfway through day one, which is always a good sign. I just don't know why England county teams don't stick with spinners.
It's a mystery.
It just seems to
But,
me how they get better.
talking about sticking with the tried and trusted, not only have we got Messi, we've got Two-Ton Ted from Tooting Beck, we've got Big Gaza has moved. He can't hear me. Oh, I might have to repeat that. He's doing
He
a little
can't find his
spray.
cans.
Doing a little spray. He's just doing his prep. He's getting in the zone. He's looking all around him. Anyway, very much Pakistan's first hour, would you say, for Messi? You don't think there's too much debate about that?
Yeah. I mean, I've got to say I've been a little disappointed by the lack of any sort of get up and go from England. In the way I've seen it, they've sort of been playing as if we've just got to keep going and see how we go, rather than any sort of real sense of excitement. I think it's where they miss having Stokes as captain. I don't think it would have been the same had Stokes been captain,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Well, that's point of view. We'll bring in Two-Ton Ted from Tooting Beck.
I heard Big Gaza. Don't think I didn't hear it coming through the headphones, albeit they were on the table. Yes, I'm delighted to be here. How are you, Forthy, out there in?
Very good, thank you. Very good, Gary. And can the same be said for you?
Well, it could until about 20 minutes ago, because it's a bit like being in Vegas. You know, when you get up at these times, you end up sort of eating breakfast at 8 o'clock in the evening and having dinner at 2 a.m. and stuff like that. So, I wanted to get some food to avoid the slight wobbles you get with the old diabetes when the sugar levels drop, and so I had some noodle. Now, the noodle was Korean noodle, bought in Tooting in one of our many cash and carries at a ridiculously low price, but it did have a warning that it was spicy, so I diluted it. I diluted it with some vegetable noodles as well. When I can tell you that the spicy, hot Korean noodles were very, very spicy and very, very hot. So if I'm looking a little flushed, it's not because I've been indulging in extracurricular activity, it's because I've been eating Korean noodles from a cash and carry in Tooting.
Well, let's hope there's no Sydenham squits in the absence of Kelly Bell. It's not what we want.
Well, it was around literally a door or two along from where you graced us with your presence in Tooting that evening, Forthy, if you recall.
Right, okay. Yeah. No, I've met Gary for a grand total of 10 minutes in my life. That was in that said restaurant. So it was very nice. Bryden Cars is starting his 16th over. He's gone for 54 so far, but he's game. He's plucky. He's still going, but he's been just nurdled off his legs for a quick single.
Are you on ball by ball? Because on my thing here, I've got me on ball by ball and you summarising. So
that's correct.
Is that correct?
I will.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've got a couple of ball by balls coming, and you've only got one. So why don't you do this ball by ball, and I'll do summarising for you, and then we'll be 2-2.
That is the generosity of the man right there. Very good. Now, Bryden, thank you so much. Bryden Cars in again. Right arm over. He's got a short leg in. He's got a leg slip, and that's fended rather nervously by Nazim. He rather expected that to be up round his shin, I think, but it only got thigh high, so he sort of played it one-handed.
I mean, I think Nazim's had enough now. He's had an hour's batting. That's enough for a night watchman, even if you're the night watchman calling the shots. I mean, it's time for him to hit a few sixes, hit one up in the air and walk off and prepare for the day job, isn't it?
Yes, I had a look at his stats. He's got some very odd stats. He's got a strike rate. I'll come back to that in a moment. Cars comes in again at him. He takes a little step backwards. He's looking a little nervous out there, but he manages to flick it away very nicely past square leg. Potts does the honours, and they'll come back for two. He's got a strike rate of about 30 or something in cricket. You know, it's the Guardian night watchman sort of strike rate. But of the balls he hits, 75% of them are boundaries. So he's very much block or smash. He's one of those.
Or indeed edge.
or edge, which he has failed to do so far. But as you say, you might be thinking, how long is this going to go on?
Yeah, I think he might be.
Okay, so well, he's done a good job for his team, I suppose, because we've got Mohammed Rizwan who'll be licking his lips to come in on this against the tiring bowling attack. And that is a bouncer from Bryden Cars. He doesn't get up very much, but Naseem Shah's got a big grin on his face. He managed to get right underneath it, really flexed his knees there, so did a good job.
Yeah, he's having a quick word with Duckett. I don't think it's full-on sledging that we're seeing here. I mean, I hope not. I mean, if you're sledging a number 10 because he's not dealing with the bouncer attack as a night watchman, I think there are better ways to spend your time than that. But it seems reasonably good-natured.
Probably haven't got the energy for too much vicious sledging. In comes Bryden Cars again. There's a bit of a leg side strategy going on here, and it's just knocked down to Ben Duckett. He's 5'8", but he always looks smaller, doesn't he?
Who? Duckett? Duckett, 5'8". Inconceivable.
Yes, exactly. He looks 5'6", but he's 5'8".
If it's Wikipedia, then, or indeed any source for heights and ages, you've got to be careful. I remember Faith Brown, the impressionist who was big in the 70s and 80s in various ways. Yes, she did, and she was my mother's friend when they were girls about town in Liverpool, 16, 17, in the 50s, and she was described as being, I think she was 15 years younger than mother on my mother on some article or other that was being read. I'm not saying that she was falsifying her age, but it goes to show that these things cannot always be trusted.
Well, we've got a delay.
To
The
Wikipedia is...
Sorry, Bessie, go.
Yeah. He's only 2 centimetres smaller than Ollie Pope. There you go.
Well, Ollie Pope doesn't look very big either, I suppose. It's because of he's got very short legs. It makes him look shorter than he is. The reason that we're riffing on height is because Naseem Shah has jarred his finger. And one of the problems for a night watch, when you stay out there long enough, this sort of thing is likely to happen. It's not what you want. I don't know. Is that his bowling hand? Sure.
I remember in the Oval Test where Multan Multan took 15 wickets, I think, and won the match for Sri Lanka in, I think, 1999. And I don't know who was on 98. I think it might have been Fred Truman who was on commentary, who said, "Your bowler is stumps or your bowler is hands." And very much an old fast bowler's tactic, that.
Indeed. In comes Cars for finally the last ball of the over. Ooh. Naseem Shah did not look very sure about that. He manages to keep it out, though. It sort of bounces to Jarrett, who sees the funny side at second slip. 100 overs have passed, and Pakistan at 366 for 4. Messi.
Kieran Roseblade says, morning all. You've evoked some memories for Brian Barish. He says, funny, Gary, the last time I ate a lot of Korean noodles, I spent most of that night tooting as well.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Very good.
I'm very much hoping nobody took up my suggestion of backing England at 5-1 this morning, because they're now 8-1.
Right. Well, 8-1. I mean, I can't really see it, but you never know.
Well, the game is stalled, so it surprised me the odds have moved at all, because I don't think... I mean, obviously Pakistan have had the better of the first hour because they haven't lost a wicket, but, I mean, not much is happening.
Bashir back in, and that's deflected away by Shakil, or Saud, as he's there on the score sheet, under the which he prefers, and they just pick up a single. Naseem back on strike. Quick shout out to my friend Mark Sampieri, Sampers, the leading bookmaker, independent bookmaker in Melbourne, who says he's going to be listening into this session. So, welcome, Sampers. In comes Bashir again. Gets a bit of turn there and played off the back foot, but it was too short to trouble the batsman. It's just a little bit of turn, but it was mostly the revs which did it rather than the pitch, you would say.
Well, we expect inside information from you from now on forth.
I will ask him if he's got any. Comes down the pitch, It's block or hit, and he's hit out, but it's not a boundary on this occasion. The sweeper on the leg side does the honours. They'll just come through for a single.
So-
Saud.
So your friend's Melbourne independent bookmaker, is the Melbourne Cup the equivalent of kind of an Advocar salesman's Christmas Eve, where kind of all the money is taken in one day?
Well, I'll ask him to comment on that, but yes, the Melbourne Cup is the big day of the calendar, I would think. Not a betting man.
I
Dot
doubt
ball
that.
by Saud.
There's a lot of money changes hands in Melbourne on the whole spring carnival, which goes for most of the year, as far as I can work out.
I think we're the number one gambling epicenter in the world because of all the pokies in Melbourne. Another big forward defensive by Saud.
So the Bris Vegas kind of moniker would be better Mel Vegas.
Yeah, well, yeah. I've had a note from him. Sampers says the whole Cup week is like Christmas, so he confirms that. In comes Bashir again, round the wicket, down the wicket comes Saud, but just checks his shot at the last minute, seeing it's not there to be lofted, and plays it along the ground to mid-off. That's the end of the over. Pakistan 368 for 4.
Well, we're very quiet on YouTube at the moment, but it's a good time to remind people that the GPL will close in 50 minutes' time, and it is currently at £189. It will be more than that by the time I put in a few more entries. Hopefully we'll be over £200, which is a pretty decent prize to win for just picking how many runs there'll be in the day.
But we'd be losing the pleasure of 189. Viv Richards scored 1984 at Old Trafford.
Well,
Yeah.
you're going to lose it very shortly because I'm going to put some entries in very soon.
I think to remember Michael Holding was at the other end. Got
He
about
was.
12.
Yeah.
He
I
was
watched
scoring
it.
100.
I watched it live in a student house. It was just incredible.
I was watching it in Devon at my mother's Honiton when I was living in Honiton very briefly. That's just deflected down to third man
We
and for a single.
back late
It's a
'90s. I was going to say late '90s. We took what was then only one child to Honiton and made the mistake of taking our bikes with us. So Jesper was on the child seat on the back of the bike. Well, nobody told me that Devon was a bit like the Alps when it comes to up and down.
Right, maybe
Oh,
not quite
dear.
the last, but it is hilly. There's
It
a
felt like it.
nice little hill called Dumdon at the back of Honiton. It's a very lovely ground in Devon. It's the Sidmouth ground.
Well,
on
that's
the
where
front.
that's where we were riding the bikes to Sidmouth, at the famous cliffs and cream teas and all of that.
But that ground in Sidmouth is one of my all-time favourite cricket grounds. It's beautifully set. And that's played down by Saud Shakil on the offside. There's no one there, and they'll come through for a couple, which they saunter through. Saud moves up to 57.
I was in my mid-30s and I'd read a piece that was extolling the virtues of Sidmouth, so I said, well, let's go there. And it was not a bad decision. It was a lovely place to go. But the place I read the profile in was the Oldie, which really I shouldn't have been reading in my mid-30s, but I enjoyed the writers there. Richard Ingrams wrote there after he'd left Private Eye, so it's all good fun.
Yeah. Very good. Bryden Carlson again for his third ball via over, bowling to Saud. Shakil, if you prefer. And he pulls it straight into the midriff of, presumably not on the full, of Ben Duckett, who limps to pick it up. There was a Lord Sidmouth who was Prime Minister, I believe, wasn't there?
Well, there's
In the
quite a few lords weren't they, back in the
well, there was a Lord
days of
Melbourne, of course.
Wigs,
in
yes.
the 80s.
Is Melbourne named for him, as the Americans say, named after him, as we say?
It was indeed named after him, yes.
And
It should more correctly be called Naarm these days, of course.
Yes,
That's how we've begun calling it, rather like Uluru transition from Ayers Rock.
Well, rather disappointing it's not named after Dame Nellie. So, you know.
Yeah, well, it isn't.
It's a peach Melba that's named
Queen
after her.
Victoria's first Prime Minister. They had a rather suspicious relationship, the two of them. She was only 17 when she became Queen. That's played to square leg directly. No run from Saud Shakil. He remains
Indeed.
on 57.
Would you step into the Privy Council for a moment?
There still is a Privy Council. I
Of
never
course there
quite
is.
sure what it does.
It's only
What does
relatively recently where they passed a top hat around in the House of Commons to catch the Speaker's eye in order to put a question, an emergency question or something. All kinds of silly traditions exist in the non-existent UK Constitution.
And yet somehow it sort of works. Bryden Carr's round the wicket and he pushes that one down the leg side, left well alone by Saud Shakir.
It was stress tested to the point of breaking by the shyster Johnson, I think. And,
It was, yeah, but it survived in the same way that. Well, it did, didn't it? We're back to normal now.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're back to normal. And I went from being, pragmatist of, let's not have a constitution now to thinking we really ought to, because when the next Johnson comes along, we can't let them get away with it again. And of course, the UK, it was Brits that wrote half the constitutions of the world, so we should be able to write one for ourselves.
Indeed so. Bryden Carr's round the wicket, and he's a bit of putting it halfway down the wicket and peppering Saud around the ribs. But he can't do that all day. It's going to get very hot later. Dot ball anyway at the end of the 102nd over, 3-7-1 for 4 Pakistan.
Michael Bedford makes a very reasonable point. He says losing your money at 5-1 is very adjacent to losing it at 9-1. It's very true. I do like the fact that all gambling ads in Australia now carry a piece afterwards saying you will probably lose, which I think is a very good way of putting it. Leah says, I'm still disappointed that there is no place called Venomous Wonderland in Australia. Well, this whole country.
Yes.
And Stephen Kelk says, I love Test cricket, but bored now.
Yeah,
It is very dull. They've only scored, 43 runs in 75 minutes, which is so much slower than
we have a jingle! A jingle!
Here it comes.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach.
Is this one of those singer-songwriters? The original?
Jack Leach.
I don't know who is the original in this.
Jack Leach.
Is it Chris Rea or somebody like that?
Not really my sphere of competence, the Chris Rea
No, mine neither.
musical map, I must admit. Someone will know out there. In comes Jack Leach, round the wickets to the right-hander.
Although I have to say that I thought your musical map would rival Mercator for its comprehensive projection across the entire planet, so I'm a little surprised.
I got a little bit of ribbing from my musical group for confessing that I rather like Maggie May by Rod Stewart a couple of days ago. What's wrong with that? It's a good song. In comes Jack Leach. I don't mind early Rod, and that's cut by Nazim.
When he
not
was
with any confidence.
When he was Rod the Mod, yeah. I tend to agree before he became a kind of parody of himself now.
David Brooke has written in of this parish to say yes, Chris Rea. It's Rea, isn't it? And that's defended by for a dot ball.
David missed out on something. I've never heard him do a stint in commentary where he didn't mention his friends at Palmer's Cricket Club, so I should do that for him.
Leach in again. Down the wicket comes Nazim. Block or 6? It's 6.
It is 6. It is 6. It's one of the. Oh dear, it's one of these.
With the super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, super shatter.
Rather like a tail ender, I had my eyes up admiring the shot when I should have been doing something.
Value of a good tail ender. That's a 50 partnership. And it involves the tail ender. That might tell you something about the pitch, and it will also tell you something about England's bowling efforts here. And that's defended by Nazim for a dot ball. It's fair to say that had England batted first, maybe the score would have been similar, but they didn't, so we'll never know. And they'll have the opportunity to bat on this surface before too long. Ben Duckett comes in on the offside for a change. Short in. He's under the nose of Nazim, who defends it. You can see that he's not a top-line batsman because occasionally he plays the shots rather nervously, but he's still there. 3-7-7 for 4 Pakistan at the end of the 103rd over.
So Leah says, isn't England, isn't UK technically the last theocracy in Europe? What with the King technically being the head of the Church of England? Actually,
No.
how does the Church? No, how does the Church of
The
England?
theocracy
fit
is
in
when
in
Zeus-
Scotland.
Surely that's when Zeus or Jupiter or an Ayatollah at least is in charge, not when there's a common or garden king in charge. You can't call that a theocracy.
I think that the Vatican City may be a little ahead of us on that as well.
Yes.
Yeah. Pokey Bumfinger says Queen Victoria still gets sluts shamed. If I had an empire, I'd probably sleep around too. And Leah says it's Chris Rea's On the Beach.
On the beach, righto. Bryden Cars is continuing with some short pitch leg theory, which he won't be able to continue for too much longer in this seat, you would have thought. And it's not really working so far.
Well, if we're slut shaming Queen Victoria, let's short shame. Would that be something? Ben Duckett, because when he's in close under the lid, he always looks to me to have a bit of the mien of a garden gnome. He just needs a fishing rod and a little ceramic mushroom to sit on, and I think he'd be very much at home there.
Of course, if you think Ben Duckett's short, I think Queen Victoria was 4'10".
Not uncommon in those days.
Well, 4'10", that's quite small. And that is played to mid-on. A rather awkward shot by Soward, but no run. Atkinson does the fielding.
I think both my both my grandmothers were under 5 foot tall, which again, working class Liverpool and born at the start of the 20th century, that would not be uncommon.
Yes.
Which sort of 3 generations on, my son is 6'4", so it's amazing how the protein works, as the Australian women's team very much show being half a head taller than any of the England team, or so it seemed to me.
In comes Cars again, more leg side theory. It's deflected off his legs down to long leg without any difficulty at all by Saud. I do believe that the shortest queen consort was William the Conqueror's wife Matilda, who I think was also under 5 foot, but there's no doubt people under there who can right on that.
I'll make mention again of the Victoria and Albert Museum, where I've been frequenting the next a bit in the last few weeks, and in the costume section, the costumes are just tiny, and some of them relatively recently, like Fred Astaire's costume for Top Hat, I think, is in there, and Fred Astaire must have been 5'8", if that. And there are plenty of other costumes. You just think, how could they even see them on stage if they're this small?
Cars in again over the wicket to Nazim, who defends a little inelegantly, but does the job. Yeah, when I arrived, and I was, I don't know what, about 5'9", maybe 5'10" on a good day. And when I arrived in Australia, I'd constantly be standing up at the end of meetings, and everyone was a foot taller than me. It's quite a different land.
So when I go with my sons to Sweden or Norway, all of a sudden they look kind of normal height in amongst the Scandies,
On the other hand, go to Japan if you want to feel like a tall person. That's defended by Nazim to mid-off. Dot ball. You certainly will be able to see your friend if you arrange to meet them in Japan from a distance. That shouldn't be a problem if you're a Westerner. However, they have got a much healthier diet than us, of course.
Well, you take the fat out. It's the fat that tastes so good and the fat that kills us, I think.
Well, it's the sugar mostly, isn't it?
Oh, the sugar ain't good either. It's all the carbon rings, isn't it? Those carbohydrates, those delicious evolutionary demand for carbohydrates, like we're all going to die next week in a cave, so we've got to max out the carbohydrates to survive a hurricane on its way through the Caribbean at the moment, and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly so. Meanwhile, that's a no ball back in the cricket, so we've still got a couple of balls to go. I'll come back to Messi in a moment. Round the wicket to the right-hander, Nazim, just by way of variation, and it's defended by Nazim, who's looking rather tired out there. Yes, Messi?
The GPL has now advanced to 192, which is actually what Stephen Smith made for Australia against India in the Boxing Day Test of 2014. If you want a cricket reference.
Well, that's nice. It's of no interest to the English listener, of course. Well, it is of some interest. It's cricket. stuff. Sampers, you ought to get on the GPL. That's very much your cup of tea.
I have some breaking news at the end of this over.
Okay. Last ball. And that is a bouncer that barely gets bail high, but it's ducked under by Nazim, and at the end of the 104th over, Pakistan 379 for 4. Yes, breaking news, Gary.
Yeah, and I'm in love. Oh, I'm in love. I'm in love.
Right, what's the news?
Well, that was the news that we're in the boring middle overs of a test match.
Okay. Does that go? Well, I suppose it was news of a type, yes. Now, have you got anything you want to tell us, Messi, while we're just quickly?
Yes. Leah says Tom Cruise had to use a step to stand on to bring him up to Kurt Russell's eye level in Vanilla Sky. Stephen Kelk says apocalyptic musings from Gary. Sad, nah. And Hattie the... Oh, wait.
Oh, it still looks like there's a ball to go because there were 2 no balls, and that's played off his hips by Nazim. He moves into the second quartile. He moves up to 26, I think, or does he? Yeah, I think he does. So now at the end of the over, Pakistan 380 for 4. Messi.
Hattie the Baddie says, while entering the GPL in a rather dazed state, I managed to click on the start button for becoming a driving instructor instead of playing the competition. Well, I am the mad old bat. Well, it may be one of these sliding doors moments, Hattie, where all of a sudden you discover a totally new career.
Yeah, it doesn't augur well for being able to have the discipline to do mirror signal manoeuvre or whatever, does it? So.
That took some doing. Well done.
No, I do enjoy that. I think that's
there are worse buttons to click on, I'll tell you that.
Thing.
There are worse buttons to click on, yes, that's right. I hope being chased around the internet after an innocent inquiry, really. Sometimes, I understand that my phone is listening to me, and it suddenly, if I even have a conversation with someone, it serves up all sorts of... I swear, the other day I was just thinking of something.
Yeah, I've had that.
And it suddenly started serving me stuff. Come on. Something.
It's weird, isn't it? I've just noticed at the bottom of my Zoom screen there's a thing that says AI companion. Is this for really sad people who've got nobody to talk to on Zoom? So it sends you someone AI to talk to you?
I wouldn't click on it if it's so, I promise you that.
Back with the cricket, it's Jack Leach bowling to Nazim, who plonks his foot down the wicket and defends stoutly enough.
I actually wondered if we could try, I don't know whether the apps are up to it, but whether we could try, and I'll come back to it. This would have been an ideal session for it, actually.
Jack Leach, and again down the wicket comes Nazim, gets all of that. I think it's sailing into the Multan sky.
Wow.
Look at the Multan ropes for another one of these.
2, 4, 6.
Yeah, I was wondering whether we should try a session. We don't tell the listeners, but we try a session by just feeding whatever goes through an AI bot and just broadcasting what the AI bot says. And that was Saud Shakil, single through the offside.
Actually, it's a little bit better than that,
Is
but
it?
it's still obviously not you. It's not going to be long though before it's almost indistinguishable.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure there are some reports written by AI.
Plenty.
Feed in the scorecard and out it comes. Yeah.
This is comfortably Nasim's highest test score. His previous highest was 15 not out. Sorry, it was 18, I beg your pardon.
He's almost doubled it. He's on 32. Well, this is a perfect pitch to do it, and against, as was described, I think, by Bear yesterday, a callow English bowling attack.
Yeah, there's a very good piece I can recommend by Andy Bull in The Guardian about England's attack.
Yes, I think I read that this morning. It was quite funny, wasn't it? Talking about all the great bowlers England have at their disposal, none of whom are they playing at the moment. Anderson, Rashid, Archer, Wood.
He could be writing about the traditional inside of a telephone box or whatever and make it interesting.
That's another big forward defensive from Nazim. Do you know Andy personally? Gary?
I've spoken to him many times. We enjoy
good
each other's
guy.
conversation. Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's not one of the more demonstrative journos that you meet. Quite softly spoken, but very, very good writer and decent bloke.
Very good writer, yes. Jack Leach in again, and that's clipped off his ankles, and it's misfielded at short mid-wicket, and I'll come through for a single. And Nazim will... he's going to get a nosebleed soon. He's moved into 33.
If you dig out the archive, in the 2008 Beijing Olympics, he had something of a roving brief, and his kind of diary pieces of eating somewhat esoteric food in the back streets of Beijing are particularly good, but there's loads and loads of good stuff there.
Very good, very good. Yes, he's always a joy to read. There's some very good writers on The Guardian. I know not everybody on Guerrilla Cricket agrees on who they are, but I think we're probably going to all agree on Andy Bolt.
I think we're due a change, are we, at the end of this?
Yes, we are. So this will be our last ball as a trio. I haven't got the schedule in front of me.
Well,
Messi.
it's
What's the
David, yourself on social, and the Bear on summarising.
So
Gotcha.
we're up to date on socials, Forthy.
Thank you very much, Messi. This is the last ball. There's a lot of discussion going on about this one ball. I'm not quite sure. There's a complete change of strategy. Jack's going to come over the wicket, I think, to Saud. There's a man gone back, Bashir on the ropes. Will it be a bluff? Will it be a double bluff? Which really doesn't count as a... It's very hard to know whether it was a double bluff or just the normal ball if you do that, of course.
I have actually told a lie. There's a tweet from Peter Ward, which I'll read out shortly.
Okay.
Leg slip.
Finally, we're going to get
No slip.
one ball. The leg slip has been completely redundant all game. But there we are. He's in there. And of course, it's bowled very wide of the off stump. After all that, defended by Saud. The end of the 100. What a waste of time. The end of 105th over, Pakistan 3884. And
I'll be back.
Peter Ward says, "Come for the cricket. Stay for duck. It is a hobbit."
6.
Come for the cricket. Stay for duck. It is a hobbit. Faith Brown chat and Benny Hill illusions. The Gorillas know their demographic. Indeed, we do, Peter. Thank you.
4. 6.
Don't know what happened there.
I think I'm going to jump in and on ball by ball.
You
here.
are indeed.
There's on social, and Forthy takes the summarisers chair. Forthy, are you a history scholar? That knowledge of English kings and queens is extraordinary.
Well, I was interested in history at school. I listened to The Rest is History, the podcast, fairly faithfully, which I don't know if you know that podcast. It really is excellent.
Oh, I'll have to listen to that.
Dominic Sambrook from Holland. Very good.
Oh, okay, right. I know there's a whole series of those. Cast bowls, and that's another short one into the ribs of Nassim Shah, who's on 33. Yeah, there's a whole series of The Rest is...
Rest is entertainment. Rest is football. There's at least 4 or 5 of them. Yeah. So just to clarify, am I on socials or summarising?
Socials.
Oh,
socials.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. I shall
move. A
move
variation there from Cass, who gives that one a slower ball and much fuller, and Nassim just jabs down on it. Yeah, so I got that the wrong way around there.
No problem.
Yeah, so Nassim Shah's passed his previous best of 18. He's on 33, I should say. Unknown territory for him, and very frustrating for England, as Pakistan have moved on to 388 for 4. I just felt this morning, if they managed to get rid of Nassim, then there's always a collapse around the corner with Pakistan, but they haven't shown that.
They've got a couple of decent batters left. Well, Salman Agha's okay, but they've certainly got Rizwan in the hutch, haven't they?
Cast bowling, continuing with this short stuff, but he's spraying it around, isn't he? And a lot of balls down the leg side and wide of the off stump this morning.
Yeah.
So he's taken over the enforcer role from Stuart Broad, but not with the same accuracy.
Aye. I should say the GPL is about £193 currently. You've got until lunch, so you've got another 26 minutes to get in. Guesstimate the correct amount of runs scored in the day, and you can win that pot. Don't you? Trials it rolls over till tomorrow.
Oh, that's gone into. Is that straight into? Or has it gone into leg slips? Hands?
Yes,
it has. That's the end of Nassim Shah. For once, the plan has worked. He got that one right on leg stump cast. It was turned around the corner and leg slip. Julia Blythe went straight down the bread basket. That's the end of Nassim Shah. He's out for 33. Some relief for England. Pakistan 388 for 5.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Finally, they got the strategy right, didn't they? It was actually right on the money, the ball. Can't blame the batsman for playing that shot. That's what you do when it's in at your pads, isn't it? But the man was there for it. It was Harry Brook, wasn't it? Yeah, it was Harry Brook. Snaffled it quite comfortably. Done well though, 33 off 81, and moved the score on by 60 runs, that partnership?
Yeah, and certainly blunted the England attack. So good innings from Nassim, and that's of course Bryden Cast's first Test wicket. We had we thought he'd taken the first Test wicket in the first hour yesterday, but it was against
Shah Massoud, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was against Shah Massoud, and it was overturned. The decision originally given out was overturned, so he was denied. But on the second day, he takes his first wicket, and well done, Bryden Cast.
Absolutely. Presumably, that brings out this man.
Everyone knows he's not hit a pole, 'cause he can hit the ball really quite far. If the bowling's subpar, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Mohammed Rizwan.
We're expecting Mohammed Rizwan, and we've got Mohammed Rizwan. Decent Test career, just short of 2,000 runs, the best of 171 not out, averaging in the 40s, 44.4, and useful player to have coming in at effectively number 7, obviously carded to bat 6, with the night watchman and everyone shuffling down the pace. At the other end, Saud Shakil's looked pretty secure this morning, so I wonder how Rizwan will go about this. Cast first wicket, 1 for 64 in his 19th over, so he's had to wait quite a while for that first Test breakthrough, but that'll give him a bit of confidence. How do you think Cast has bowled 4-2?
Well, look, he's been given a absolutely thankless task, hasn't he? Who wants to bowl on this strip into the wicket? I mean, how's he going to pull up in the second and third sessions? I don't know, but he's he's bowled manfully, I suppose, but not with any. He's not Broader Anderson, but nor would we expect him to be at this stage of his Test career.
No, indeed.
Well, this match will hang on how England bowl. Well, I mean, bat, won't it? I mean, how quickly they bat, if they bat, and get close to Pakistan. Maybe they will collapse. It'll be first time scoreboard pressure of 500 for quite a while, I'd have thought, for England, but the pitch looks flat as a pancake.
So the short leg in for Rizwan, as well as a leg slip, so this is going to be round the wicket into his ribs. It certainly is. It's short, and Rizwan just chops down on it at the last moment, and there's no run. Fourth is changed position. The book line study has been replaced by. What time is it? With you?
Yeah, no, I was hoping. For some reason, I can't get hold of YouTube at the moment. I was hoping a change of place in the house might do it, but it hasn't yet. But carry on. I'll go back to the books.
Yeah, Bear. I should have asked you about Bryden Cast. What have you thought of him?
Not too bad. I mean, he's generated pretty decent pace, to be fair. He's certainly not given up on that.
That one is again round the wicket, and it's accurate, and Rizwan just plays that defensively. So that's the end of that over. The final reward for Cast, 1 for 64 from his 19. Pakistan 388 for 5, and it is indeed fourthly on the socials, perhaps without YouTube.
I can do YouTube if you want.
Getting silent treatment from me.
Who's getting the silent treatment from who? What was that? That's our podcast. David Smout says, morning everybody. Stephen Kirk says, well done on your first Test wicket, Mr. Cass. Michael Bedford says, has, like in football, ever ball been thrown on the pitch and mistaken for the match ball? Don't think so. And
Pokey likes you moving around. He says you're a roving reporter.
Yeah, sorry, I just can't get YouTube at the moment, so my apologies. Thank you for stepping in there, Bear.
That's fine. That's fine. There is nothing else. Blue Sky has nothing. Let's have a look at Twitter. Oh, just Twitter saying. I see Paris Bob was in touch with us yesterday. I haven't heard from him for a while. We
So it's
have.
Jack Leach to continue. He's got that 1 wicket to Corton Bowl, getting rid of Shyam Super in the last session yesterday. Gives this one some air, and it's played defensively by Saud. If I sounded surprised there, it's because he generally has been tending to fire it in this match, Leachy. But he's certainly got some accuracy. It's been reasonably difficult to score if he bowls that one again. Oh, that was given a bit more air, and there was a drive. Was that a bump ball, or was it almost a potential catch?
Sorry, I was looking at the social media.
Right. But he sort of jabbed down on it, and I'm not sure. I couldn't hear any U's and R's.
There didn't seem to be any excitement.
Yeah, I think that was into the ground. There was a chance of an improbable return catch if it wasn't. Leach with number 77 on his back. He's bowling now accurately to Saud, who's been very solid this morning. Hasn't really shown us glimpses of his attacking stroke play that we saw yesterday. And he's set to try and bat this session out. This is the last session before lunch. And Leach bowls, and again, he's not tempting anything there, just uses the spin, a tiny bit of spin.
Not really, is there really? I mean, there's a tiny bit. Be interested. Who have they got? They've got the leggy, haven't they? I can't remember his name now.
Abra,
that's right.
We've got 7 wickets against England.
Yeah, but we haven't seen anything of him, have we?
That's drilled back to Leach. I mean, this time they'll have the video analysts on it. They'll be sure. They'll have worked out his variations, I guess. He hasn't played that many Test matches.
Well, no, I mean, his debut was against us, wasn't it? I know 11 wickets were on debut.
Sweep by Saud. That's going to go all the way, I think. It's going to beat Bashir down there. Down to deep square leg for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Saud moves on to 62. Controlled aggression, that one. Wasn't an aggressive shot, but it was he turned it into Duckett style.
It's not a great line, is it, around the wicket to a left-hander with the ball's not really turning. I mean, the best you can do is angle it in at sort of middle and leg, which gives you the leg side feel because you're coming from that angle. So if you
That's
get
the end of the
there.
over. 3-9. Sorry, Beth. 3-9-2-5.
Yeah. Chief Wardo says, seems more like a leg side hypothesis than a theory at this point. Fingers crossed theory, says Pokey. West Aussie lead says, right, I know we're on a different wickets and England has fast bowling injuries, as always, and has had some retirements, but even this far out, he can't see us taking 10 Aussie wickets, let alone 20. As I said yesterday, I think we just take every fucking fast bowler we've got in an expanded squad and perm them as and when they're not injured as the best players you can get on a pitch.
To do with managing your expectations in life. I don't know why we always think we're going to win in Australia. We've won once in the last 30 or 40 years. We just got to go and enjoy ourselves and get what we can out of it.
Yeah, the thing is, we usually look really fucking hapless, don't we? And when Australia come here, they don't generally look hapless. You know, Australia come here and get, well, the last 2 series have been drawn. But we go to Australia and lose 4-1, 4-0, 5-1, 5-0. You know, it's like we always get battered over there.
I mean, there's no real spear. I think you're making the point there. There's no real spearheads in the England attack.
No,
well, there isn't out there at the moment. There could be with Wooden Archer, but we'll have to wait and see if they're fit in a year's time.
Atkinson replacing Cast, and their first ball is a decent one and just bounces a bit more than was expected. So can Atkinson, I mean, if there is a spearhead, I mean, he's had a terrific summer, so I guess you'd say that Atkinson is the number one name on the
currently, yeah. I mean, it will be interesting. I mean, he did have 2 slightly weaker teams you'd say to bowl against in pretty favourable conditions that he's used to.
I think generally he kept his pace up pretty well throughout the summer. He's not quick, but faster than your average. I think he'd enjoy Australia.
That one down the leg side. Yeah, he can make things happen. He's a bustling bowler, and things do. You expect things to happen when he's bowling, and who can forget that century he scored?
Well, yeah, I mean, exactly that. I mean, I wait to see. I mean, a man playing his Test debut at home against slightly weaker opposition, you'd say, was he did better than expected, which is good. But it will be his test to go away.
Atkinson, that one's way down the leg side, having talked up his accuracy. That one way down the leg side, because he's got the leg slip in, so there might be the occasional ball down there. Little graphic came up there on the screen about Pakistan's winless streak, which is at home. So last six matches at home they've lost since March 22, drawn 4. So a winless streak of 10 home matches.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? We'd just like Pakistan to bounce back in style. I think a lot of those matches they haven't had Shaheen Shah Afridi and Nazim Shah, and I think they're both back in this match, which will make a difference.
That was a decent one from Atkinson. That came back in. Yeah, I think it will make a difference, yeah. And obviously some of those home matches presumably were... So when did they start playing Pakistan again? Would it have been in 22? Because they had such a long period in UAE.
Well, they lost, didn't they? They had 3 tests against... 3 of those tests were against Australia, weren't they? And they lost the last one, didn't they? They lost that series 1-0. They lost 3-0 to us.
Just lost to Bangladesh.
2-0 to Bangladesh, yeah.
That's played out into the offside by Rizvan. He's still yet to score, just on 7 balls. I'm sure that won't be concerning him too much at this stage. But yeah, it was difficult for Pakistan because they had that long spell playing in UAE. And of course, endless rotation with the chairman of the board. And
well, that's their biggest problem.
Yeah,
inconsistency. In typical Southeast Asian style, government gets too much involvement in cricket. And it's all favours and mates, and it doesn't really hold up.
Atkinson again probing, and Rizvan solidly forward, so he hasn't given Rizvan anything to hit as yet. End of the over, 3-9-2-5 Pakistan.
Well, in good news, I've managed to get my YouTube feed up. However, there's not really anything to read out now. I'm there. I think Pokey Bumfinger says fingers crossed theory. As a response to Chief Wardo's, it's a leg side hypothesis rather than a theory. I mean, there is a difference between a hypothesis and a theory, isn't there? Which is, it's not a hypothesis of gravity, it's a theory of gravity. And so many things which are described as theories are really just hypotheses. And O. Harris says, hello, Forthy. Hello, O. Harris. Very nice to hear from you.
Not expecting any comeback on that scientific stuff, are you? Thought Forthy, not from me anyway.
There was a little bit of a silence, yes. That's fine, yeah. Maybe we'll get back onto the Queens of England and their height at some point.
They're all short.
Well, I've been amazed at your knowledge. The knowledge of history shown by the Gorilla team this morning has been very impressive.
Well, you have to be on your toes when you're with Gary. You never know what's going to come at you.
So spending his time, he said, going around the Natural History Museum.
Mm-hmm.
Gary's always everywhere, though, isn't he? I mean, he goes to he's very active, is our Gary.
Yes.
Always doing his theatre and constantly seeing shit. I'm too fucking lazy to do any of this stuff. Can't be arsed.
Yeah. And finds time to write an excellent column on county cricket.
Yeah.
Online.
Good on him.
That's very
yeah, good on him. Leg slip in place for Leach. He's bowling to the left-handed South Sheffield. That's wristily turned off his hips, and that's going to go down for a single. So set his sights on playing through this session, no doubt. He's on 62, and Rizvan come on strike now to Leach. Yeah, the run rate's dropped off. Bit of belligerence from Shah, wasn't there? He hit a couple of sixes, but otherwise we haven't seen many shots from Sal this morning. He's like
no, I mean, considering what they were scoring at some point, they started off at around. I mean, they were below 4 and over now, and yesterday they were going at nearly 6 when Shah was batting with. Who was he batting with? Who was the other opener? Who was still there?
Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah, Abdullah Shafiq, and they both got tons. You know, they were going like a train, which I imagine what England will try and do.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
Oh, they will. Yeah.
Leach, they're giving that some air solidly forward. Rizvan, there's a silly mid off. Who's that silly mid off? Not quite see. Get the other glasses on. And Joe Root at slip. Short leg's been taken out. Stuck it there. That's forward defensive. Yeah.
Well, while we're height shaming, Shaquille can't be that tall, can he? Let's have a quick look.
No. He looks pretty short.
Pretty common.
Rizwan's not that tall either, really.
Leach again to Rizvan. Rizvan, that was a bit more a firm shot. Leach is able to half stop it off his own bowling.
I mean, when 1.68 meters, Shakir. Well, that doesn't really mean anything to me.
1.8.
1.68.
Is that your hypothesis?
That's about my height. That's about 5'8".
Down the wicket he comes, and this is drilled straight into the hands of Chris Wokes at mid-off. First attacking shot from Rizwan, and he's out.
Sweet.
Drills it straight down to mid-off, and Wokes takes the catch. So Rizwan goes for a duck. This could be the collapse that we were waiting for.
Well, I mean, I'm going to wait. I mean, Paul Kay says, do the Pakistanis purposely give dead pitches to bore you to death? Dull as ditch water, for fuck's sake. It's Pakistan. I mean, this is generally how the wickets are. They do tend to break up, but as I was saying earlier, I think the spin as you get in Pakistan, it does turn towards later in the game. It turns quite sharply, but it's quite consistent, unlike India. I don't know why there's such a difference. I presume it's similar earth and stuff, but Pakistanis like really flat dead wickets.
I mean, we've talked down and sort of talked about it being a bit dull and all those things. That is true, but were England to run through the last 4 wickets quite rapidly, we'd still very much have a game on our hands here.
Well, this is that's where I was getting to. This is only before lunch on day 2, and England's approach last time was to score runs as quick as possible, knowing that it was going to be long and arduous to take 20 wickets. I don't think England's approach will be any different, and a very similar top order. The only person missing from it is Stokes, who should be hopefully back for the second test. And actually, looking at the tail from last time, it's probably a little bit stronger, I thought.
Yeah.
So
Atkinson, very decent, actually.
Yeah, Cars can bat, Wokes can bat. So, I mean, you've got kind of 3 number 8s at 7, 8, 9.
Coming in at number 8, Salman Aga for Pakistan, 14 tests, high score of 132 not out, averaging 42.
Yeah, well,
he's the all-rounder.
He's got a jingle that goes like this.
Wouldn't it be nice if Aga Salman could be given just a game
off you go.
Forward defensive to his first ball. And so Jack Leach celebrates his second wicket, 2 for 79 off 25, Pakistan 3-9, 3 for 6. What a miss out from Mohammed Rizvan.
Indeed. Stephen Kelk says Pakistan doomed, and a Mr. D. Handjob says not just Pakistan doomed, cricket itself is doomed, and all caps for that last comment, a la Donald J. Trump.
Wow,
and that's
fuck
it on
Trumpy.
YouTube.
They're going all out fucking madness over there. I was just reading Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying that they can control the weather and that's why they had a hurricane. I mean, for fuck's sake, these people are insane, man.
I mean, Rizvan there, I mean, he'd be really cursing himself because...
she was very keen on the idea that...
Go on, 40? Or have you frozen on me?
40 is frozen.
Oh, sorry, I just lost everything. Sorry, no, I'm back. No, Marjorie Taylor Greene is very keen on lasers controlling things from outer space. She was very keen on there was some Jewish lasers over California for creating fires at one point. I introduced this as a humorous point, and I was told off by my son over dinner because he said my girlfriend at the time said his girlfriend said she didn't know what to make of it when I started talking about lasers from space. So I got told off for introducing that anecdote.
Well, you should read the news. Your son's girlfriend.
Atkinson's first ball is down the leg side to Sound, and he doesn't have to make any contact with that. So 3-9-3 for sixth, with the 2 wickets falling. Night Watchman Shah, and then Rizvan falling to Leach, and that's played out by Sound. So yeah, Rizvan, that was he was looking very watchful, then came down the wicket, first attacking shot straight down the throat of Wokes and off, got there a bit too early, and could have taken his time, maybe chosen his first attacking shot more carefully. But it's brought in Salman Agar, but he's at the non-striker's end at the moment, because England have still got to get past the obstacle of Saud Shakil, who's looked pretty solid, and no doubt he's going to be looking towards lunch now, especially when the ball goes down the leg side like that one from Atkinson. No need to get anything behind that. Lunch in about 5 minutes' time. What have we got to look forward to at lunchtime? Bear, any entertainment lined up for listeners?
Well, we'll finish off the podcast that we did with Atif, which was very much a lot of fun.
Oh yes, Atif from Nawaz joining the Bishop and the Bear. You're looking ahead. Well, you were covering all sorts of things, weren't you, in that? Bear?
Yeah, but we were looking ahead. I'll wind it back so it finishes off during the lunch period.
Atkinson, that's accurate. That's right in at the stumps, and South not taking any chances. I'd be surprised if he attempts anything much more this side of lunch and interval. Might get a couple of overs in.
Should get one more in.
Yeah, can England move out another wicket, which would even things up on this session, having very much Pakistan's session until about 5 minutes ago. 2 wickets to fall. And Rizvan, who they'd have been concerned about because he could score his runs really quickly, back in the hutch. Atkinson into too wide, down the leg side. That's the second one in this over. I don't know what he's attempting to do there. Spearing a Yorker, is he? What's he trying to do?
No, just bowl shite down the leg side. So Jack Leach has shown up Shoaib Bashir, hasn't he, a little bit during this test, do you think?
I think so, yeah. Got the accuracy and the experience. That's what I was trying to get at before. You want a spinner who's taken wickets in first-class cricket. You really do. I'm not in favour of throwing spinners in who don't have that experience behind them.
Well, I think Leach should still probably be first choice. It's just his medical conditions and his injury record, isn't it? That's kind of...
Again, down the low, I don't see what Atkinson's trying to do. I know there's a field of about four catches on the leg side, but I mean, Saudi's not going to be tempted at all. So 3 balls down the leg side, finishing that over from Atkinson.
Over to you, Filthy.
Seems a waste of time. Yes, Stephen Kelk, who I think we might have just been, unfortunately, says, I have to go to make the busman happy for 8 hours, sadly. Catch you all later. Always great to hear from the very clever Stephen Kelk, who says those theorems won't prove themselves yet. And Mr. D. Handjob says, if the Democrats in the US are smart enough to fuck with the weather, then they seem like the best lot to have in charge. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, isn't it? Thanks, Mr. D. Handjob of Ormond.
Well,
new over from Leach, and Duckett very close in there for the new man Salman Agar, coming in number 8. He's usually be at 7. The all-rounder for Pakistan. 2 wickets to fall. We've had Nasim Shah caught Brook bowled cast down the leg side, leg slip for 33, and then Rizvan caught Wilkes bowled Leach for no score. Well, Agar almost getting off the mark there, but Corley was onto it pretty quickly at mid-on and running across to mid-off to save the run. So he's still on 0, and Leach will be sensing an opportunity here as he comes in around the wicket to Salman. And yep, that's pretty accurate, but defended by Salman Agar, and there's no run.
They look quite similar, these two batsmen. Saud's got a slightly fuller beard.
Well, one's left-handed, one's right-handed. That's a big difference.
Yes, yes, that is true. I was going on their facial appearance rather than their batting style. Yes, that's true.
For defensive goes Salman, the doppelganger for Saud. bit taller as well. If you're on your height thing this morning, Leach. Very accurate. Again, you see, with Leach is not giving too much away, which is surely Bear, as a purveyor of the craft of slow left arm, is one of the key factors.
What's that?
No, not giving any runs away.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what annoys me about Bashir, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just if nothing's really happening, you're trying to get the right length and line so that they're just going to, look, if nothing's happening and someone takes a chance, they're going to come down the track. It isn't, good batsmen will get away with it. It's not like you can do, but batsmen who don't want to take a chance, if you get that line and length right, they're just going to pat you back. It allows you to keep control and all the rest of it.
Yeah, give the Leach the credit for that wicket, because he could have held it back a little bit in the air and got Rizwan to play a full shot, having not given him anything to hit. So Leach got through that over very quickly, so it means that England will be able to squeeze another one in from.
Squeeze another way. Yeah, there's nothing happening on certainly on YouTube. What I can reveal is that the shortest English king, we've established that the shortest English queen was Queen Victoria, who started off at 5 foot and then lost a couple of inches by the end of her life. Charles I, actually, who ended up considerably shorter.
Well, I was going to say,
and
he's 5'4", about 3 minutes after the end of his life, because his head was chopped off in 1649.
Cost him a few.
That cost him a lot of it.
Yeah. That first ball is drilled out to extra cover for no run. Can I recommend to you, Forthy, the new book on Henry V by Dan Jones, who does his cricket stuff during the day and writes history books in the evening. Very good book.
That'll be very interesting. I've just listened to quite a lot of episodes on Agincourt recently. Henry V comes out of it very well. It's very unfortunate he died of dysentery so young. Otherwise, we might be talking about an Anglo-French empire right now.
Oh. Meanwhile, Atkinson chucks another one down the leg side. Well, chuck it, holds it, but it's too wide. And he's got 4 fielders there in catching around the leg side, so he's obviously trying to induce some sort of full shot, but I'm not sure that particular strategy is working. And Sound is
you don't often see it, do you? This sort of real proper leg theory. For one thing, it's very hard to do because you can't have more than 2 people behind leg behind the wicket, but it's interesting. I mean, the full marks for trying, I suppose, for thinking usually.
Well, it definitely says something about the wicket as well, doesn't it? I mean,
it does.
They're trying something.
There's hardly been any slips in once the ball has got old anyway. I mean, we had 3 slips at the beginning of the day, but they quickly went away. I mean, clearly they don't think they're going to get many balls to actually deviate off the seam and therefore go to a slip, so you've got to find other ways to get it out. I mean, it's exactly the same the last time, wasn't it? I think we were pointing out yesterday, Stokes on the field makes a big difference to this England side.
That was a more conventional ball outside the off stump. This one is short and short and wide, and even Saud couldn't resist that one. It was help yourself, a real gimme down the leg side, short and wide, and Saud just helped it over the deep square leg boundary, 1 bounce. I think that was a 4.
It was.
It's Nissan She.
Now, we'd had a man down there a couple of overs ago, but they seem to have dispensed with that one and left Root out that kind of 3/4 behind square. It's a bit weird.
We'll credit the batsman with having spotted that and before attempting that shot. So haven't been many boundaries from South in this session, but that's one of them. This one again down the leg. The funky field has got is very pronounced now. We've got 3 short mid wickets effectively, and a man just behind square
and a short leg and a leg slip. Interesting. Well, surely that implies you're going to bowl reasonably full into the legs, doesn't it? Not short.
So.
And hope that he clips one in the air, which is unlikely. Someone of Sound's ability, it'll probably go along the deck.
I can't remember seeing a field quite like this since about 1934, I would say.
Sounds having a good laugh about it anyway. That last one could have gone anyway. Last ball before lunch, this will be for sure, as Atkinson this time over the wicket, and Sal drills that into the ground, and it's could have been close to hand. So unusual shot to play for the last ball, but it's been stopped by the man just behind square, and that completes the morning session with Saud on 67 not out. The new batsman Salman Agar on no score. We had a couple of wickets to fall, that of Yasir Shah out to Atkinson, caught down the leg side by Brook, and then we had Leach getting Rizvan out for naught, caught Wokes bowled Leach, and Saud remained on 67. Agar, Salman yet to score, so Pakistan 397 for 6. Your verdict, gentlemen, on the morning session?
Pretty dull, has to be said. 69 runs, run rate of 2.65. That's old school. I don't think that really the wicket warrants it, or the position that Pakistan found themselves in. I think nearly 400 with 4 wickets left, I guess now. I mean, okay, it is a subcontinent. Maybe you want 500, but you're certainly in a position to put pressure back on England and try and score some runs quickly. I mean, if you do want to win, you've got to bowl England out twice, and you know how difficult it's been to get yourselves out now. You know, okay, you get to bowl last, and maybe the wicket will do stuff. They've only got one spinner in the side, and that is Abrar. So they've decided that they want to go with a seam attack, but the pace, this wicket is easy paced, nice to bat on. Who knows where this is going? I can't imagine.
It rather feels. Does Pakistan rather look like a side who've forgotten how to put the foot on the throttle because they haven't won for so long, and they're probably rather nervous of what England might be able to do to them if the game gets away from them. So that's probably why they slowed up.
There's still plenty of time left, though. You know, and you've got to try and win, surely.
Yeah, I think a bit of consolidation. I mean, the night watchman can't expect him to score too quickly. Saud's innings was a bit more curious because he didn't take many shots.
Well,
Agar to bowl some off breaks as well there, so they've got a couple of spinners in the.
That's true. But I mean, the point is that with the night watchman having survived last night, you'd have thought his instruction would have kind of been.
Yeah.
You can get. You're kind of like a free wicket, right? You survived getting someone else in last night. Go and have some fun this morning because you know you can hit sixes. And then we get another proper batsman in, Rizwan, who then gets longer to settle in. Probably. I mean, Rizwan might have been a little bit frustrated. He didn't come in till half an hour before lunch.
Yeah.
Probably expected to come in earlier. The score hadn't really moved on. He's looking to move the score along, gets himself out. I think it's quite odd from Pakistan were in a reasonably good position this morning at 300 odd for 4.
It's going to be a more interesting session to come for sure, because I think we'll see more enterprising cricket from Pakistan, and then the chance of England grabbing the last 4. So, yeah, it's set up for an interesting session post lunch, Bear.
Yeah,
just got one tweet left from Mr. D. Handjob. It says, "I ordered a copy of that very book, presumably the Henry V one, on the weekend, Dave." So there we are. So.
Yeah, Dan Jones does a lot of cricket stuff during the day, so fellow cricket scribe, give that a look.
Well, coolio. That is lunch then. We'll be back in about half an hour, 35 minutes. We'll play you out the last part. Well, I've rewound it a little bit so you can remember what we were talking about before. Us talking to Atif over lunch. Talking about all things. Well, I think we're getting to the Pakistan bit now. Well, we'll see you in about 35 minutes or so. Till then, goodbye. Last time, we seemed to basically bowl about 3. It was much like India. You bowl about 3 overs of pace at the top of the innings just to get the lacquer off the ball, and then hand it to the spinners first. Right? You know.
I think they'll utilize Joe Root a lot as a bowler because he's more than just a part-time. For me, I think Joe Root's more. He's going to be quite active. I think what they will want to do is go 3 seamers and a frontline spinner, and then have Joe. That's what they'll want, but they won't. They'll look at the pitch in Multan and they'll decide, do we need to play Rayan or Bash? Like they'll go either Shoaib and Rayan as well. Or they'll go with Lee. Like there's so many options, but they won't make a decision until they've seen the pitch. You got to remember they announced their squad before they knew where all the venues were going to be. And it just so happens that 2 of them are going to be Multan. Last time around, spinners did quite well at Multan. I think Abrar Ahmed made his debut in Multan and took like 11 wickets or something like that in his first test. So he was very potent there. But yeah, it's really good to see Jack Lee each back and available, bowling well for Somerset and stuff. Like he's very it's not just that he's a good bowler. It's just like the energy he brings to the team. Like he's just one of those really earnest, really genuine guys, and they all love him. They love him in that team. They call him Peanut. That's his nickname, right? They adore Jack Leach, and he loves being part of that. He's such a team guy. Like this is the whole Brendan McCullum, cult of McCullum, right? It's like they all fall in love with him, and they all play for him, and they feel like soldiers playing for a general. It's really as a team, they're really quite tied into that ideology. So I mean, we'll see how many spinners start, but I think you're likely to be right, Nige. It's possible. There's been discussion in Pakistan about making pitches more seamer friendly, right? This is one of the big issues that the Pakistani bowlers raised. I don't know if you guys remember first test last time in Rawalpindi. It was about as flat as things get, and England scored about 507
would
the
do,
first
well,
day,
do
yeah.
quite well though. I think just based on pure pace. I mean, a couple of things worked for England last time. One was we did have that extra gear, which I think Mark Wood provided, if I'm right. And then the other thing was, the way the speed with which England scored their runs gave them time to bowl Pakistan out on flat tracks. So, in some ways, Pakistan potentially is a ready-made place to utilise Bazball tactics. Because you kind of have to, because wickets can be quite hard to get on flatter tracks.
Well, Pakistan's bowling attack was quite inexperienced. I think Haris Rauf was playing his first test match. Muhammad Ali was doing after a decent domestic season. Muhammad Ali at the time was very different from the Muhammad Ali now, although he's still been left out, which is it's a real shame, really, I think, because he had an opportunity for redemption after the pounding he took in the first test in the last series. But Khurram Shahzad was the guy that they really wanted, who was very impressive against Bangladesh, but he's injured. So Amir Jamal is the one that they're turning to. So Amir Jamal is coming into the attack. Now, Amir Jamal was really impressive against Australia in the series where Pakistan were whitewashed, but he put in two really strong bowling performances that are still memorable. The big issue is really his fitness, because and Warwickshire signed him to play some blast matches this year and some Champo matches, but he was bowling at 67 miles per hour. So, he was clearly carrying an injury. And it's all about whether he's recovered or not. Injuries have been devastating to Pakistan. It's not so much the injury, it's the recovery from injury. Shaheen Afridi picked up an injury in that 2022 World Cup final against England, and then he's never really looked like the same bowler since. He's not had that level of potency. He's not had that speed. He's just not been able to bowl at 90 plus miles an hour again since then. It's possible that will change. He's just had a good domestic series in Pakistan. They just in the Champions Cup. We can chat about that if you want. But it's really the treatment, the recovery from injury. But having Shaheen back is no doubt a huge bonus. Alongside him, Naseem Shah, again, a more accomplished, a bowler with a greater aura than he had last time. So you're not going against Muhammad Ali and Haris Rauf. You're going against Shaheen, Naseem, Amir Jamal, and then a couple of surprise. Well, at least one surprise spinner, i.e. Noman.
I was about to. Oh no, that was it. No, I kept reading it as Norman. I thought that's the most un-Pakistan name ever, but it's Noman Ali.
Yeah.
Tell us a bit about him.
Noman has played a little bit of Test cricket for Pakistan. His inclusion was a surprise, because I think the original idea was for Pakistan to use Abrar again, right? Abrar did a really good job last time. They've kind of mixed and matched with him a little bit. They haven't given him the most consistent run, but then you have to consider Pakistan don't play a ton of Test cricket. But Noman, I think he burst on the scene back in 2021, made his debut against, I want to say, South Africa in 2021, and then since then he's been fine. It's been fine without being spectacular, right? So he took 7 in a game once, and he's taken just shy of 50 wickets, averaging over 30. So he's not spectacular, but I think he's put in enough of a shift recently that they think, okay, let's bring this guy in. But when you're drafting in a 37-year-old spinner, nothing against 37-year-olds, I'm beyond that myself, but a 37-year-old spinner doesn't strike fear into the hearts of a touring England team, I imagine. But it does give you an indication. Like it's almost like a double bluff already because they've said
Played 15
seaming
tests,
pitches, seaming.
Noman.
Yeah, 15
And
tests.
he's
What,
got
33
47
average,
wickets.
33
Very
average?
economically.
Got to be 33, right? Is average? You got it in front of you, I reckon.
Yes, 33 and a half.
Right. Good.
That's not
good,
bad
good.
for a spinner at international level, really.
Yeah.
No, I suppose not. It's just and he has taken the 7-fer before, so that's something. But again, at the same, you've got Abrar, you've got young spinners, you've got other options. Norman was a surprise. I think there was a lot of goodwill towards Norman, but equally it's like, you're one step away from giving Saeed Ajmal a call and saying, "Hey man, do you fancy?"
Get him back in the side, yeah.
It's a bit unfair to Norman because I know he's played domestic cricket and he's done well, but it's still a surprise inclusion for me. I think there's a lot of the hype will not be built around him. The hype will be built around the seamers, Shaheen and Naseem and Jamal.
What are the wickets going to be like? I mean, are they just going to be flat like normally are, or are they going to offer something to somebody?
Well, Rahul Pindi will definitely be flat. I don't think there's anything they can do about that. Some people sort of blame Ramiz Raja for it because it was in his sort of PCB chair tenure where he was like, we need, more run scoring, free flowing run scoring wickets. People talk about the influence of Babar Azam in that, Babar wants to score runs and sponsors want to see Babar score runs and advertisers and everybody like the money is. It helps your balance sheet if you got Babar Azam hitting beautiful cover drives. So there's that kind of conspiracy theory. But I think at the same time, in Multan, things could get a bit spicier. You might get a spinning wicket. You might get a seaming.
There's 2 games in Multan as well, aren't there?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
They could use the same wicket for the second test, which would be very interesting.
They definitely won't do that, but they could, and it would be interesting, wouldn't it? And you might get fewer days of Test cricket. But I think what makes it a bit of a competition this series is the fact that England are a less experienced and less dominant team coming into this, right? You still got your Brooks and your Ducketts and your engine room, right? Your consistent players in the middle order and stuff. But you got not unproven, but sort of newer commodities. You got people like Jamie Smith. Gus on his.
You say that, but this is it. The top 6 will be unchanged from the last series, won't it? I mean, it will still be Duckett, Crawley, Pope, Root.
After a long layoff, I haven't seen Crawley.
Yeah, Crawley will be back, but I mean, you say Crawley has cemented his place finally. It looks like the opener, and he'll have good memories of Pakistan. He scored 180 on that first morning, virtually in the afternoon. Down to 6 because then Brooke was there last time. That was his debut, wasn't it? Scored 3 tons in 3 tests.
Well, he was amazing. He did it. He was part of the speed of scoring that enabled
exactly.
England
And so
to
the
take
top
the
6 will be the same. I'm sure Smith, if the top 6 have scored runs when Smith comes in, he'll just carry that on. And then you worry about what goes on. I mean, the bowling is the thing that will be untested. I mean, last time we went out there, we had an experience. I mean, they're taking Wokes out there, which seems a bit fucking strange. Let's be honest. Can't bowl anywhere outside of the UK. I mean, I like him in the UK, but he struggles outside the UK. And then you've got
that's
completely
insurance against
untested.
Stokes not bowling.
Well, it possibly is, but I mean, who else are they saying? Hull's now broken down, so you've got Gus Atkinson. I presume they're taking Potts. I can't remember what the squad is now.
Yeah, they are.
I haven't got it in front of me. So you got Atkinson, Potts, Stone.
Yeah.
And that's 3 seamers, and they would have had Hull as well, but presumably they're going to replace.
Cars in there as well.
Cars is in there as well, so Cars could be interesting in a Test match. I mean,
So Ollie Stone is going.
Ollie Stone is going to what? Sorry.
I think Ollie. He's going to have a very interesting tour because he's expecting the birth of his. No, sorry, not the birth. He's married. He's getting married in between Test matches. So
he's dipping back, isn't he? And then back again.
So first test again and finishes in Multan. He flies that night back home to get married, and then he comes back for the second test. And I haven't spoken to Ollie in a long time, but I should have suggested to him, dude, just honeymoon in Pakistan. It's a lovely place. Go up to, some of the scenic north of Pakistan, very romantic and green and waterfalls and glaciers and all sorts of gorgeous scenery. And it's all very tourist friendly these days. So go enjoy, have a lovely honeymoon.
Are they giving him the second test off then? Are they planning to allow him some time?
No, he's getting married and he's coming back for the second test.
His job, God damn it.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but
well, he didn't think 12 months ago when he was planning his wedding, he didn't know if he'd be in the mix for England, right? He was playing for Notts, he's doing his thing, You know, and by the way, again, just one of the nicest people I've met in cricket. Just such a nice guy, so humble, so down to earth, so chill. And you know, I wish him all the best in his wedding. But like, he's so he's gonna fly back home and then come back for the second test, which is like, you know, I suppose people do that. It's
That was his debut, wasn't it? Scored 3 tons in 3 tests.
Well, he was amazing. He was part of the speed of scoring that enabled
exactly.
England
And
time
so
to
the
take the
top
wicket.
6 will be the same. I'm sure Smith, if the top 6 have scored runs when Smith comes in, he'll just carry that on. And then, you worry about what goes on. I mean, the bowling is the thing that will be untested. I mean, last time we went out there, we had an experience. I mean, they're taking Wokes out there, which seems a bit fucking strange, let's be honest. Can't bowl anywhere outside of the UK. I mean, I like him in the UK, but he struggles outside the UK. And then you've got
that's
completely
insurance against
untested.
Stokes not bowling.
Well, it possibly is, but I mean, who else are they saying? Hull's now broken down, so you've got Gus Atkinson. I presume they're taking Potts. Can't remember what the squad is now.
Yeah, they
I
are.
haven't got it in front of me. So you got Atkinson, Potts, Stone.
Yeah.
And that's 3 seamers, and they would have had Hull as well, but presumably they're going to
Was
replace.
Cass in there as well?
Cass is in there as well, so Cass could be interesting in a test match. I mean,
So Ollie
quick,
Stone is
but-
going.
Ollie Stone is going to what? Sorry.
I think Ollie. He's gonna have a very interesting tour because he's expecting the birth of his. No, sorry, not the birth.
yeah.
He's married. He's getting married in between test matches. So
He's
he's
dipping back, isn't he? And then back
Yeah.
again.
So first test again and finishes in Multan. He flies that night back home to get married, and then he comes back for the second test. And you know, I haven't spoken to Ollie in a long time, but I should have suggested to him, dude, like, just honeymoon in Pakistan. It's a lovely place. Go up to, you know, some of the scenic north of Pakistan, very romantic and, you know, green and waterfalls and glaciers and all sorts of gorgeous scenery. And it's all very tourist friendly these days. So like, go enjoy it. Have a lovely honeymoon.
Are they giving him the
Pakistan.
second test off then? Are they planning to allow
No.
him some time?
No, he's getting married and he's coming back for the second test.
His job, God damn it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but
Well, he didn't think, like 12 months ago when he was planning his wedding, he didn't know if he'd be in the mix for England, right? He was playing for Knots, he was doing his thing, you know. And by the way, again, just one of the nicest people I've met in cricket. Just such a nice guy, so humble, so down to earth, so chill. And you know, I wish him all the best in his wedding. But like, he's so he's gonna fly back home and then come back for the second test, which is like, you know, I suppose people do that. It's less striking nowadays, but could you imagine, like, I mean, could you imagine that in the 70s or the 80s?
No.
That, but Ian Botham just going to pop home to get married and then come straight back for a test series. Like, you know, it is quite remarkable and it is quite a thing. But I think it'll add a little bit of euphoria to that England
I think
side
Ian
as well.
Botham
Like,
was
there's
finding other ways to entertain himself while on tour without having to nip home to get married from memory.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
Well, it's
get
all
into
done
that.
and dusted, isn't it? It's basically 3 back-to-back tests, isn't it? Bang, 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 bang,
Pretty
bang,
much.
bang, done.
Yeah, I think everything will be done in about 21 days, I think,
Yeah.
roughly. So it is pretty much bang, bang, bang. Multan will be interesting. I think they're going to be very happy, the England team. They're staying in a hotel which has a beautiful golf course. So, you know, they'll be very
Probably
happy.
Brendan McCullum's personal choice.
I'm sure there was some involvement there. Like, Multan is really lovely. Again, the city gets locked down a bit during test matches, so that causes a little bit of friction with the locals who are kind of like, well, then just don't bring it here if you're going to shut down the whole city. But like, they give them the presidential level security and all that kind of stuff, and they'll be, you know.
There was a whole load of issues around selecting even which grounds they were going to play at because of preparations for the Champions Trophy,
I'm
wasn't
so glad you mentioned this, Tom. I'm so glad you brought that.
Excellent. Give us the inside track.
Go on then.
This gives me a chance to have a moan, right?
Okay.
I understand that Pakistan are going to be hosting the Champions Trophy next year, in theory. At least part of it, at least some of it. They're saying all of it, but we'll see, right? There's the India question. Obviously, India may or may not travel to Pakistan. We don't know that. Probably not. And if they don't, then there's going to be a hybrid solution to like there was for the Asia Cup not too long ago. So part of it happens in Pakistan, part of it happens in the UAE, I imagine, or somewhere else. But anyway, with a view to hosting the Champions Trophy, our PCB chair, Mr. Mohsen Naqvi, who's also, I believe, the information minister in Pakistan, decided that we need to renovate all 3 major venues in Pakistan. So they're going to renovate Rawalpindi, renovate Karachi, renovate Lahore at the same time, at the start of your home season. So at the start of your home season, where you got teams coming over, you got domestic competitions, you got women's competitions, you got all sorts of things going on, you decide let's tear up our 3 main stadiums. Now this caused chaos during the Bangladesh tour, where they were going to play one of the matches in an empty stadium with like a building site, a construction site happening, on one end of the ground. I can't imagine watching that. Could you imagine just like beep,
I caught some of the end. I caught one of the games against Bangladesh, and I was just about to ask you, was it just poorly attended? Because the stadium looked empty. Like there was hardly anyone in it.
So they eventually moved both games to the same stadium, so they were theoretically, tickets were available. But when you cause that much confusion and you cause that much doubt and like insecurity, why would fans invest in that? Why would they come if you're telling them, oh, the stadium might be empty, or it might be okay, we decided last minute, blah blah blah.
Okay.
It's the same as England fans. So like England fans originally had an itinerary, right? Multan. Multan, Karachi, Rawalpindi. That's what it was going to be originally, right? Multan, Karachi, Rawalpindi. But then it's thrown into chaos. Like, well, we're not sure. We might have to move some of it. We're making
some of it. We're talking about going back to Dubai, weren't they?
Yeah, Abu Dhabi. So the idea was that maybe we go to Abu Dhabi for one of the matches, and there was so much discussion and discourse. And like, there's tour companies who've already sold packages, and Barmy Army, and Barmy Army is just one of them. There's so many different like England fan touring companies who've organised things with their guests, with hotels, with excursions and days out, and so many things have been put in place. But they showed almost no regard for that, and a lot of people ended up cancelling. Like I know for a fact, fewer touring England fans are going to be there for this tour than came for the one in 2022. And I know that was a more historic tour.
Only a couple of weeks ago they cemented where the venues were going to be, so exactly. It gives you very little planning time.
Well, I mean, do you have any inside track on who the hell is broadcasting it in the UK? Because I don't seem to know yet.
I heard Sky.
No,
So by the time this goes out, it will be official that the BBC are the radio broadcasters, but there is no official word on a TV broadcaster. Like I'm hearing that it will probably be Sky. Like it's like almost definitely going to be Sky. And I also heard that the PCB one are not satisfied with the amount that is being offered to them. So they're not committing to accepting that lower, what they're calling a low ball offer. They want something like more substantial. But again, like the lack of interest in Pakistan cricket at the moment is coming from their performances. Like they've had the worst calendar year in their history, right? I was talking to Peter Oborne about this recently. Peter Oborne said, oh, there was a year in the 60s, like 62, 63 maybe. Now, Peter, I wasn't around then. I don't know, maybe. All in the cricket that I've seen, right? And Peter's not old either. We know Peter.
Yeah.
So like he's like, I said to him, look, this year started with a 3-0 whitewash by Australia, right? You then lose your first time you lose a T20 to Ireland, right? You win the series 2-1, but you lose the series. You lose the thing, right? You lose to New Zealand 4-1 away from home. You draw with New Zealand at home 2-2. You lose to the USA in probably your greatest loss of all time, a team of non-professional cricketers, right? You lost to them in the World Cup. You have been whitewashed by Bangladesh in a series where you also lost to Bangladesh for the first time in a test match. So it's been bad. I'm probably missing something out off the top of my head. But like right now, they're staring down the barrel of their worst year ever, calendar-wise. And fans will continue to lose interest. Like they organised, like this test series was happening. They know they've got a 3-test series against a team that whitewashed them 2 years ago, i.e. England. Instead of like pushing their players into sort of more red ball cricket, practicing training camp, they decide to organise a domestic 50-over competition. Like, make it make sense. I understand the Champions Trophy is coming and you care more about white ball cricket because that's where your balance sheet balances itself out. But equally, you can't, like, you've got a test series. You've got to take this shit seriously, right? Like, you got, and you can say, like, oh, England just played a white ball series against Australia. They just played 5 50-over matches and like T20 matches and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but did England get whitewashed by anybody this summer? Or did England almost have a perfect summer? Right?
Quality of opposition. It sounds to me like the PCB and the ECB are sort of arm wrestling to see who can perform the greatest buckwittery, the
Well,
way you're describing it.
PCB is winning, but the PCB is winning comfortably, right?
Well, I
Result.
could probably dispute that, but
England have results to point to. England have results to point to. England have England had a bad World Cup, no doubt about it, right? But other than that, there's nothing catastrophic that's happened in English cricket this year. In fact, there's loads of positives to point to, as we've just discussed. But in Pakistani cricket, you can't find me one positive from this year. Not one.
Even
right?
Baba's form is deserting him, it seems to me.
Yeah, 9 innings, no 50s for Babar Azam. It's been a long time since he scored 100.
all of this points to a Pakistan whitewash, if you ask me.
Well,
They're
this
going to thump England,
They'll
I
do
reckon.
it when at least expected, but I mean, I don't know. Like, Babar did score a ton in this 50-over competition that they just played in Faisalabad, like the domestic one. So, maybe, and Shaheen has picked up wickets in that tournament as well. But I don't know. It's not inspiring a huge amount of confidence right now. Babar, less than 18 months ago, was averaging in the mid-50s in Test cricket, and people were saying, what is Fab 4? It's Fab 5. Babar Azam belongs alongside Kane Williamson, Virat Kohli, Joe Root, and Steve Smith. But nobody's making that case right now.
No.
Because he hasn't scored runs for such a long time in world cricket, and his averages reflects that. His average is now in the mid-40s. He's dropped 10 average runs over the course of 18 months.
Really? In Test cricket?
In Test cricket, he's averaging 45, right? And
Wow.
his form, there's loads of ways you can read into his form. People have done videos about it. I saw Jared Kimber did a video about his.
Yeah, don't trust anything fucking Jared says.
He pointed at his toes, and you know what? Who am I to dispute Jared's analysis, right? He's got an idea, but I feel like there's a lot more than just his toes that are the problem, right? I think there's stuff going on in his head. And so it was an audio podcast, so I should point out that I pointed to give a knock to my head there. It's just there's disputes there. There's captaincy issues. We didn't even get into the captaincy kerfuffle in Pakistan, and mostly because there's always one. They keep changing their head coaches. They keep changing their chairs. And the captaincy is another thing that is constantly being discussed. If you were really cynical, you'd think, okay, the reason Shan Masood has been allowed to captain this series, despite having a 0-5 record, 2 whitewashes to his name already, one with Australia, one with Bangladesh, one of them at home to Bangladesh. But the only reason they've allowed him to captain, the England series will probably be a whitewash as well. So let's not stick those 3
You've
losses.
turned into the Hendo of Pakistan cricket. What's going on, mate?
Well, look, it's been an awful year for Pakistan. I think it's just slipped under the radar because there's a lot going on. But Pakistan have had their worst calendar year, and there's a lot more on the line for them than there is for England. Yeah, in England, people will complain if Pakistan win this Test series, and they'll say well, how can we lose to Pakistan? But on the flip side of that, in Pakistan, it's worse than people being angry. People will just walk away. I said this in some article recently. I mean, they were the most must-see team in the world at one stage, and right now nobody wants to see them.
Yeah.
This is an ad for BetterHelp. Welcome to the world. Please read your personal owner's manual thoroughly. In it, you'll find simple instructions for how to interact with your fellow human beings and how to find happiness and peace of mind. Thank you, and have a nice life.
Unfortunately, life doesn't come with an owner's manual. That's why there's BetterHelp Online Therapy. Connect with a credentialed therapist by phone, video, or online chat. Visit betterhelp.com to learn more. That's betterhelp.com.
I see Sarfaraz Ahmed. Death Taxes and Sarfaraz Ahmed. He's
still playing.
Somehow he's still in there, even though you've got Rizwan as more likely your pick, I would think.
There's some
How come he just keeps coming back?
Well, he's played as a specialist batter before. He got some runs in the last few years as well. He's always been in a team. So, it's possible he could play as a specialist batter. I don't know, but there's a lot of young talent that sort of cemented itself as well. I'm curious to see if Saim Ayub gets another crack at opening the batting. That's a very sort of England-esque selection, having an aggressive opening batter, like a T20 style batter at the top of your red ball team. And then, you've obviously got your Shan Masood, your Abdullah Shafiq, your Saud Shakil. These are all excellent players on their day. I would argue that Shan is a wonderful player and a lovely human being, but I don't think that he's ever going to be pushing for the Fab 4, for example. He's not on the world class elite level that players like Kohli and Williamson and all these greats, the greats. I don't think
that Fab 4 starting to look a tad jaded in a couple of places. Possibly
yeah,
Williamson. Root got his way back into there. In there,
Well, Root's number one at the moment. Virat's struggling
himself for a while. Yeah.
Piggy Smith. Well, Smith has been pushed to the top of the order, and he's not really. I mean, I think that's dumb. Much the same way when England did it. Sticking Piggy at the top of the order is not a good fucking move.
Smith was he's a world-class cricket. He's got a long, back catalogue of match-winning innings and things like that to point to. And Root, obviously, is phenomenal, right? And he's probably the most consistent of the top four, I would say, at the moment, for sure. Kohli is Kohli. What can you say? Virat Kohli's maybe the greatest batter of the generation. Probably is the greatest batter of his generation, right? And then Kane Williamson again. These are all players that have had consistent runs at the top. Particularly the first Test match, they had to make a very aggressive declaration, which hung the carrot for Pakistan. If Pakistan held their nerve, they would have won that first Test. They also had a chance to win the second Test. So England will always keep you in the game. For that reason, I'm gonna back off my original 3-0, which has been nailed on all year, right? 3-0. I'm now backing down from that and going 2-1 England. I think Pakistan will take a Test match, and it will be more about the mistakes that England make than the breathtaking performance from Pakistan. If Pakistan put in a good performance, they'll be good across the series, I'm sure. But getting the W is what's eluded them recently. I think they'll get one W, but England are winning this 2-1.
So I've gone 1-1 and a draw. You've gone 2-1 England, but Pakistan will.
But it's time for the Gorilla Pod, because this is what time we were supposed to.
I'm not sure you actually put your money where.
Well, I said 3-0. I'm gonna stick it out there and go 3-0.
Still going 3-0.
It seems a bit optimistic, and I am an optimist, as we all know. But
just as well, really.
Yeah, someone has to be, eh?
I've always said you and Hendo are the Lennon and McCartney. You're the one singing it's getting better all the time, and Hendo's the one going couldn't get much worse. But there we go. Right, very quickly, there was a couple of other things before as we ring the last orders bell. People have homes to go to. The Oz White Ball Series, I thought generally it was way more. I thought we've had a good summer of Test cricket. It's so late in the year. Why are we bothering? I get the Champions Trophy and all that. I ended up going, it was a cracking good series, highly entertaining, and it was a shame about the way it finished. Do we all sort of agree with that? You were there for most of them, Matif, weren't you? All of them, in fact.
I was only there for the last one live in Bristol, but I really what was that? I forget now. I lose track of where I am and when now. It's been a crazy season. It's been a great season. But yeah, I like you were skeptical about the series because it's September and is there going to be much interest in a white ball series? They sold out all 5 games. There's a lot of excitement in this England team. Very exciting players to watch. Liam Livingston's resurrection has been quite something to watch as well. Those sixes at Lord's, that was just breathtaking, right? It really was just box office cricket. You got players like Harry Brook and Will Jacks and Phil Salt and Ben Duck. These are players that people want to watch, right?
Travis Head on their side, who was magnificent for Australia.
Travis Head was absolutely. Travis Head is maybe the biggest box office draw in white ball cricket right now, I would say. Just so exciting to watch. Some breathtaking sixes, great in Test cricket as well. He's just Head is one of the best players in the world right now, I would say, and certainly one of the most box office. So yeah, it worked out. They got lucky with the rain. We got a result in Bristol despite the rain. 70 overs of cricket. That's not that bad, I think. They should have played 35 overs a side, like they did at Lord's, where they played 39 overs a side. I think it was never going to be ideal. It was never going to be 5 beautiful hot summer's days in September.
Not in late September.
No, of course not. But at the same time, it was a gamble that the ECB put in, and it paid off because they got 5 matches in. Very exciting series. The audience figures on the BBC, on the highlights and stuff, they've been really high. The listenership, people have been really interested. And I think it's England right now. Brand England is very strong. People are interested in what England is doing, whatever form of cricket they're playing, because they play very exciting cricket. And there'll be a lot of cricket for Brendan McCullum. But whatever you say about him, you have to rate the fact that he's turned England into possibly the most exciting team in world cricket, the team that commands the best everything. Other than, there's India. In terms of finances, you're never going to beat India, right? It's just not. Their business model is set. They were first to act, and they've got a huge economy and just really savvy in terms of
Well,
monetizing.
and they've
it.
also got a bloody 1.4 billion people who are cricket
Yeah.
crazies. It does
Well,
help,
there
you
you
know.
go. There you go. We can't beat that.
No.
At the same time, like England cricket right now, like everybody wants a piece of it. And it's a good time to be an England cricket fan because you're going to get a lot to watch: men's, women's, domestic, and it's exciting. Like the domestic season finished, it sort of finished slightly on a damp squib, literally. But and we all had to watch Surrey lift another title, yay! But it's an
And Somerset not win 3 titles.
Yeah, well, there you go.
That cupboard still stays bare down in Taunton.
I will say this:
The
it was so exciting on the Australia tours. I think when we won the third one after we were battered 2-0, I think every Australian batsman got a send off with a "fuck off" jingle.
Only when you were commentating.
Only when I was commentating.
Funny enough, there was a direct line of correlation between that particular jingle and when you were on air.
Well, exactly. I was getting quite overexcited. I had a couple of beers, and we did get an email afterwards. Got to stop this! You can't be doing this. It's turning off the kids. I was like, yeah, but it was Australia, and you can't not send them off with that, can you? When Piggy and Marnusler are out, and so that was quite fun. I did enjoy it, and I didn't think I was going to.
Quick word for Gloucestershire and Glamorgan. It was a shame Glamorgan had to do it on a wet Monday, and it turned into a T20. But well done them, beating Somerset. Gloucestershire, fantastic. They had not a trophy for a while, and they beat Somerset. And obviously well done Surrey, who pipped Somerset.
Yeah.
So but you could if you were an optimist go, it's been a cracking year for Somerset, but on the other hand you could look, maybe not.
3 matches away from a treble.
Yes. Exactly.
True. Bit like Man United. Oh well.
This
All
is
right, it is time to send people home. Atif, thank you. It's been a joy. You should do it more often. Travel safely, whatever you do. That's the key thing.
It's been a pleasure, guys. Thank you for having me, and and thank you for accommodating me. Like, for the listeners, I should say, I was a little bit awkward with my timings, but both these lovely gentlemen have accommodated me, and I really appreciate it.
We're a very welcoming pub.
Have a good series as well. I think it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to being out there, and if you have any,
you get to see family while you're out there at all?
I mean, they're all going to be here, is the thing, right? They're going to be watching from here. They're all very jealous that I'm going to Pakistan. I'm like, well, I'm not really going to Pakistan. I'm going to be in Multan in a hotel ground hotel.
Were you in the same hotel as the same hotel as the team?
No, so last time we were, and we might be in Islamabad actually in the same hotel as the team, but not this time. This time we're somewhere different. We don't have a golf course. In Multan last time we were in Multan, we had a hotel with a swimming pool with no water in it. So
you go for a jog up and down the swimming pool.
I got a message from David Gatt. This is how weird it was. I got a message from David Gatt saying when we arrived in Multan, he's like, listen, you got to check out the swimming pool. It's on the roof. It's spectacular. I said, I will. Thanks, David. Great. And then I go up the lift. I get to the top, and I go to the swimming pool, and it's just like there's a security guard with a rifle sitting in there. I was like,
shooting fish in a empty pool.
It's spectacular, but I think this time around we'll have water in the pool, and it is lovely to be in Pakistan. Watching cricket in Pakistan genuinely is wonderful. Great journalists, great atmosphere, wonderful fan. It's just it's one of the best places you can watch cricket. I know there's a lot of things that you have to think about, and scheduling issues and admin issues and all that kind of stuff. But if you're ever in Pakistan watching a game of cricket, it's beautiful. It really is really cool. So I'm very excited to be there.
Cool. On my punch list. I'll do it one day.
Yeah, one day.
Right. Well, we are going to be there, of course, for the first test Monday on the 7th. In the meantime,
well, we can find
wherever
a
you are,
broadcaster.
have a fantastic day, week, and we shall see you next Monday.
See you all later. Bye.
Thanks, Atif. Cheers, guys.
Yeah.
And don't forget you can patron us at patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket. Perfect ending.
Well, good timing there.
Absolutely,
Hello,
fantastic
Richard.
time. That was a guess as well. Hello, Richard. You might be on mute. You are on mute. Yes.
Yeah. I clicked on things about 5 times, but it's never enough.
Well, you know.
You always need one more click.
I see you were in South Africa top today. You got beaten by England yesterday in the Women's World Cup.
Well, it's more for the rugby that I wear the top. These are very, very good times to be alive for a South African fan.
Well, yeah. Well, if you could teach your women how to field, you might be doing better as well.
I'll get onto them on that.
Well,
but rugby is always the most important.
We've got time to discuss. We've got half an hour here. We're back after lunch. This man is going to start straight up.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach.
He's bowling to Salmanaga first up after lunch, and his first ball, it's a bit of a loosener, and Salmanaga, who dotted out everything before lunch, has just gone, well, fuck that, it's full, and I'm going to bash it through the covers, which is quite well populated for 4 runs. Must be said, Brian has sent us breakfast again this morning, which is very much appreciated. And it sounds like Tony is just rushing out to the door to collect it.
There's a reason to come into the studio.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, you're still in Austria, I believe.
Yeah, still in Austria. I was in the UK over the summer, but passed through London for about 17 hours twice, and there wasn't a test match on. I did look. I would have loved to come and join.
That would have been nice to have you in. Leach is in. Second ball is just tipped around the corner, and there's no run. We should have some jingles for the batsman. This man is facing.
Wouldn't it be nice if Argus Salmon could be given just a game or two?
Well, he has been given a game or two. And he is batting with a man who's been there for a bloody long time. And I'll give you his jingle after this ball as Leach bowls. Decent ball, straight, not much turn, no run, defended.
Well, let me tell you about the way he hooked, the way he bowled, and the slowness of the ball. He wasn't spinning much.
Leach down the track comes Salmanaga, hits it over the top. There's no one down there. And of course, the first over after lunch goes to 10 runs, and they're doing what I thought they should have done. Oh no, it was 4 actually. Sorry, it bounced inside the ropes. I thought it'd gone all the way.
I was fooled as well.
Yeah.
I was pretty certain
they
that
wasted
gone all the
an
way.
opportunity this morning. They really didn't attack when they should have.
No, they should have done. I mean, I don't see why Naseem Shah comes out and takes up an hour and a half and God knows how many balls. They were well ahead of the game. Well, they were not massively ahead of the game, but 328 for 4. He's an eye watchman. Just go out there, give him license. Go mental. If he gets a quick 50, all well and good, and he can certainly hit a long ball. And if he doesn't, you've got Rizwan and Salman to come in after him and push the score along and maybe resettle after that point. Sal Shakil was never going to go out all guns blazing. He's the man who's now got to be the glue in this innings, and everyone's got to kind of play around him, really, haven't they?
And Pakistan might be mindful that they need a lot more runs than this, given what happened last time. If England are going to come out and score as in a sense, they can let England take the game along fast if they're going to bazball it like they did before.
Well, true, but I mean
that's the other side of the coin. Take your time, get 600. Let England accelerate the game later on.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll. Well, if they get 600, all well and good, but I mean, there's also got to be time left in the game to win it. Leach in cooked up to mid on, and there is no run. Yeah, I get that, but you can get there in a reasonable time as well. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're about 112 overs. I mean, they were scoring nearly 6 and over at one point yesterday, and now they're down under 4. The wicket's flat, it's pancake. Clipped into the leg side to mid wicket. Pope is fielding, and there is no run. I mean, it could be that England will be tired when they come out to bat and make stupid mistakes. But if they
very possible.
Yeah, very possible. I mean, that's part of it, isn't it? I mean, it is very hot. What is it today, Messi? 38, 40?
No, it's only going to get to 34 today, I think.
Well, it's still pretty hot if you're an Englishman.
Pretty warm. O'Neill Harris says, I love you, Guerrilla Cricket Radio. We love you too, O'Neill. Muttley says, woof, why am I up this early? Morning, primates. You got me till 11ish. It doesn't mention love or sausages, though. I'm disappointed.
That'll be coming soon. He's going to wake up and get sausages on.
But talking of earlier, I mean, this feels like quite a late start for subcontinental cricket.
Well, 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock, yeah. It's just obviously the time is all right for it. It's not so bad for England, 6 in the morning.
I don't remember subcontinental cricket ever starting later than 6 in Austria, and this one's starting at 7. But maybe it's just the time of
I
year.
think, yeah, it is the time of year. It's early. If it was after October, clocks go. Do clocks go back in Austria?
Yeah. It's
they
on
do.
the same day as the UK, but
Yeah.
obviously separate because, Brexit.
Yeah, of course.
An hour
That's
apart.
Absolute fucking lie, that is.
I'm just bitter because I have to go and apply for a visa every 10 years now.
Oh, jeez, that's a pain, isn't it?
Right, here we go. Chris Wokes.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
First ball was a real loosener outside the off stump, and left alone, no run.
It is, but you sense this is quite an important spell, in terms of England keeping the score down to something reasonable. They've got the leader of the attack straight after a break. He needs to produce something here, doesn't he? Because I haven't been too impressed by Atkinson and your new man Cass.
No, yeah, I mean, as I said, I think this is a very, very flat wicket. I don't think it's in typical Pakistani style, it's not going to be easy to get wickets. Early in the match, maybe after day 3, things will get different and it'll start to break up and become a bit more uneven. I mean, England will want to score quickly because they'll want to get conditions out of the pitch before it does do that. That's left alone again outside the off stump and there's no run, which might be part of the Pakistan reason for batting so long. Gives pitch a chance to break up. But so how come you have to apply for a visa every 10 years? Are you
well, because I'm a member of a third state now, a British citizen. When I arrived in Austria during EU times, that was wonderful, and now we are treated as if we were from Malaysia or Brazil. I mean, it's the same. Yeah.
So annoying. Wokes in, left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that Labour would move us back closer to the thing, but they seem to be shit scared. Everyone's shit scared of Reform, but Reform have got a hardcore bunch of voters who are all ageing.
Yeah,
will all be dying out, and basically, I don't think they'll gain that they'll ever gain that many. There's a hardcore. It's about 4 million people, which isn't enough really when the population is nearer 65 of them.
No, Britain does have a lot of people. It's quite noticeable when you go there.
Yeah. Well, everyone says we're full, but we still only use 10% of the land mass, so that's bollocks. That's outside the off stump, and there is no run.
I think
ball was a
England
no
is
ball,
full.
by the way.
Oh, it was a no ball, yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to say that, but I'm tired. Tony's got me on for fucking 3
Fair
sessions in a row now, whilst doing one himself.
I went to a part of the UK that isn't full over the summer during my wonders. Managed to finally tick off the Shetland Islands, and can confirm that Lerwick has a little cricket pitch up the back.
Oh, wow. Wokes in again, wide of the off stump. Poor first over here.
Yeah, absolutely no chance of making the batsman play with that line, and he's chucked in a no ball for good measure.
I guess he's trying to induce a loose drive, but it's too wide to induce a loose drive, and there's no movement off the pitch really. I mean,
and the batsman's watching it very diligently all the way through into the keeper's gloves. He looks like he's in to play proper cricket for a while yet.
Well, he has been playing proper cricket. He's going on a great lick. He's out there again. It's trying to bore him, yeah?
He absolutely is. I mean, Chris Wokes is too accurate to be all of those balls to be accidents so far outside of off stump. I suppose one thing that isn't textbook with Saud is that guard. I don't know if you guys spoke about it before lunch, but almost outside off stump with that guard.
Yeah. Likes to get it all the way across. It's a modern way. There's a lot of, when I started, everyone took 2. Middle and leg was the kind of, standard guard. Now sometimes they do all go across to off, don't they? That one is left alone once more. It's wide, no run, and it should be the end of the over. 406 for 6 after 114 overs. Saud is 67 and Salmon is 8. Over to you, Messi.
Yeah, Martley confirms. He says, "Snap bear, I'm still waking up too early for love and sausages."
Yes, exactly. I know that. Except for I've been up since 5. So what's going on in South African rugby? Are you winning everything?
Well, beating the All Blacks 4 times in a row for the first time since the
That's
1940s
amazing.
is top of my list, even above World Cups. 'cause beating
Yeah, the All Blacks look
in
like
my book-
they're slightly coming off, aren't they? I mean, they've been at the top for, 40 years, so they don't look as unbeatable as they used to.
No, they've lost the aura. They do still have their patches where they look like the All Blacks of old, but rarely for 18 minutes at a time.
Yes.
They're still thrashing Australia, though.
Yeah, well, Australia are genuinely quite shit, aren't they, these days? And that's rare as well. I mean, that's only in the last 10 years. They used to be really, really strong all the time. But why is that? Is that because no one takes Union very seriously over there anymore? Is that played back to the bowler?
I don't know.
No run?
I mean, I've never been hugely into it. I did watch a bit of the National Rugby League Grand Final on Sunday, and I just couldn't keep watching it. It's such a shit game.
Well, yeah, but they're certainly top of the world in that one, aren't they? Australia. That's swept by Salmanaga nicely. There's no one out in the deep, and he will get himself another 4. This is what should have been happening before lunch.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Good shot, picked off middle stump. Interesting to see if Abra gets any more turn on this wicket.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him bowl.
Yeah,
I think rugby league, much like AFL, is only a good game if you are behind one team.
Well, I think that's certainly true of rugby league. I think AFL, if you take the time to get involved with it, actually can be a good game to watch, even if you're not necessarily behind the team, but obviously more so if you are.
Defended out to short mid off, and there is no
Yeah,
run.
to be fair, Messers, I never took the time to try and get started with it. I went to one game at the MCG and found myself wandering the hallways looking for the cricket long room in about the third quarter.
Swept again around the corner, beats the man who's just behind square, who is Bryden Cass, I believe. Chase it down to the boundary. It won't get there. They should get back for 2, maybe 3. 2.
Yeah, I feel a bit that way about soccer, to be honest, Richard.
Oh yes, absolutely.
No,
Yeah,
I like my
100%.
footy.
Yeah, well, it's because you really enjoy watching Liverpool win.
Absolutely. And we started the season quite well, top of the league.
Yeah.
Which is always
That
going to be...
court case yesterday is going to be interesting ramifications.
Defended square on the offside, but in front of square, and I get through to a single, no run.
Yeah,
Which court cases started yesterday? Is it the Man City one?
No, it was decided that Man City had won that case to show that the league were unreasonable in their rules in terms of money, and that they would have to now start estimating the value of the interest-free loans that so many clubs get, particularly Arsenal and Brighton and one or two others, within their financial constraints.
Oh, I didn't read it. I didn't see that. I'm going to have to go and search the papers for that one. That's interesting. Why didn't I not see that? Maybe because I was quite tired yesterday. That's worked behind square by Sound. Gets himself a single and off the mark. Root is out there. Can't remember, it's dropped to 3.6, which England won't be too unhappy about, to be honest.
No.
After being this long out in the field and the way they were going yesterday, they should be at 600 by now, really. But
it would have been perfectly normal for decades and decades and decades.
yeah, it would have been. But I mean,
Yeah.
where they were, I mean, they went off at such pace yesterday. They really had the chance to. They really had an opportunity to put England on massively on the back foot, and it's
Yeah.
kind of drawn back towards the mean, hasn't it? I mean,
The problem I'm finding with this game is the lack of energy, and I can't help but feel if Stokes was there, it wouldn't be sort of drifting in the way it is.
I don't know. I mean, we think about games, how quickly they move in England. I remember the last series in Pakistan. There were moments when it moved quickly, and there were moments when it was really slow. England were always, I mean, it's always exciting when England are batting if they're going like they were last time, which they probably will. Ooh, now down the track came Sound to Wokes, chipped it. I don't know if he hit it in the ground and bounced it over the top of Point, or he just managed to clear him on the full. I'll have to wait for a replay.
I think it was a bump ball.
Do you think it was a bump ball?
Sure. Yeah.
anyway, he got away with it out into the deep, and he'll get himself a single.
Yeah, and Saud did crack there. It was again a fairly wideish one, and plenty of fielders I noticed in the offside, both catching and saving. So it could be considered risky, but he went for it there.
Magic one-touch laundry. That's some strange advertising. Wokes is in. Oh, inside edge, probably at one, well outside his off stump.
Just maybe
bounces.
There, didn't he?
Yeah, he did just hang the bat down there. Maybe it bounced over the stumps or just down the leg side. It seems to be challenging him here with this really wide line.
Well, when you consider, Bear, that they can't advertise alcohol or gambling,
that's true.
Then they're much more restricted in what they
What amazes me is that washing machine is a top loader. I haven't seen a top loading washing machine. They are very rare.
They're very good. They're much less likely to go wrong.
I've heard that.
I've got. Yeah.
Well, washing machines.
I've got one that I got off Gumtree for $300, which has been going for 7 years now, and it's perfect.
Oh, well, there you go. That one was a slower ball again, went outside the off stump, and this time Saud Shakil just leaves it, and there is no run.
And it jagged away as well. I don't know if that was seam or it was so full that it hit something around the... It wasn't full, actually.
Yeah, it was reasonably full, and it was slow. That's maybe... There's a bit of wobble seam. Maybe it caught the seam.
Swung a bit as well.
Of course, it's a Kookaburra ball, we keep getting told. That's another slider every well outside. This is clearly a tactic they've thought about at lunchtime to try and bore the shit out of Saud Shakil.
Yeah. Well, nobody's tried to change the ball, which makes a change.
Well, you don't really get much benefit, do you, if you change a fucking Kookaburra? They're all... after 10 overs, they're all pretty shit.
Oh, dear.
There needs to be I think there should be a common standard of ball around the world. That was an off spinner. That was a genuine off spinner. He's bowled cross seam on that one. That one is guided past Gully. He splays out on the ground, and there is a backward point who has to come a long way round. There's Jack Leach out there. Get back for 2, I think. Can't be asked to run the quick 3s anymore, because there might well have been 3 there if they've really pushed it.
That one was actually close enough to the batsman that he didn't have to reach for it, but it was still outside off stump. As you say, not much energy, 125. Seems to be a feature of the game at the moment.
Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, you heard Atif on the podcast talking about, Pakistan have gone for a seam attack, but supposedly making the pitches more seamer friendly. This doesn't particularly seem seamer friendly to me.
So work in progress.
Definitely so. That's inside half of the bat, straighter and at the stumps. He looked a little bit uncomfortable. Managed to get the inside half of the bat down to Crawley, deep long leg. Was that 2? That was just 1 off the last ball. So 5 off the over, 419 for 6. Messi.
Speaking of rugby union in Australia, Steve Hanford says nobody wants to play here anymore, and they go off searching for lucrative contracts elsewhere.
Steve Hansen, you say?
Steve Hanford.
Okay.
They even
Hansen
got rid
would have
of
been a rugby coach.
Yes. They've got rid of the Western Force for a season or 2 until Twiggy Forrest poured some mining money back into it. Yeah, it's not got a huge following in Western Australia in particular.
Well, yeah, no, it didn't. When I was out there, it was basically. I thought sort of rugby league was Queensland or something, and rugby union was kind of Victoria or something.
The thing I noticed with the rugby league coverage too is that the commentators are even thicker than the AFL commentators. It's just, I don't know, more brain damage or what, but it was awful to watch. Sorry.
Rugby league's hard to get into for me. I do like a good tight rugby union game though. That one is just worked around a corner to Rooty.
Speaking of WA messes, I hear that the Aussie V8 supercars are going to be doing a street race around on the Perth CBD.
Oh, they're not, are they? Oh well, it doesn't matter.
The plan.
I haven't been in the CBD in the last 20 years. I don't need to.
Won't affect your shopping plans.
No. Down the track comes Saud. Doesn't get to the pitch, but just works it past short leg into a space on the leg side, wide of mid wicket. They get a single.
Neither have
It's
any
funny-
Test cricketers since they decided to leave the WACA and put them in a stadium that looks like everywhere else.
It's funny. There's a game on at the WACA, a Shield game at the moment, and about half of the ground is a construction site at the moment. And somebody hit a 6 right into the middle of where they're building the swimming pool on the construction site. And they took 10 minutes trying to get someone on the construction site to go and get it and dig it out.
Leach around a wicket to Salmanaga, who comes down the track. Oh, now that's gone straight up in the air. Is anyone going to catch that, or has it gone over everyone's head? Oh, wow. I think he's caught that, Wokes. I think that is a fantastic catch. Very T20-like. I didn't think he got as much as that on it. It seemed to go much more vertical. Wokes was down at long off. He was leaning back over the boundary and managed to tip it up in the air before he fell over the rope and then jumped back into ground and caught the ball. So I think that's going to be out. I'm sure they'll check it, but England seems to have got Salmanaga out. I thought that was going up sort of 3/4 of the way there, and I was wondering if anyone was down there.
Yeah, the batsman
It
was
looked like a
landed inside the ground, and definitely had time to go back. Jumped as he caught it as he was jumping back over the thing. He almost caught it too early, but that is going to be out. He's had time, thrown it up in the air there. He's gone over the thing. Is he off the ground when he catches it?
Yes.
Oh, is he?
Yep.
Yeah, his foot has just come off the ground when he catches the ball. That's going to be close. I'd like to see that from behind. But his foot is definitely in
it
there.
look so easy, but I think it's fine.
I think it's fine. His foot comes up there and he catches it there. So I think he will be okay. It's a close run thing. Here we're going to see it from behind. Jumped up. His foot is just off the ground when he
about an inch from the toe ground.
Yeah. That is close, man.
Heavens above.
But it does seem to be in the air as is he? I don't know if he is, you know.
Wow. That's
I think a decision pending, not out. I mean, he wasn't off the ground. But he's got away with that. That's unfortunate. That was
I'm
almost
surprised
a
they didn't look
fantastic
at that
one.
another 10 times.
Yeah.
Was there a soft signal for the umpire?
In that case, it is a 6. Damn. That's really unfortunate. Wow. That was a fantastic effort by Wokes. I guess he didn't have a lot.
Army are impressed.
Yeah, I guess he could have let the ball come down a bit further, but you do it all in the moment, don't you? And that was very unfortunate.
I think it's remarkable that they can even get as close as they do to making it a wicket on the occasion. Let's take a fair bit of practice.
Well, I guess Salmanaga's just going to carry on then, isn't it?
Yeah, got away with one there. He was a little bit off balance actually when he took on that shot. Not quite managing to get all his weight into it. It squeaked through.
Yeah. Well, Salmanaga gets away with 21 off 19. Down the track he comes again. That one's gone up in the air again. Now, I don't think he's got enough on that, but is there anyone down? Yeah, he has got enough on that one. He's hit the bucket and knocked it over. Good lad. 6 more.
It's not a bucket, it's a rubbish bin, which makes you want to say it was a rubbish shot, but it did go for 6.
It went a long way up again. He's not really getting to the pitch of these, but he's getting enough on them.
Yeah, it's certainly the right attitude, I think.
Well, definitely. I should have been trying this a little bit before lunch, really, but hey. I think Rizwan was trying to get this kind of thing going, but he didn't. Leach comes in again, tosses that one flatter, and it's punched out to Bashir, who is at point, and there is no run. We're having a look at this again. See, I see it's really difficult unless you've got close up on his actual foot that's taking off. It's difficult to say. There was a hint that it was still on the ground, but it was very difficult to say. Anyway, he got away with it, Salmanaga, and the last ball was just defended, and there is no run. Messi.
Mog just says in big capital letters, more sectors. And Tony Bishop says, once more, huge thanks to Brian in Brisbane for our splendid breakfast. He says, Tony Bishop was just wolfed his sausages and omelette roll like he hasn't eaten food for a week. And Mr. P says, morning peeps, is that added crowd noise courtesy of GC? Rumour has it the stadium is empty. It's not completely empty, but everybody's there is in the shade.
You seem to have gone a little bit quiet for a second there. You pulled your
Oh,
mic.
sorry, I knocked my mic away. Yeah, the stadium's not completely empty. It's got people, but they're all in the shade.
It actually filled up quite impressively later on in the day yesterday.
Yes.
But the morning today is, I think, quieter than it was yesterday.
Well, I haven't had an opportunity to get my breakfast because, once again, I'm on for 3 sausages in a row. Sessions in a row. That one is guided down to Gully, and there is no run.
You're going to say
if anyone can manage it.
Send your sausages to.
Well, we're looking at this again. I think what we really need is the close-up of the foot behind, but obviously no one's really closing up on that.
It's a bit deceptive. When you see it in real time, it looks absolutely fine.
Yeah.
It's only when you start fiddling around with replays.
Oh, we have a super chat.
Wow, marvellous. First of the day, actually, Pete. You're all being a bit slow. That one is wide outside off stump and goes through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And Mog sends us $10. Says, because I forgot to enter the GPL, you can just have this. And Muttley says, Bear embracing his inner Keir Starmer. Sausages are going to take over the world, Mutts.
Well, we had 17 entries in the GPL today, which means £95 will be the pot. That one is defended out square on the offside. They don't go for a single. Should have a change at the end of this over. Gary's coming
Mr.
on.
Peace says, Bear sausage fetish surfaces once again.
Tony and Gary are coming on to join me. It's going to be 3 men in the studio. I'm going to go. I'm going to.
And all the sausages are gone.
Well, no, I'm going to go and grab my food whilst those two yap.
So it'll be 3 men in a bloat.
Yeah. Boom, boom. Here comes Gary. Who's doing commentary is going to be Tone. So you might as well go on the far chair, Gary. Wokes in. Oh, that one beats the outside edge of South Bat. It's a bit too close to him. He's a bit surprised.
Yeah, that's the surprise ball, isn't it? The one he doesn't have to reach for.
And is no run. Angling in a little bit. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, Pakistan are at home. I wonder how they'll get on with their bowling. Don't douse it so much, Gary. You fucking kill it, man.
Oh, we have another super chat.
Oh, okay. Slower ball. Just defended by Sound, and there is no run.
Jayan Ariatnam sent us $14.99 Australian. Hey guys, quick plug for the Dibbly Dobbly podcast. Jack and I recorded for a 4-hour marathon last night on all things Aussie cricket. Should be released this week. Will be split into parts. Thanks, Jan.
We were on a Dibbly Dobbly. I seem to be Jan had us on that. I believe. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Hello again, Jan.
You arrived late.
I arrived late, did I? Oh, okay.
Does Brian send sausages to Austria? Is that an option?
You have to come into the studio, unfortunately.
I think it's Brian's decision, is it not?
Well, it is Brian's decision. But Brian's trying to encourage people to come in, you see. Good lad. That one is clipped out to a short mid wicket. It's defended. And there is no run. That's the end of the 118th over. 4-3-2 for 6. Sit down, Tony. You're on.
See you later.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
No,
you're doing commentary. You can sit
banging
there.
at the window.
Yeah, all looks like that bird has caught something. Anyway, enough of that. We will. Tone will take over. We will do after he drowns another mic.
Yeah, we are getting a load of kite on the television at the moment.
Well, it's got food in its claws, isn't it? It's caught something.
Some kind of rat, I think. Well, at least it's catching something. Unlike Chris Wokes,
it's not Ben Duckett, is it? Has he swooped down and taken Ben Duckett?
It was magnificent work by Chris Wokes, but I think...
Oh, fine margins, Gary.
Yeah,
Fine margins.
I think Chris Gaffney got it right in that he couldn't be certain that the foot had left
the ground. It looked like maybe his toe was still touching it. It's true.
Well, that would have been what was it at the time? They've launched a massive 6 since then because Salman Aliaga is very much on the attack. That kept low from Jack Leach around the wicket to the right-hander, and that grubbed away along outside of off stump.
Just think, I know there's more run-scoring opportunities if you bowl at the stumps because you can hit it on both sides of the wicket, but I just think England's line's been wrong really from the get-go here. They should be bowling on the stumps, and therefore those cracks come into play.
Well, he's got a slip and a leg slip, and has had for a while. That's defended by the aggressor. Very much the aggressor is Salman. He nearly died by the sword. He's survived. Can he go on and build on his well, you'd say fortune, but if you're out, you're out. If you're not out, you're not out, and he was not out. That was defended down towards point Shoaib Bashir Fields. No run.
Well, his job was to clear the boundary and clear the fielder, and he did clear the boundary, and he did clear the fielder to the extent that the fielder couldn't prove that he was not over the fence. So brilliant though Chris Wokes' work was.
Well, I doubt he would have caught a better catch in his career had it been a catch, which it sadly wasn't. Right, Leach drags that down, hauled away high towards mid-wicket. A couple of bounces, 4 runs. The Bears deserted his post. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's an improvised jingle. And we shall move on.
There's a little
flags being waved in the crowd.
Yeah, there's a bit of fatigue, I think, in that delivery from Jack Leach.
Well, this is England's worry, I think, to a certain extent now, because let's say you're towards tea or after tea is when you get out there. That's the best part of 2 days in the field. Even though you've had a rest overnight, that's cumulative tiredness can take its toll defended into the offside.
Yeah, but this is why they have armies of strength and conditioning people out there. There's at the start of a test match, there's more people on the pitch than there is in the ground at sort of an hour and a half before the
well, Leach has what I think is known as a polite inquiry, and it was nothing more than that. It did hit the pad. I think it may have taken a bit of inside edge. It possibly was going down leg as well. And at the end of the over, it's 4:36 for 6.
We were promised with central contracts nearly quarter century ago now, and all these strength and conditioning people that these kind of injuries would become a thing of the past, and yet we get more. But I've always contended the more people you have in strength and conditioning, the more injuries they'll find, and the more reasons they'll have to pull people out, and the more reasons they'll have to make sure that they have an assistant, and then an executive assistant, and then a travelling assistant. But you see just armies of people there working with them.
They are.
So, they should really be able to deal with hot weather for a couple of days. Even though we know it's hard, they're professionals, and they have support.
Chris the Choir, we're watching Chris Wokes not quite getting that catch again from every angle. It's still going to be not out, I'm afraid.
And it's fairly clear, isn't it, that the foot is not quite off the ground.
Well, Wokes, the unfortunate Wokes, you would say, is in, and it's dabbed to backward point. There is no run. The Bear is chomping into his sausage and omelette roll. It's very, very nice. Thank you to that. If I occasionally hiccup, it's because I did wolf mine with great enthusiasm. Thank you so much, Brian.
You wolfed it with relish, although that was the one thing that perhaps was missing.
I didn't have. Sadly, I did wolf it without relish, but I might have put some relish on it had there been some. Chris the Choir, this is for Tony and Gary. Ray, about 6:15 a.m. The Zombies were formed in 1961. We'll wait for Wokes. Defended. Quite full, that, by Saud Shakil. Out towards cover. No run. The Zombies were formed in 61 by the stellar duo Rod Argent and Colin Blunston.
Yeah. And that's why I was thinking of Argent, because he made a band of his own called Argent.
He did.
Didn't he?
Hold Your Head Up, was that Argent?
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Reformed in 2000, they are still going like gorillas. They never stop.
Wow.
Some of us don't. That is for sure. Right, Wokes. In he comes. There is a third slip, Gary, I think. Yeah, defended.
Yeah.
Down towards a shortish mid-on, no run. Oh, you'd say that's fourth slip, would you bet?
It's like sort of 2 front teeth missing, like kind of Joe Jordan back in the day, isn't it?
Joe Jordan.
Yeah, the wicket keeper and the third slipper, Joe Jordan's incisors, but he's missing his 2 front teeth. Oh, no, canines, aren't they? The incisors are the front teeth.
Wokes. In he comes around the wicket to the left-hander. He defends nicely out towards mid-wicket. No run.
They are. I can guarantee they're not talking about Joe Jordan's incisors on TMS.
Yeah, you can guarantee
But
that.
no, we may be about to have. Here it is.
Oh, yes.
It's a Tapple tea moment.
I mean, it does seem very civilised, the Tapple tea. Well, do you think Brian Barish has sent them the Tapple tea?
Does he drink Tapple tea?
I don't know. I think we should all try it.
Nah, don't like tea.
You don't like tea?
Oh, I enjoy
I'm not a tea. I'm definitely more a coffee.
Oh,
drinker
I
than
enjoy a
tea
lemon
drinker.
and ginger. Ginger and lemongrass these days.
That swings a little bit. Only marginally, but enough to say that we could see it. Saud Shakil defends into the offside, no run.
Well, you know why
5 dot balls now for Wokes.
You know why it swung? It was because it's the closest we've come to a Yorker all day. How? They can go through all their variations and not bowl a Yorker.
Well, he is noticeably trying to bowl, I think, a little bit fuller. Well, these two are well into their game. There's a lady, presumably her husband. One's tucking into the newspaper and not really watching the cricket, and she's reading a book. I mean, why go all that way? That's wide of the off stump and left
waiting for England
by
to bat.
Saud Shakil.
Well, I tell you what, the cricketers go all that way not to play cricket quite often. Why shouldn't they read the paper a little bit?
Well, I say reading a newspaper. I got a feeling it may have been the Daily Mail. So,
well,
we use the term fairly loosely.
It's the Multan Monitor, I would hope.
The Multan Monitors. That's a type of lizard, isn't it? Anyway, over to you, Bear. You're on socials,
what
aren't
we
you?
got? Yeah, Muttley says it's a shame that when you're first year Argent, you think Russ Ballard. Who's Russ Ballard? I don't know. Michelle Pfeiffer.
Michelle Pfeiffer?
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Is she tweeting us?
Is she coming?
Oh, down the track!
No,
we're not. It's another replay. Ignore. I forget I said that. Never happened.
Michelle Pfeiffer says, pick up some Taiwanese black pepper sausages from the frozen section of your local Chinese supermarket. Sweet and peppery, made with pork. Sounds good to me.
Does it help me look like Michelle Pfeiffer?
No.
Oh.
Russ has written some more absolute bangers though. Boom, boom.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, we're into
Oh,
sausage
very good.
jokes.
Well, that could have been caught as well, haven't we?
We've had a few sausage jokes, but the worst is yet to come.
Oh.
That's terrible.
It's also very old. And in fact, any time anyone mentions sausage jokes, it's always the one that gets trotted out.
Ooh.
Hang
Shut
on,
up.
that wasn't even meant to be a joke. What,
wasn't it?
you found a joke there, I didn't even know. Oh,
trotters, pigs.
Oh, God.
I would Savaloy low after saying that one.
I fucking hate it when our WhatsApp group gets on these fucking things. It goes on.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Let's try and move on very quickly from sausages. And this one is defended off the bowling of Leach out towards short cover.
Well,
There is no run. 4:36 for 6 still. We're in the 121st over.
if I was Leach, I'd still be trying to hang it up there. Still try and force that mistake.
Well, he's floated that onto leg, which is easy enough to be pushed by the right-hander down to long on. And they will take a single. Bashir, the man who's down there in his floppy hat. I think that's Bashir. Yes, I'm pretty sure it is. Hard to tell from behind.
He's they're the two tallest players are
Him and Crawley.
and Bashir, but Bashir is like pencil thin. He's like kind of Jacob Rees-Mogg type physiognomy, whereas Zach Crawley is more like a kind of lock forward. A lock forward in the days when lock forwards were human-sized rather than Hagrid-sized as they are now.
Indeed. I'll tell you who's not Hagrid size, and that's the man at forward short leg. That's Ben Duckett. As Leach is in to Saud Shakil, who flicks straight to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. He's got his 100 up, Jack Leach. 2 for 113 off 30.
It doesn't look quite so much of a
roughly
choking off the runs now.
Best
does it?
part of 4 and over. Not great, but not bad. That one's good footwork by Saud Shakil, but again straight to mid-wicket.
And he's got his
Captain Ollie Pope fields.
He's got his fair share of wickets, especially in the first innings. He'll look to be more incisive in the second innings.
Watch the Taunton wizard got up his sleeve. A floater, forward, by Saud Shakil, defended back to the bowler, no run.
Why don't bowlers, spin bowlers, wear a cap when bowling? Because it's a hot
It's
day
annoying,
there.
that's why.
Oh, really?
I can only ever think of Geoffrey Boycott when I think of bowling in a cap. That turned a little bit from the left armour, very slow, gentle turn
And
over
from
there.
very short as
From
well.
your fellow slow left armour.
Yeah, no, you can't wear
Defended.
wearing hats while bowling is no.
Anyway, 4:37 for 6, 121 complete. We'll go back to the Bear, who's all over YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram.
I'm everywhere. What have we got?
What's the Donald Trump one? Truth? No.
Truth. Yeah, we're not on Truth.
I didn't think
we should
the
get
Lord
on there
for
and
that.
Start fucking trolling Trump. No one will listen to us then. Martin says Russ Ballard wrote Rainbow since you've been gone. Since you've been gone, Kiss God gave rock and roll to you, Jesus. And Ace Frehley, New York Groove.
Oh, that's, the New York Groove.
Stephen cut back temporarily from the infinite grind. Sorry, that Racing Rant. Who we
a sponsor?
Who is a sponsor, patron sponsor. And see what happens when you become a patron sponsor. You get your logo on our screen,
get
and you get
world
a link
fame.
a link in the text and all sorts. Racing Rant says every Pakistani I've met is obsessed, rightly so, with cricket. Why are the stands empty? Yeah,
midweek.
Midweek.
It was a decent turnout by the close of play yesterday. I mean, the height of the midday sun, it's traditionally Mad Dogs and Englishmen, isn't it? So maybe they'll come in for the last session.
Well, it is Englishmen. It's mainly Englishmen out there in the moment,
well,
in the middle. And the Mad Dog who's going to be doing the bowling is young Shoaib Bashir, the taller and stringier one of the two tall ones.
Likes to attack. Bashir now in an England cap.
He's going to be bowling, I think, from, is it the North Pavilion end? North Pavilion end, I think, yes.
Quite a lot of statement sunnies in the crowd. They do seem to like a statement sunny in Multan.
Well, it's been warm. What did we reckon? About 34, 35 degrees. I mean, not super hot, but when you've been out in it for 2 days, it is pretty warm, as this one is. An attempted flick towards mid-wicket doesn't really get hold of it at all, and it ends up going to short fine leg.
It's his 23rd over of the innings here, Shoaib Bashir. He's still not that experienced, and he didn't quite complete his action there. Okay, it's the start of a new spell, but he needs to be on it right from the word go.
Yeah, he needs a wicket, doesn't he, to claim his first wicket in Pakistan.
He's also got an action where if he's going to get the bounce, he really has to drive through
Any
it.
wheels, that goes away down leg. Smith very sharp, as he has been.
So even that was a little bit more round arm, and he's really got to get over the way Nathan Lyon would come right over the top with his action and get that top spin and bounce.
In comes Bashir again, drags that down a little bit, maybe not, maybe it was just a bit slower, but it was defended easily enough.
He had a slightly higher arm with that. With Bashir, what you've got to look for when he's bowling well is he does get the bounce, and that comes through the drive through the crease and pivoting over that left knee.
And it was well flicked, beats the short mid-on, or the on Hayden, and is down towards longer on, and they'll take a single. Did they take one or two there, Bear? Took one,
Just
didn't
one.
it? Yeah, I thought it was just one. Straight to him. He's tended to concentrate largely just, it looks like, so slightly short of a length to the right-handers.
Yeah, and he's been a little bit leg side, but that's because, to his credit, he is trying to bowl at the stumps, and if you do get some variable bounce, then that's where it's going to hurt the batsman. You have all the variable bounce you like on a 5th and 6th stump line, but not, you don't want a grubber giving you the Nasser Hussain dismissal, wasn't it? Hit
It's
him on the
been
ankle.
noticeably more expensive to left-handers.
Which is not what you would expect of an off-spinner.
True, no indeed, but just going a shade over 4 to the left-handers, was it, and a 3 to the right-handers. Round the wicket he comes to the left-hander, who defends very full on his middle stumps. Back to the bowler, no run.
Just a hint of drift there. which he occasionally gets, coming through revs on the ball, of course.
Yep. 438 for 6. Where were they at lunch? 397 for 6. Could so easily have been 7, but for poor Chris Wokes not quite lifting his foot in time. And that one is defended nicely out towards cover. Nifty little bit of footwork by Gus Atkinson. Flicks it up. Jimmy Anderson style. Jimmy Anderson's always very fond of doing that, isn't he?
Yeah, a lot
or
of them
was.
Mr. P says, rumour has it Pakistani's highest first-class innings, highest first innings against England in Test cricket is 708 runs.
Yeah, at the Oval, 1987. I think Javed made 260 in that.
No, that rings a bell. Jeremy Henderson says, somewhat disturbing sight on my screen now. Marnus, I presume, Labus Gagny. Bowling fast medium at the whacker. Economical filth. Stephen Kelp said, fast medium, wow, that's quite impressive, even if it is dry filth.
I can tell you the highest scores generally. Well, I'll let the Bear finish and then we'll do that.
I'm finished.
Have you? Alright, I will give you highest totals for England and Pakistan tests. It is by Pakistan, 708.
The Oval, 87.
The Oval,
yeah,
absolutely.
We just said that.
87, yeah. And after that, England... Well, when was the second one then?
I don't know.
The
second one's unimportant.
Very much in your recent memory, Bear. Come on.
What? Highest score by Pakistan?
No. Just in high score in tests.
I don't know.
Well, it was in 2022 in Rawalpindi, and it was England's 657, 500, which they got in a day, if you recall. Round the wicket comes Leach, flicked away by Saud Shakil to deep mid-wicket this time.
That's just
Atkinson
between England
again.
and Pakistan.
Yes, I'm just looking at
right,
England and
okay.
Pakistan, yeah.
I've got a feeling Zahir Abbas has got, who has an enclosure at Multan, has got 2 double centuries against England in 73 and 78, 79, 70... Oh, I'm not sure.
A lowest score between the two countries is tied. Both sides have got a 72 to their name. That one's defended into the offside by Salman Ali Agha. Pakistan got 72 at Edgbaston in 2010, and England got 72 in Abu Dhabi in 2012. Wasn't that when Leach, was somebody bowled brilliantly, got England into a real winning position, and then they just fell apart in the final innings?
We covered that game.
Yeah, I think we were in Harrow
That's
covering that.
Defended just to backward point, and there is no run.
And I think it was Saeed Ajmal bowled England out with some dodgy deucers.
Yeah, very much so.
That's defended into the offside again. The highest, let me see, the leading run scorers. Well, you'd probably be able to guess those, Bear. In England versus Pakistan tests, who has the most aggregate runs?
Well, Joe Root, I'd imagine.
No, Alistair Cook.
Oh, right.
Followed by Inzamam ul Haq. This one is defended nicely into the offside by Salman Ali Agha. Yeah, Alistair Cook, 20 matches, 1,719 runs. Actually, Inzi's quite a bit behind, 19 matches, but 1,584 runs. This one's defended in front of his off stump by Salman out towards mid-wicket.
Zahir and Javed must be quite close behind.
Highest. Now here's an interesting one. You mentioned one of these has already been mentioned. Who has the highest scores in an innings in England versus Pakistan tests, Gary?
Well, Javed Miand had 260, I think.
You'd be wrong.
Oh,
you'd be wrong.
Zahir Khan then.
Nope.
Zahir Abbas, but they were relatively low 200s.
Well, the second place.
Oh, as
you've
Inzi
already
got 300.
Nope. Nope.
Alistair Cook.
Nope.
Joe Root.
Nope. It's a surprise. It was a surprise to me, and I had to double check it, and it is true.
Oh, would that be the old captain, old boy?
And that narrows it
Who
down.
was captain in the UAE? Oh, what was his name?
No.
Did the press ups?
I can already tell you no.
Okay.
Misbah, but no.
Misbah, no,
yeah. Right. Well, you mentioned that. I'll tell you who's second then. Zahir Abbas got 274. We'll wait. That one's left alone outside of his off stump by Saud Shakil.
That was in 1974, I think.
That was in 1971 at
71.
Edgbaston. The first one, genuine surprise to me. Very, very famous, particularly around Northwest 8, Gary. As this one down the track, launched high up over extra cover. It's going to be a couple of bounces. It's not going to go all the way because Atkinson barrels after it, and they should restrict to them to 2, I would hope. Yes.
Is it
442 for 6?
Is it Atif Nawaz?
It's not Atif. No, not that famous.
Andrew Strauss?
No. You've got to go back. You've got to go back in history. Back.
Len Hutton?
Not that far back. We weren't playing Pakistan then. In fact, Pakistan didn't exist then. Forwards.
Pakistan did exist then. To
Did
be
it?
fair. Well,
Okay.
some of Hutton's career.
Right.
1947.
Okay. Bashir round the wicket, defended into the offside. They take a very sharp single, and it was actually well judged. And one more to the score for 43 for 6.
Is it something like PBH May or?
No, you got to go. I think possibly a similar-ish era, possibly a little bit later.
Boycott? No.
No, pre-boycott.
Lord Ted?
Not
Dexter?
Lord Ted, pre-Lord Ted. They may just have crossed over career-wise, I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
Well, that's before my fucking time. I have
Well, that
no
doesn't
idea.
matter. You've heard of W.G. Grace, he was before your time.
Yeah, but I couldn't know his records.
You've heard of Peter the Great, he was before your time. I mean,
Yeah, but I don't know their records, you know? Well, Peter the Great.
Also,
didn't
we
have a
don't know
cricket
much
record.
about his cricket, but there we
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
This
yeah.
one's pushed away to mid-wicket. Right, come on, you guys. Let me think. Brill Cream.
Ted Dexter. No, not Ted Dexter. I know the one you mean. He had a son.
Dennis Compton.
It was Dennis Compton. Yes. Dennis Compton. Complete shock to me. I would have
Me
had
too.
you. If you'd have said, asked me, I would not have known that. That one, I have to say, that
shit.
just jumped
That's a
up. It wasn't
chance.
a great ball, and that has beaten leg slip. Was a way down leg, just wide of leg slip.
I
Means
thought
his
that was a
partnership's
chance.
moved on to 50. Do you think it was a chance?
I think it was.
Well, we'll have another look and let you know. We were so
4-4-4. Double Richie.
4-4-4 is the double Richie. Partnership of 51 now off 91 balls. So these two with a spot of luck for Salman Ali Agha, but he's ridden that luck and kept going. Bashir around the wicket, defended back to him. No run.
Bashir fails with the Jimmy Anderson pickup there.
Yeah, you've got to have the style to carry that off. Jimmy has it. I'm not sure Shoaib Bashir does just yet. Yeah, the great DCS, 278 at Trent Bridge in 1954. That's the highest ever.
Fazia Mahmood bowled at both ends for Pakistan. Was he doing like everything? He was batting 5 and opening the bowling.
I would
and
have
then
to look at the
shine
scorecard
went
for
off
that.
his bowled spin and all of this. Fazal Mahmood, is that the name? It's something like that. I do apologise if there are Pakistan listeners. I'm failing to get the correct name of the great 1950s all-rounder for Pakistan.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, you don't need me to tell you who's got the most wickets in England versus Pakistan tests.
Jimmy?
Well, actually, yes, but he's only equal first.
With?
And then there's a Pakistan player who's the other first equal.
Wasim?
No.
Waqar?
No. We'll wait for Jack Leach.
Imran
Still that
Khan?
slip and a leg slip. That's, again, whipped just past the leg variety of slip. Cass is after it. He does look a tad laboured as he chases, and they'll come back for 2, 446 for 6.
Imran didn't bowl enough to.
You need to be thinking. You don't think pace. He's in an Anderson Broad sandwich. This player. So Broad is third, Anderson is first, and in the middle of those two, Broad.
Mushtaq?
No, it won't be Mushtaq. He didn't play enough Test
no,
cricket.
pre-Mushy, I think. Yeah, definitely pre-Mushy.
Abdul Qadir?
Yes, very good. Well done, Bear.
Yeah, well
Abdul
done,
Qadir.
Bear. You know your spinners, Bear.
He was class, wasn't he?
As that one's worked away backward of square. Cass again is the man who has to go barrelling after it, and again they'll come back for 2, 3, beg their pardon, 3, 4, 49, 4, 6.
He was great entertainment, Abdul Qadir. Absolutely electrifying on the field. A big bouncing run up and bowled big leg breaks.
He did,
big
didn't he?
googlies.
I remember.
And there was always an air of tension, a crackle in the air, because you didn't quite know what he was going to do next either.
So Jack Leach is just looking a little expensive. 5 off the first 2. And that was quite a wristy sort of half drive, but more perhaps defensive out towards mid-off, so the flow has been staunched temporarily. Best bowling figures then in England-Pakistan test, when we've already been chatting about him just now and his bouncy run.
Abdul Qadir.
Yes, indeed.
An 8.
A 9 for.
9.
Nine
Wow.
for work backward a square to show Bashir. That one they'll take another.
Yeah, but
single.
that was probably when finger waving man Mike Gatting.
Yeah, maybe. But I tell you what, Abdul Qadir got as many LBWs
Shakul
turned
Rana,
down.
one of the more disappointing superheroes, finger waving man.
Yeah. Shakul fucking
but it was,
Rana.
but it was the
56.
it was the days when spinners couldn't win an
450s
LBW.
up, chaps.
True.
Defended into the offside. No run.
Well,
Abdul
that's
Qadir,
interesting because probably they could when Shakul Rana was
Well, maybe,
umpiring
but
if you
there
were
were-
Pakistan.
It was in Lahore,
And
it was in 1986.
So it
you-
was Shakul Rana.
1987. So you're in about that right kind of.
That would have been about right. I thought that was 84 though. I think it was a little
ballpark.
earlier, wasn't it?
Up onto his toes, carved into the offside, but no run.
Let's have a look at that test.
450.
Do you know what test it was?
6. Yes, I can tell you that. Hold on 1 second. 125 overs complete, and 450 for 6. And I can tell you it was Pakistan versus England at Lahore, 1987.
Yeah, I mean his googly and flipper would have got a lot more wickets if umpires would give players out on the front foot to a spinner, as they do now, because DRS has, to all intents and purposes, it's proved that you can be LBW on the front foot.
Speaking of spinners, then Gary, while Sabir looks that up, who
would
do you reckon?
Would you change very soon? Are we going to do one more over?
Yeah, we might do, seeing as the Bears in the middle. Right. Who do you think has the best figures in a match in tests between England and Pakistan?
Well, if it's not Abdul Qadir after he took 9 in one innings, then...
Oh, again, no, it is Abdul Qadir, actually.
Yeah, it will be.
But he's tied first. He's tied first. I'll give you one word clue.
Go on.
Kent.
Kent?
Kent.
Eric Underwood?
Yes, spot on. Right, we're going to get through Bashir's over and then we will clear the decks for the next trio, which might involve you two again, I think. I'm not sure. That one's
it does.
defended out towards cover. No run.
Shall I stay in this chair? Sorry, a bit of
admin
for the
if
listeners.
it's someone on Zoom, you're going to have to move sideways. Solid fellow that you are, the camera will not find you. Unless you move into the middle seat. Oh, that's a terrific ball. I think they've got their man there.
That
Yes, they
is
have. Bashir has his
super
first
ball.
wicket. Just turned back into the
Wow.
left-hander. It took the edge, taken at slip. Joe Root took the catch. Saud Shakil has gone. He's not going to join the pair of century makers. He's gone for 82 off 176. Bashir has his man. 1 for 91 for him, and now he's 450, 4-7.
Well, that will be a bit of a worry for England.
Oh, I'm glad we stayed on.
I won't look back.
Classic off break, that. Terrific ball. From around the wicket.
Yeah, but it turned off the middle. It's another sort of indication for bowling at the stumps, which England haven't done enough of. But that, Abrar will have had a look at that and think, oh, quite nice. If it's doing that in the middle of day 2, then what's it going to be like in day 5? Because that turned a long way. This lad has plenty about him, Bashir. He's obviously raw.
Yeah.
But he can take wickets in lots of different ways, and he's got a bit of bottle about him. He's got the phlegmatic attitude that you need to have as a spinner, because you are going to be hit from time to time.
Not that I would ever wish my life away, but it'd be really interesting to wind the clock forward 5 years and see how he's going. You'd really hope he's with those natural attributes combined with a lot more experience. He's going to be quite a proposition, I reckon.
You hope so. I mean, that's I think what England are planning.
But the thing is, he cannot get into a groove of bowling negative white ball lines and lengths, because he is a full-on attacking spinner. He bowls either over the wicket or round the wicket. He bowls attacking deliveries that challenge a batsman, and if you get into all of the variations you've got to have in white ball and firing it in at the toes and all that kind of stuff, then inevitably he'll lose some of that. And I hope England can protect him, because I think we've got something that's really very valuable. The trouble is that he's going to give up soon, isn't he? I mean, white ball Adil Rashid.
Oh, right, yeah.
So England need an attacking spinner.
I don't think. I don't think they'll go to.
It's not really a like for like. More Rayan Ahmed, I thought, was being groomed.
Well, we kind of
as
hope
the next
that,
leggy
don't
off
we?
the rank. Anyway, look, as it's between the wicket's been taken, and as Richard is chomping at the virtual bit, shall I make way and we can do the swap now?
Yeah, you'll have to come and move over a seat, Gary, and we'll let Richard back in. Or is it Messi? It's Messi. Yeah, it's not Richard. Yeah,
it is moi and Richard.
No, it's Gary Messersbear.
Next.
Richard's next.
Beg your pardon.
I finally get a break next.
Racing Rant says, interesting that the three batters averaging more than 100 against spin are left-handed subcontinent.
Not now, Richard, not now.
Shaquille
You're next.
Joswell. Mog says, Marnus? Yeah, Marnus bowled 3 overs of medium pace filth. Just short stuff. I think they were just trying to avoid Inglis getting 100, which he's now got off 97 deliveries.
Yeah, you need to move your mic close to your mouth again, I think.
Oh, yep. Sorry, I sneezed. And Jamar, the statsman, says, let's hope England get them up for 500.
Well, it's definitely a possibility now, isn't it? For what they're on 450 for 7. Salman Agha, the last recognised batsman. You've got Jamal, Shaheen, Abrad. Abrad doesn't bat. Shaheen can give it some Humpty. And Jamal,
he's handy. He's handy. He's a number 8, an authentic 8. He's batting here at 9 because Nazim was the night watch. I'm just watching that bowler. It's an absolute beauty, really. And if he hadn't been caught, he'd have been LBW had he missed the ball. But there's just a thin edge. So Zaltzman is giving him out Rudy Kurtzen style there by pointing the finger at the batsman rather than raising the finger. So Shoaib Bashir will be feeling better with life. He has 1 for 91 and he's bowled well today. I think this ball is defended. No run.
Too many bad balls from Bashir. That's the problem. Too many times he drags it down.
I'm gonna trade 10 bad balls for 2 wicket taking balls.
Well.
But that's the way I look at spin. I don't see spin as primarily defensive. I see it as primarily attacking. As he's in again with a bit of flight, and he's just clipped there as Jamal gets off the mark with a single to mid-wicket. Pakistan have raised their 450 for 7.
I do too, but I think there's
451.
Too many. He bowls too straight, and therefore too many balls aren't attacking. That's why they're wasted deliveries down leg side. They're never going to touch the pads, and they're not going to beat the inside edge of the bat and go on to the stump. So I think there's too many of those balls are wasted, and too many are too short. Look, I think he's got potential. He just needs to realise it. And England need to stick with him. I agree, but I do get frustrated with him.
This ball is defended, no running. He's taken a lot of wickets for potential.
Well, yeah, totally. But I mean, that's the kind of ball that he needs to be bowling more often. It's got a little bit of flight. He bowls too flat too often, and he's got height. So if you can get it down with a bit of flight, he's got all the attributes, as you say. It's just a question of honing them, really.
And that ball takes the edge. It was another good ball on that attacking line that I like from an off spinner, which starts on about 5th stump, a little bit of drift away and then spin back. It took the edge, but they're through for a single. No, they're through for 2. 453 for 7. So a declaration looks less and less likely now, Bear.
Yeah, you'd say, wouldn't you? They're probably just. Well, they should just carry on attacking. We should have a jingle for the new bowler, batsman.
I'm a comer. I'm a coming for you. I'm a coming for you, Jamal.
So 2 batsmen have got in. 2 batsmen and made centuries. 2 batsmen have got in and got out in their 30s. The question is, which way is Salman going to go, or indeed whether he's going to have the opportunity to push on. If he gets 100 here, Pakistan will make 550 and they'll be very much in the box seats.
What if
he's out early and they're all out Pakistan for 480, 490, then England will think they're in with a chance.
Well,
as we have a new bowler.
We do have a new bowler. We'll give him his jingle after this. Ball.
It starts off with a bouncer that loops over the ducking Jamal and through to the keeper. There's a bit of
Steve Harmison about this lad, isn't there?
Yeah, I quite like him. I've got to say, I like his pace. He's managed to keep it out there most of the time, considering he's in his 20th over. He's been out there for 2 days. He's still knocking on the high 80s, which is reasonable. It's this man.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Brian Cast. Your hopes and dreams are flying at half mast. When the Brian comes a-calling, all your crews will be falling. Stick it all right up your Brian Cast.
This ball keeps horribly low, which is why they should bowl at the stumps. He was ducking under that, but it just crawled along the ground, hit Jamal on the knee, I would guess, when he was crouching. I mean, Jez, that was extraordinary delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah. Hard to know what the fuck's going on sometimes.
Well, I think it hit a crack. I mean, that's what's going on, and this is why England should bowl at the stumps, and why it's already, you look at it, it's pitched halfway down. It's just sort of more or less didn't even get stump height, but because it was going down leg side, the half-hearted appeal for LBW was turned down. I am sure Pakistan are going to bowl at the stumps the way Waqar and Wasim did so effectively for so many years.
It's a little concerning that halfway through day 2, the pitch should have those sort of things going on.
Yeah, as this is fuller, but if it gets higher up and is just pulled round the corner to Harry Brook, who's at deep square leg. But yeah, I am stone cold certain that Pakistan will bowl at the stumps to a split field, and they'll invite England to play across the line or play into the leg side, and they're going to get done on it one way or another.
Well, we'll see. You got Nazim Shah, you got Shaheen Sarafidi, Ahmed Jamal. They got a
Here's Cast again, and this is short and it's pulled, but he threw the shot a little too early, and Caractacus Potts at mid-wicket does the fielding as we go to a Tapal tea moment.
I got to say, I'm concerned that not having received 1 cent or 1 tea bag of remuneration, this particular tea company has received an awful lot of
well, it has, but it's quite nice, really. It sort of reminds me of when the Raj used to go up into the mountains in the summer and stay at what is it? Somewhere beginning with S was the kind of winter capital of the Raj. This is a horrible leg side round the wicket wide from Cars. He puts a lot of energy into wide. It's no balls, this lad. Yeah, what was the kind of summer capital of the Raj in India? It's somewhere up north, beginning with S. I can't remember. So I'm sure somebody will enlighten us in the comments. But they would have Tapal tea moments there, although they didn't brand them.
Tapal tea moments.
Afternoon tea on the terrace. In 20 degrees of heat instead of 40 in Delhi or Kolkata or Bombay, as it was. As Cars is in, this is a slower ball outside off stump, and he just waits for it, does Jamal, showing that he's quite a classy bat for a number 8, although he's batting 9 today. Gets it down to third man, and they'll be through for 2.
Well, I'm told by Google from 1772 to 1911, Calcutta was the capital of the Raj.
It was, but the Raj used to decamp up into the mountains to avoid the height of the summer heat, and there was an unofficial capital where business was done, and tea was taken on the terrace, and tigers were shot in the daytime.
Oh, the good old
day! Hey, look! Nobody says it's a good old day, or at least I'm not. Horrible from Bryden Cast down the leg side. He looks very tired to me. Which I don't think you should be, really. You're a professional cricketer. We've had a day and a half's cricket. He's only bowled 20 overs in a day and a half's cricket.
Yeah, but
shouldn't be that tired.
Oh no, standing out in a field for...
Look, I agree you should be
tiring.
He's tired, but professional sportsmen, you don't get kind of marathon runners saying, I've got to 20 miles and I feel a bit tired, I'm going to pack in. You should be training.
Funnily enough.
But, well, not at the elite level. And
even then,
this is what they train for. This is what their strength and conditioning is for.
Absolutely, no, I agree with that. I think that's his first
Shimla.
over.
Simla, that's it. Thank you, Jez. That's exactly the place I was thinking of.
Thank you, Dr. Google.
Does it say it was the winter capital or something? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a fascinating history of the subcontinent.
It was actually the summer capital.
The summer
'cause
capital,
we're getting
yeah.
away from the heat.
Yeah. Yes, that's, of course, the summer capital. You got it right. It's a fascinating history. I still haven't read Midnight's Children about the partition in 1947.
Seen the film, though?
No, I haven't seen the film
No, the
either.
film's quite good,
I have
isn't it?
read a book or two about the First War of Independence, or the Indian Mutiny. This ball is pushed to mid-wicket, and no run. It's just, fascinating cultures and clashes of culture and stories, and all of humanity is there before us.
So my recommendation would be The Anarchy by William Dalrymple.
Oh, I've heard good things about that. This is punched very full from
superb.
Bashir, punched to long on through for a single. Yes, I've heard good things, Jez, so that's your recommendation.
Horrendous history of the first true multinational corporation.
What,
the East India.
Company?
Oh, yeah.
I watched
The rapes
Taboo
and
on
pillaged
Netflix,
India.
actually. Have you seen that? Not
Yeah,
the
it's
Taboo
not
story.
exactly the same.
No, obviously. that was quite good.
Yes, it was.
I missed it when it was on the BBC.
Well, I did a guided walk around the city of London as Shoaib's in again, and this ball is pushed into the offside, and they pick up an easy, quick single as the score advances to 459 for 7. And we went to the headquarters of the East India Company, had a look at the building there that ran a subcontinent for 200 years off the back of 400 administrators or something, and an army of 20,000 or something. Just extraordinary. This ball is pushed into the leg side, but there is no run.
See, too many balls like that, and that's a waste of a ball for me.
It is a waste of a ball, but we didn't talk about Bryden Cast wasting 4 or 5 balls in the last over.
Yeah,
and wasting energy too.
And wasting energy as well. Yeah, I mean, if the game was simple, we'd just be able to say, look, there's a perfect bowler, there's a perfect batsman. But it beats everybody in the end as Mother Cricket. And this lad is on a steep learning curve.
Yeah.
That's a terrible ball down the leg side there because he's gone round the wicket. But these things are going to happen. What he can do is conjure a wicket out of nothing. And that's what he did a couple of overs ago. And he's well worth pursuing for that. And too often,
I agree.
Too often we've had spinners praised for holding an end. No, let's praise a spinner for getting people out. As this ball is full and it's pushed to mid-wicket and there is no run.
So that's the end of the over, isn't it?
Oh,
Jay
it is,
Grover's with us. Hello, Jay.
Oh, hello,
Says,
Jay.
Morning, all. Also, hooray, Gary. It's been so long, I can get cross with you all over again.
You can, Jay. I wouldn't want to disappoint you, and I bet I haven't.
Yeah, Jay, you're back on YouTube. I thought you said you'd been banned from YouTube.
It must have been suspended.
No.
Tarsis Ahmed says, today Pakistan team playing slow. Even England team bowling is not high-class standard. I don't disagree with that. Racing Rant suggested Srinagar. Mark Raymond said Shimla. And Mog says that William Dalrymple guy has a few good books about India. Yes, he also has an excellent podcast called Empire, which is well worth listening to.
Here is Bryden Cast, and this is punched with a kind of square cut that got a little bit close to him, so he didn't exactly cut it, he more deflected it down to wide third man, where Shoaib does the fielding again, and scrappy return. There is fatigue in the field for sure, as I think 2 were taken from that. Nope, 3, yet another 3. Pakistan 463 for 7 now. Salman has got to 40. Jamal, who's looked perfectly competent, has 7 off 9.
And Jay Grover's super chatted us for £2. It just says Leadenhall Street.
Yes.
East India Company.
Yep. It was, and we were in and around Leadenhall Street on a very, very good guided tour on the history of the City of London. This ball passes the retreating Salman, who was looking to uppercut it over the vacant slips area, but in the end he decided not to play the shot, and Jamie Smith using that excellent footwork. He never really seems to be hurried behind the stumps, Jamie Smith, and it's a testament to quick feet and good decision making.
Yeah, England will be looking to take these last 3 wickets pretty quickly, won't they? I don't think they will get them reasonably quickly, no. It's bloody hard work to get wickets out here.
There's Ramiz Raja and his hair in the commentary box, as this is pulled, but without any great conviction, by Salman down to one of two men in the deep on the leg side. I think that's Zach Crawley who returns. It is, and England need a bit of a lift. Unlike Ramiz Raja's hair, which is always perched high above the forehead.
Extraordinary black
Jay
hair for a
says,
man that old,
finally
isn't
on
he?
my special subject, he says, I'm been unbanned, but have I learned my lesson?
Probably not, Jay. Probably
Well,
not.
Depends what substances you're using at the time. I
Here's
suppose.
Braden Cars, and this is a shout for LBW here, and he's been given out on the field.
think that's
It's
harsh.
either going to be going over the top.
Yeah.
It stayed low. It was an attempt at a kind of pull or turn round the corner by Saud. I think it's Saud, isn't it? And is he reviewing it? Surely he's reviewing it. Yes, they are.
so.
They are reviewing it. I think this just might be umpire's call on the leg bail there.
Clipping the top of leg stump.
You reckon? I thought
yeah.
it was missing. I thought that was a bit harsh.
It was a good ball because it was an authentic
Oh, no, that's
off
out.
cutter. It's hit him in front of middle. Thank God
Yeah,
England
the
have
height
started
is
to
an
bowl the
issue,
stumps.
though.
It did keep a bit low, and he is
quite deep there.
Yeah, this is going to be out, I think, unless there's a little inside edge. Surely there isn't.
No, he didn't. He missed it. I thought it hit him way down leg side.
I thought it was going down leg side as well. It's actually hit him in front of middle and off, and this has taken middle stump 7/8 of the way up, I would suggest.
No, I think it's trimming the bails, but I think it will be out.
Here we are. It's umpire's call on the bail. You're right there, Burr, but because it was given out on the field, a perfectly reasonable decision by the umpire. That is the end of the partnership. Pakistan are beginning to turn away quite quickly. It was Jamal who was out. He's gone for 7, and they're looking for quick runs, but the pitch has deteriorated quite noticeably, I would suggest, in the last hour.
Well, possibly.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
In which case, it won't be so bad if Pakistan do get out with 464.
But one of these things is about the attitude of the batters, isn't it? Because a pitch can look a bit capricious and low bounce and squatting, but it's only if the batsmen are sort of hung back in the crease. If batsmen come forward and dominate the way that Zach Crawley does, for example, he never seems to get one that squats because he's so often at or around the pitch of the ball. So, as ever with cricket, the simple narratives can be resisted because the balance of bat and ball, decisions you make in the moment as well as across and over in a session, they determine the narrative as it plays out. But we'll certainly see. Shaheen Shah Afridi is in now, and he'll be having a close look at the wicket and thinking, well, what can I do if I pitch it short of a length, on a length, and full?
Well,
It's always time for Shaheen Afridi. No, not that other guy, that's Shaheen. It's always time for Shaheen Afridi. Shaheen Afridi, Shaheen Afridi.
It's a question for you, Jez, really. I mean, he started, I think, as an 18-year-old. So what is he now? 24, 25, Shaheen Shah Afridi?
28. That was a long time ago he started, man.
Cast round the wicket to the left-handed Shaheen Afridi, who baseballs it. Absolutely trying to whack him out of the ground first ball, and he missed it by a mile.
He's 24 years old.
Yeah.
What, Shaheen
There
Afridi?
we
Is
are.
he 24?
Yeah.
Fucking no way. Jesus, I thought he'd been around longer than that. I thought he must be nearly 28.
Oh, he's...
His first test match was in 2018.
Yeah. I think he started as 18-year-old.
I love him. I do think he looks a lot like the guy off Horrible Histories. I can't remember his name. Got that shape of face.
Wide on the return creases, Bryden Cars round the wicket, and that is short ball into Shaheen Afridi, who didn't look like he played it with any great conviction. I'll just say there, I was slightly hesitant because I wondered if Cars bowled a back foot no ball there, which umpires are beginning to call now because of the
the TV umpire. It certainly looked very close. You've got to have your back foot inside the popping crease, not touching the popping crease, but inside it, as I understand, although I'm happy to be corrected.
I think that's correct.
Simon Farnaby, that's who he looks like.
Simon Farnaby.
Horrible Histories, The Detectress, one of Simon Garfunkel on Detectress.
Don't watch
either
either of them.
You haven't watched Detectress, you've missed something. It's a treat.
I'm told to watch it, but I get so little chance to watch telly because I'm in cinemas and theatres, and if I am watching telly, I tend to be watching sport, I'm afraid. So I'd love to watch more telly, and there will be a time when I'll have to, because I won't be able to deal with the escalators and the stairs that get you in and out of the West End.
Get yourself an electric wheelchair, you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm halfway to thinking about getting a stick, I promise you. As Bashir is in, and he makes plenty of room for himself, does Salman, but it's a Yorker. Again, it's well bowled by Bashir, who followed him as he retreated to Salman, trying to open up the space above extra cover, or beyond extra cover, but no run. The charge is on, I think, for Pakistan, and there's a nice little reverse paddle from Salman.
Premeditated that.
Premeditated. But he didn't try and hit it too hard, and therefore it was a fairly risk-free round the corner to the man at Gully. 465 for 8 here. Don't think they're going to get 500.
Well, you never know, don't you? It's, 35 runs away, a couple of big hits.
We will know when they're all out.
Well, yes, we will. But,
Sharp going round the wicket here, looking to pick up another scalp, and he's in, and this ball is a beauty. Quicker ball, turned, beat the proffered edge of Shaheen Shah Afridi, and if I were Shah, I'd be saying, wasted on you, son.
Yeah, that was now that's a ball.
That is a ball.
There's a little bit of turn starting to appear, isn't there?
Jamie Smith took it well behind the stumps at 2, and that's a horrible slog from Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's in for the slog. He misses it by a mile, but it takes a pad.
No, it didn't take a pad. It was an under edge.
Oh, it's an under edge, was it?
Yeah.
You're right, Bear. You see, you know more about the spin bowling alchemy than I do.
Well, no,
3 runs
I
to
just
Shaheen
watched
Shah
what happened
Afridi.
on the screen there.
Did you?
Yeah.
I thought
it's a big heave-ho, and he got a massive under edge.
Oh, there you are, Bear. There you are.
Oh, it's not the end of the over.
Nope. Bashir has his 100 up. He has 1 for 100 off 26.4. A few years ago, we'd have called him Martin, wouldn't we? But he's persona non grata, I think. As Shoaib's in again, and again he retreats, does Salman. But Shoaib is winning the battle here by bowling more down the leg side, but it becomes almost the offside to the batsman because he's retreated to square leg, trying to open up the shot over extra cover, which you kind of think is coming, don't you, Bear?
Yeah.
He's in again, is Shoaib. Oh, and he just waits there because the batter is moving around in the crease. Now, I don't mind the bowler doing that once, but I don't think they should be doing it 2 or 3 times. But he's just said, look, if you're going to move around in the crease, I'm going to wait to see where you are before I bowl. And now we've got another delay.
Got big feet, hasn't he, Bashir?
He's a big lad. He's
skinny.
Yeah, tall, skinny.
Big fingers. I like that. I mean, he's got all the attributes required.
Down the track comes Salman, and he hit that very hard. Not with complete timing, but plenty enough to get it to the long off boundary for one of these. And there aren't that many of them. So he did drag it down and bowl it a bit faster there, Sharp, because he saw him coming down the track rather than Salman's main MO, which has been to back away towards square leg. All, of course, in the service of opening up attacking options, as you would do at 472 for 8. That was the end of the over.
Jay recommends rereading Tears of the Rajas by Ferdinand Mand. He also says, in response to Mog's question of why he was suspended, by process of elimination, calling Billy a public school Bradman, which is vastly unfair. I have no idea where he went to school.
Well, you'll be pleased to know he did go to a
Dulwich.
public school. No, he didn't go to Dulwich. It was somewhere down in Hampshire, but Fairham or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
and he says this is a jest. I don't think Billy is a Bradman, regardless of his education. I was tired and emotional at the time.
Yeah, well,
cast round the wicket and just punched onto the ground by Shaheen Sharafridi, and they're through for a single. I'm pretty sure Ferdinand Mount went to a public school, and if I was going to guess, I'd say Eton. But he's a high Tory. He wouldn't be so popular in the current Conservative Party, although his son is, of course, Harry Mount. He's leading the charge for the Conservative right.
yeah, they can all fuck off.
Well, I seldom agree with sentiment spoken with such bluntness, but I think you're correct, Bear. They can indeed. This is down the leg side from Bryden Cast, who really is not bowling very well here, is he? I mean, he did get that wicket, but it was a strange delivery that got it, and that's just leg side, wasted delivery.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they even consider voting in Kemi Badenoch, he's an absolute nut job.
He looks very, very tired.
Well, you say that. I was going to say last over he's still getting out to 140. You know, it's good effort, really.
It is. The effort is undeniable, but he looks out on his feet. You know, I'm glad he's not batting 3. He's over the wicket now, and this is defended from the crease by Salman, and there is no run. I tell you what, though, if I had a number, a test side 8 down, I'd want to be bowling as well. You know, this is a nice chance to pick up a little forfer.
Yeah, a couple of cheapies at the end. Well, Salman's batted well though, 46 off 60, and so easily could have been caught. Wells had just lifted his foot a little higher. We're due a change at the end of this over.
Stephen Kelk says Pakistan collapsing to a feeble 460-ish.
Here's Cast again, and this is pulled with intent rather than execution by Salman, who hasn't timed the ball at all well. I mean, you can't help thinking, Bear, that this lack of timing, even in the shots that have gone to the boundary, and some of them keeping low, that the pitch is misbehaving more. I know the ball is softer, so it's not coming through as much, but it looks a different pitch to the one that we were talking about this morning.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, the fact is that maybe a little bit the odd one keeping a bit low, but the thing is there's nothing going off the seam.
No. This is a horrible ball down the leg side, and again Jamie Smith, who is tidy behind the wickets. That was down the leg side, it was low, and he did actually end up sprawling, but his footwork was so good that he didn't have to dive too far forward nor too far to the side. He has impressed. This is a long innings to keep, and he's been more or less immaculate. I mean, look at that footwork there. You can't do it much better than that. Bear, I'm going to have to... Guys, I've got to see the ball by ball. Thank you.
Mog points out that he's called plenty of people Bradmans, but never copped a ban, unluckily.
Yes, well, here's Cars, and this ball is uppercut over the man at gully, down to a very fine third man, who somewhat unusually is Joe Root, and he flings it back to Jamie Smith. It's the end of the over. It's 474 for 8. I think I'm staying in the same chair, but I think, Tony, you're doing
you are.
the ball by ball.
No, I think Richard is
Richard is. Oh, excellent.
Walk us through the next session.
Yeah.
Ball by ball is being presented to you from Austria.
Of course. Where else would
Austria,
a Pakistan test come from?
Vienna or Salzburg or...
not even in a city. I'm in a very small farming town near the Hungarian border.
Oh, wow. Is it all Lederhosen and stuff like that there?
Not even that.
Oh.
Not even that. It's more of a mountain. It's more as you go west.
Well, just paint us a bit of a picture in words, could you? Because it sounds terribly exotic from southeast London.
It's flat. As far as the eye can see, just plains. All the way to Mongolia.
All the way to Mongolia.
Literally, it's where the Central Asian steppe begins.
Okay, but is it fields of sunflowers and stuff like that? Or
often sunflowers.
wheat?
The farmers tend to rotate, which just confuses my answer on that question.
Yeah.
I've only been here 3 years, and I think they work on 3-year cycles. Anyway, here's Bashir. That is wide outside the leg stump. Finds a bit of turn out there, but no good turn when the batsman's just going
Interesting
to
insight
watch
into
it go
Gary's
past
mind
its
there as
heels.
well. Sunflowers and lederhosen seeming to be the two things that most get him excited.
Yeah. Well, Jamie Smith's keeping's getting me excited
Oh, well,
because
that's
that was very good keeping again.
Bashir again round the wicket to Salman, who gets bat on the slightly straighter one, but it's tidied up at mid-wicket.
He's just trying to keep him on strike here, I think, is Salman, because if they get him out, then the innings will go very quickly, I think. They want to bowl 6 deliveries to Salman.
There's Bashir again. Again, it's down the leg side, and Salman does have a prod at that, but Duckett at square leg tidies up. And we're getting into the territory of asking, should the last couple of wickets fall in the next half hour? Will the innings change be during the tea break?
Yeah, but I think what they've got, if he can bowl another dot ball here, then I think Salman will be coming with the big shot in the end of the over.
Will it be a dot ball from Bashir? It's much straighter, and it is just defended by Salman.
Yeah, I think the big shot's coming now. This is the chance for Chris Wokes to redeem himself after his brilliant fielding on the boundary earlier.
Well, from the aerial shot, I can see at least 3 men on the boundary, all on the offside, if I haven't got my ends mixed up. No, 4 men on the boundary, actually, if you count third man. Anyway, he's round the wicket again. Salman threatening to give himself a bit of room there, but it ends up just defending it.
This is good bowling from Bashir.
Well, can he make a tidy finish to the over? Salman, of course, is 1 blow away from his half-century. He's on 47 at the moment.
I'm looking for less a tidy, more an attacking option from this last ball. I want him floating it up outside off stump, saying, you want to fetch that to leg? Then you fetch it to leg.
Or alternatively, hit it to the offside where all those fielders are waiting. Well, he hits it to leg because it's wide outside leg stump, so he did not follow your plan.
No, he didn't.
Doesn't get much on it. It just dribbles out to square leg, and there will be... Oh, there was a single there. 475 for 8 at the conclusion of the 132nd over.
Right, well, Pirate Badshah, ahoy, says, morning old salts and sea dogs. Great to see you, Pirate Badshah. Suitor, who everywhere is exotic compared to southeast London.
Something in that.
Mr. Handjob says, watch out for hordes of Scythians swarming over the horizon, Richard.
Hordes of what?
Well, Scythians or Scythians?
I suspect they come from the across the steppes from Mongolia.
Is that a literary reference?
Is it like Hussars? Are they like Hussars, Mog? Is that Scythians? Like
Cossacks.
Sort of Cossacks? Hussars are Hungarian, weren't they?
Not sure.
Originally?
It gets complicated. There's all sorts of warrior horse-mounted peoples when you start going east from here, and of course
the
the Hungarians
Magyars.
are the nearest of them.
Okay.
But all the way over to Genghis Khan's lot, I'm sure there's a few we haven't
That's
heard of.
Mongolia.
That's one of those.
There was an Austro-Hungarian empire for what, 200, 300 years, maybe?
There was.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the border, which is 3 kilometres down the road from me,
as close as
was
that?
not a border for a long
Wasn't
time.
it the shooting
No,
of the Archduke sort of bring on...
I can go for after-work cycles to Hungary, which I do find. That I find exotic.
Yeah.
So Jack Leach, we've got both spinners on at the moment. Has conceded a single. Salman trots down the other end.
Hungary...
Shaheen.
I mean, Hungary are barely in the democratic world, but are they in the Eurozone? Or do you have to get
They're
the
not.
forints?
No,
or-
they still use the forint. Yeah. Which is one of those marvellous currencies where the numbers are all very large. So you spend 280 or something on a bus ride.
Yeah.
I know that bloody president of Hungary's a bit of a loose cannon, isn't he? I can't remember his name, but he's a dodgy
Viktor
character.
Orban.
Orban, yeah.
Jesus. Watch out for him. He'll bend whichever way he thinks suits him, not necessarily world order.
Yes. Well, Hungarian, of course, a very impenetrable language. I mean, can you read the street signs there, or do you use
I'm busy trying
Google
to learn
Translate?
it. This is my textbook for those who can see us on YouTube.
I understand it's amongst the hardest languages to learn, along with like Basque and stuff like that.
I'm starting to. In the beginning, it seemed all right, actually, but I'm starting to get to the hard bit. But it does have advantages over German. There's no articles. There's no die, das, der. You don't have to worry about all that masculine, feminine stuff that you do in the rest of Europe.
I rather liked all those cases and
genders in German. It gave a rigour to us English who can get away with pretty much anything.
Here's Leach, and it's a defensive shot out into the offside from Shaheen.
The fact that prepositions take the accusative in German has always helped me with prepositions taking the accusative in English when I write. I'm sure I make many grammatical mistakes, but the grammar I get right, or correct I should say, in English is primarily because I did German at school for 3 years and enjoyed it.
But then only some take the accusative, which is the nasty bit. And sometimes it depends on the context. So,
yeah.
It's mean. I'm yet to be convinced that Hungarian is any worse.
That's
Shaheen goes for a massive hoik, but he just gets hit on the leg, and he's limping away, isn't he?
It was hit in the stomach, I think.
I think that was lower. That's lower stomach area.
Yeah, he's hit somewhere that it hurts. We're seeing a replay now. It's got him midships, as they say.
Why is there no appeal?
Well, there was from Smith.
Yeah. Seems strange not to appeal.
He's recovered quickly as Shaheen, and this time he just turns it away down towards short fine leg, and he'll get himself a single.
Yeah, it was more a convincing appeal that was missing rather than an appeal. You're right, but do you know, Richard, why there was no appeal there?
I mean, I would need to see the replay again. My first instinct was it might have been going down leg a little bit,
but only a little bit. It costs nothing for an appeal. You know, a review costs because you only get 3.
Right-hander on strike now. There's a bit of turn there for Leach as Salman actually just prods the bat at it away from his body. But it should be enough to take him to his half century.
Yeah, fine effort that.
Do we have half century jingles?
We do.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
He rudely doesn't celebrate long enough for our jingle to finish. The game is continuing. There'll be one single there to finish the over. That takes us to 480 for 8.
Right, Mr. D. Handjob says Scythians, Huns, Allans, Mongols, that sort of thing. Who are the Allans?
It's hard to keep up with the tribes of Central Asia and Eastern Europe.
I didn't know there were any Allans.
Well, there were the Huns as well, weren't there?
Well, you mentioned the Huns. He said Scythians, Huns, Allans, Mongols, that sort of thing. I just didn't know about the Allans. I heard of the rest. Jay Grover, Sutahu life is all about clinging to these fleeting glimmers of hope. In fairness, I wouldn't let me anywhere near a helicopter and well, I don't know, that's obviously the back end of another conversation. One for you, Gary, from Mr. Henderson. Missing leg by miles, Gary.
Oh, right, okay.
That LBW
decision. They often call for DRS when the ball is missing leg by miles, so at least you can push for an appeal. But still, I think England's appealing has been a bit weak throughout this match.
Yeah, it's definitely not been Ollie Pope's forte as a captain in his captaincy tenure of what now? This is his 4th test as captain.
Well, if history is any lesson, we can trust Pakistan to make up for that with vociferous appeal.
Yes, they will be. I don't think Naseem Shah holds back when he thinks he's got an opportunity to get a decision from the umpire. I just want to talk a little about the difference in the 2 spinners on at the moment.
The one currently bowling is Bashir, and Salman has a go this time. Doesn't get hold of much of it in his efforts to lift him over long on. Just drops in no man's land, and he'll get himself 2 runs.
See, I think that we saw a little bit of why Bashir is more of a wicket taker than Leach, or a natural wicket taker than Leach. Because Bashir is taller and because he really drives over that front leg, when he spun the ball, it really went past the bat.
Gives himself lots of room coming around the wicket, and also gives the batsman lots of room on the leg side.
And
not interested.
Where Jack Leach in the last over, he spun a ball, but because he is shorter, because he has slightly more of a round arm, because he doesn't get quite the same revs on the ball, at least in my opinion, it was slow turn.
Oh, it turns it around, reverse sweep, powerfully hit. And this one is going to reach the boundary. Salman moves to 58, I believe.
Yes, I remember sort of 20 odd years ago when people played that shot where they go full other hand, if you like, and hit the ball hard in the air over what would be point but what looks like square leg because they've reversed it. Everybody thought it was some kind of witchcraft. It was a miracle. Now everybody does it.
He's doing it again, but this time he missed it. It was wider down the leg
Yeah.
side and actually turned. It's all fairly negative stuff at the moment.
No, but that was fairly smart cricket there because Bashir was saying, okay, you've done it once, do you want to try it again? And I think he outfoxed him there because it was wider and quicker.
Will Salman try it a third time? No, he won't. Hits it conventionally, hits it straight, hits it high and long. It's one bounce and one of these.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
See, I think if Stokes is captain, he has the catcher out there at long off. But
Well, we'll never know. This one's turned away as Salman manages to nick the strike off the last ball of the over, and there's a certain amount of urgency about his batting now. You wonder if a message is being sent from the
Well, let's crack on,
to
lads.
approach.
Get to 500 and we'll see where we are, I think.
I mean,
probably.
that's why they needed the man at long on, because what they were looking for there was a boundary and a single, and England conceded the boundary and the single because they didn't have the man stopping the boundary.
Right, Blue Sky. Over on Blue Sky, Kiwi by day. Says, honestly love listening to you guys, even though after half an hour I don't actually know which team's batting. I need to start paying attention. Kiwi by day also says, yes, loved my limited knowledge of German to work out what takes the accusative. There you go.
Well, from me, that's a good thing.
Dirty, dasty, dane, disasty, and all that stuff we used to learn. Right, Pirate Badshah, the Allens. Were they not related to the Ossetians? My addled, scarcely awake brain thinks. Looking it up, and yes, they're good. There you go. That's who the Allens were.
Jack Leach, who has conceded 125 runs so far, continues. There's another attempted reverse sweep. The ball gets a little bit big on Salman, and he misses that one. Oh, it actually catches him in the throat. It really does get quite big on him. It was not the length to sweep, or it bounced unexpectedly.
The charge is very much on.
This one is really full. He sweeps it anyway. Possibly caught that one on the full and got enough of it to hit the boundary Toblerone at deep.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
It's quite hard now for the bowlers to know what length and line to bowl because the batsmen are making their own lines and lengths by their aggressive attitude at the crease.
He almost fell over after playing that shot and was a little bit delayed in getting away for the run, but he didn't need it anyway.
I think we need Gus Atkinson on to bowl full and at the stumps here.
Leach will have other ideas. Oh, he's hit him on the pad as there's another hoik into the leg side attempted, but it's going down, I think.
Yeah, I think it was.
Having a chat.
I mean, they may review because, you know, it's the last recognised batsman and, you know, they're 8 down. So they are going to review, but...
But it's pitched outside leg.
Well, it hasn't pitched. It's hit them on the full, I think.
Well, then then it can't be hitting because it needs turn.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't see any way this can be out.
No, it's left arm round the wicket and it's hit him in front of leg stump. It has to be missing that leg stump.
Well, how many reviews have England had? Because this might be, they're 8 down, we might as well take a review.
That's
time,
what I
isn't
think
it?
has happened.
Yeah. But I think
it might even hit him outside leg stump. Does indeed. You can.
Yeah,
it doesn't.
I think that's just outside leg stump, and it hits him outside.
And it wasn't even spinning towards the stumps. It was
no. So as far as we can see, pitching outside leg, hitting outside leg,
and going down.
Yeah,
all of that added together suggests there's not a lot going for it.
Yeah, and neither a lot going for it was my summary of him of the ball hitting him on the full, because it didn't hit him on the full, but it hit him low down.
I thought that at first as well.
You were right.
But he's trying to sweep everything, and balls that are about almost hitting your toes are difficult to sweep. I mean, batting 101, isn't it?
Well,
I think it might even have been a hint of bottom edge as well, but I'm not so sure about that one.
Took a bit of a chunk out of the pitch with the
That
bat.
would just be one other thing.
It's almost
not
a
to
shame
waste our
there
time
isn't
with
an edge on that.
No, I don't think there was. I think
We'd
it's the ball.
complete the quartet of reasons not to review.
Let's have a look. Here
Are
it
they
is.
still looking at this? I mean, this is where it gets ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, we've all decided 10 minutes ago this cannot be out, and they're still going through the motions.
See, we've given that decision ages ago based on exactly what they're now showing us. Pitched outside leg, hitting outside leg, missing leg, all the three things we already said.
Right, Leach in once again, and he dances down the wicket, does Salman. He's got it away over cow corner, and it's 4 runs.
Oh, was that 4? Or
I think it was 6,
thought that
wasn't
went
it?
all the way. Got to be
I
honest.
decided it was 4.
You've given it as 4, have you? I'm just going to hold fire on the jingle.
Scorers have given it 4.
You're right. No, fair enough.
Was it Rayan Ahmed doing the fielding there? He looked pretty sharp in the field,
1
beyond the boundary rope.
and 2 and 3 and 4.
Oh, it was 4, wasn't it?
Well, Salman has decided he's getting 100 before tea or a declaration.
Well, we're 1 off the 500.
Leach comes around the wicket. It's a very steady defensive shot off the 5th ball of the over. And now the search for the single will be on.
And Salman has the 1,000 runs in Test cricket up in 15 matches, an average of 45.45.
He's got it around the corner with a little paddle. I think he might get to here. Only I could see the pitch.
Just
Anyway,
one.
the 500 is up.
Just the
500
one.
is up, and he has kept the strike. He wouldn't have wanted the 2 anyway, I
Nope.
suppose.
Right, well, I have to tell you, our friends, whomever they were, the Allens, are causing quite some discussion. Did the Allens have a big battle against the Daves or the Ians? Sutu wants to know. Dave Durrell said, is Woody Allen part of that tribe? Jeremy Henderson said, I assume the Allens carried the keys to each kingdom. Very good, particularly for those
And the
of us
Sky Crew's having a good laugh at our discussion right
familiar with flat pack furniture. Everyone knows a good Allen key. Pirate Badshaw, somewhere along the line I'd absorbed this information to go along with the dicey contemporary geopolitics of Ossetia, says Pirate B.
Oh, yes, Ossetia.
And Suter, who I think this one's to you, Rich, which was that was a quite assertive. I have decided it was 4.
You get used to, when you're dealing with pixelated images, deciding based on people's body language and the movements of small ball boys beyond the rope. That's what I based my decision
The
on.
small ball boy in this instance being Rayan Ahmed.
Yeah. Well,
not that small.
I've got an unpixelated, huge television screen in front of me, and I still can't see it. So, yeah, well done.
That's often the case, but I've learned to stop looking for the ball under these circumstances. We have a change of bowling. Was that Atkinson? Or
Yeah,
Atkinson,
it was
right?
the man I was calling for.
Well, here he is.
Call has been heard. It's a dot ball.
Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Jafra, breaking down after every game.
There you go.
Just about 9 minutes until tea time as Atkinson gets ready for the next ball and has just bashed away into the offside. Fielders can't catch it. It's going to be another 4 for Salman.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And a gift, wasn't that, Gary?
It was. I mean, it's short. He's trying to follow him, but it's hard to bowl in these circumstances, I think, because the batsman's doing so much at the crease, and 500 is up. I do think the Yorker on middle stump is the best ball in such circumstances.
Yep, I would agree. Let's see what Atkinson comes up with this time. It's actually a little bit straighter, but a similar length. And Salman just gets out the way of this one.
That jingle previously there, I caught XTC at the end,
Yeah,
Kraftwerk in the middle, but what was the opening of that? I wasn't sure.
Ramones.
Oh, the Ramones.
There's Ramones. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. So a bit of a kind of late 70s jingle.
Yeah. Late punk orientation.
Gus Atkinson once again. It's missing leg. It's a little bit short, and Salman heaves it around the corner. And what is happening in the middle? Is he taking one?
One, yeah, I'm sure.
I'll tell you just a second.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah, he's taking one. So England have got 3 balls at Shaheen here.
Trombone time, as Brian Johnson always says. Trombone time. Salman is on 76.
Oh, 76, as in trombones, yes.
Led the big parade.
And Shaheen's going to have a one of the quicks to deal with.
Wasn't it one of the cornets that followed? Cornets.
Yeah, 101 cornets, was it left behind? Something like that.
I think so. Something like, yes.
Was it the Music Man that was from?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Shipoopy. Also
Wasn't
from
the Music Man also, You've Got Trouble. No, You've Got Trouble right here in River City.
So around the wicket comes Atkinson. It is wide. Shaheen takes the invitation and slaps it over the covers. And he will probably
take
scoop
one
down the other end.
Trouble with a T, and that rhymes with P, and that stands for Paul. That was a Music Man, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. 1956, 57, something like that.
How do I know utter shite like that? And I wasn't. It was 3 years before I was even born. How do I know that?
Some things were born knowing, especially if you grew up.
I was born knowing it.
If you grew up with Radio 2 on all the time, I've seen Fiddler on the Roof twice in Regent's Park, and you just know. Just come back.
Atkinson again to the left-handed Shaheen, who rides the bounce outside off stump quite nicely and just helps himself to a single out into the backward point region.
If you're our age and you grew up with Radio 2 on in the background, you're just born knowing songs like Matchmaker and If I Were a Rich Man. You just are.
Yeah, Topol. And the other thing that's just come literally into the back of my head is I've got a feeling in the film it was sung by Robert Preston.
Yeah, Robert Preston was the...
Now, how do I know that? How do I know that?
Yep.
Weird.
See, it's the
well,
thing.
I don't.
What age?
No, who you're talking about? So at some point there is a limit to
what
how
age,
long ago something can be.
What age does is it brings the memories from 50 years ago into sharper relief, but the memories of 50 days ago, or sometimes even 50 minutes ago, become impossible because they just go in and come out again.
The other thing it does is things that happened before your time, which you thought when you were a 10-year-old were ancient history.
Oh,
you realise when you're 45 actually weren't that long ago when you were young.
It's when you realise, I mean, there was a wonderful piece in The Guardian last week to commemorate 40 years of since the death of Leonard Rossiter. And when he died, I thought, he was some ancient man. I think he was 57.
Oh, he's very young, taken far too young.
57 or something, 4 years younger than I am now. And yeah, it's a thing, Johan Neeskens going yesterday was a blow on top.
I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, Toto Schillaci, Gary Shaw, which really hit me in the solar plexus.
Neeskens went to total football team, wasn't he?
73,
74.
He was 73, but 74 side, and took that amazing penalty in the World Cup final. It was just a perfect player in lots of ways.
Interesting
perfect
change of bowling.
midfielder.
At 508 for 8.
We've got a new bowler and a new jingle.
Here he is.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Yeah, Shaheen just drives that out to mid-on. Most of the field is up on the leg side at any rate.
Yeah, flighted that ball, tossed it up, tried to beat him in the flight.
This one is flatter, and Shaheen has a heave-ho at it, and I think he's got all of it.
Yeah, he has. I just fail to understand why there isn't a long on out there.
Right, well, here it is. You can certainly give it a long handle, can Shaheen Shah Afridi. And he does it increasingly in T20 cricket, where he's captain as well. He's been captaining Pakistan, hasn't he?
But yesterday, when it was normal cricket being played, there seemed to be a long on all the time, conceding a single. Now they're going for the slogs. There's no long on, and they seem to be up trying to block the single. I'm not sure what's going off out there, as Fred would say. But Pope is talking himself out of the vice captain's job here, particularly when Harry Brooks seemed to do a fine job in the one dayers.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Actually, did that hit the sponge full on? Are we having a
Even
second
in slow
look?
motion, it's
no, it's given us 4.
Four.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to rejingle that. So subtract 2 from the original 6, and you get one of these.
Housekeeping, let's go.
2 and 3 and 4.
Is Root going to have a go with flighting this? Yes, he does. It's nicely played into the offside. Quite conventionally by Shaheen, no run.
Do you think they'll declare a tee or want England to come out and
I think
field
they'll
for another hour?
Yeah, I think they'll want another half hour after tea.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Root wide, fires it in, it's heading down leg. No run for Shaheen there. Yeah, it's probably the old-fashioned thing of at least make England come out and field again.
Yeah.
But get the runs now while you can.
Well,
it's not like the rate is slow at the moment.
You always think it's not the best preparation to face the first ball of innings for the 2 opening batsmen to rush off at top speed to be able to get some drinks down them and pad it up and everything.
There's a good length delivery from Root. It is blocked by Shaheen. They're nip and tuck with. There'll be another over before tea. Actually,
Is it that tight?
Yeah, it's just I've got it at 39, and the tea would be at 40. So anyway, no particular effort from the batters to waste time. Oh no, wait a minute, Shaheen was ready and now he's not.
So we've had 51 overs in 2 sessions. Is that right? I think it is.
Oh, good job. I'm down for overspill later. So, it fires it in even quicker and flat does Root. No run. The umpires are walking away from... Damascena has not taken Bales off yet.
No, I got a feeling they're going to squeeze in one more.
There's usually a little bit of a delay, isn't there, on the squeezing it through an internet near you for us to get the pictures.
Right, well, while there is, Ben McCormick says, morning all. Salman taking the game away from England here. Morning to you too, Ben. Jay Grover, the movements of small boys. Where is the pawn bot in this hour of need? Mr. Handjob says memory is an unreliable tool. Jeremy Henderson says your useless memories are taking up the space actually required to remember where you left your car keys, Tony. I remember all the discontinued sweets, says Pokey Bumfinger. Never forget Spangles as his hashtag. I'll halt it there.
Atkinson in. It's just a bit of a tennis bally sort of a bounce past the batsman who no chance of timing that, and then the wicketkeeper takes it around his ankles.
Speaking of jingles and adverts, as we were earlier in the green room, I always remember the opal fruits made to make you
mouth water,
but made to make you a porker. That's what we used to say.
Not sure they were that guilty of that, opal fruits.
Ooh, I think so.
They're quite sugary, weren't they?
Oh, Salman on 77 has a pull at this one, and it just bounces down to fine leg where Joe Root does the fielding.
Are they still called opal fruits? Because some of these sweets had to change because I think there was no actual fruits in it or something.
I think opal fruits did change, and I can't remember what they are now.
I suspect it was because the fruit content was fairly minimal between the monosodium glutamate and the gelatine and the flavourings, sugar.
So the left-handed Shaheen will be back on strike following that
starbursts
single for
now.
Salman.
Yeah. Thank you, Jay.
Gus Atkinson on his way in now. Around the wicket he bowls, and this one is largely defended into the offside, but there's enough space that they can scamper through for one.
Well, he's faced 17 balls now, Shaheen Shah Afridi, and this is kind of, the tea break may come at a good time for England because you don't like these tail enders once they've faced, sort of 24 deliveries, because they do get a bit of an eye in, and hitters like him can be dangerous then. All of a sudden you can have 30 up without you even noticing.
Yeah, and Salman absolutely not afraid to give him the strike as things stand. Stokes hovering on the edge of the field, getting ready for some...
I was at the Van Gogh exhibition at the National Gallery last week. Splendid exhibition. He does look a lot like Ben Stokes.
Yeah, you notice that when you go to enough Van Gogh exhibition. There's a dot ball there. It's another miscued attempt at some sort of a straight pull, which has Salman laughing at his own efforts.
And Stokes does have a kind of penetrating look of that sort of streetwise intelligence that he obviously possesses, and Van Gogh shared that as well. And when he's looking out at those self-portraits, it's slightly eerie, thinking, oh yes, I'll go to mid-on.
Oh, it's a full toss from Atkinson, and Salman just drops the bat on it, turns it around the corner. Should move smartly on to 79 with one ball left.
Of course, a fellow South Londoner, Vincent Van Gogh, spent time in Stockwell.
Well, and in Isleworth.
Yes, and in Isleworth.
As I've
Did he
told
really?
you many times, my Isleworth Van Gogh story, I'm sure. My deaf dad, when he was hard of hearing later in his life, we drove past that after I'd just moved house and he was helping me do some stuff. I pointed that out and I said, that's where Van Gogh used to live. And my dad replied, I always wondered what he did after grandstand.
Oh.
Atkinson now, probably the last ball of the session. It's just pushed away into the leg side for no run.
Just before you do, as a tip, do not Google what Frank Buff did after grandstand.
Radiators. Being chained to radiators, I seem to recall, was involved. Right, 515 for 8. Can I quickly do some messages?
And which team is that, just for the benefit of Kiwi Bade? Pakistan.
Oh, definitely Pakistan, who are looking very tidily in the box seat here. And there is some, as you'd not be surprised to learn, a combination of discussions around sweets and when the declaration may be. I shall give you a flavour of both.
Oh, very good.
Jeremy Henderson. Right, no, sorry, I have to go back. Jay Grover, the Stokes McCullum axis, is giving me some Jim Jones vibes.
That's more Kool-Aid
Ollie
than
Pope
Opal
is really
Fruit,
on a
so.
thankless task, says Sue to whom. Someone says I remembered this Spangles. Yes. Are you suggesting wine gums had no wine and pear drops had no pears? Shocked, I tell you, says Mr. Henderson.
Yes.
Darren Bevans thinking 600, as is Suter Who. Pirate Badshaw. I do remember Orange had a tagline, the future's bright, the future's orange. Mercifully, they never tried to break into the island market.
Very good.
Very good. Jeremy Henderson, imagine my childish disappointment over Coke. Jay Grover.
Very good.
Nick Vickers. Morning, everybody. Classic stuff today, Gorillas. Book reviews, history, confectionery of yesteryear, Van Gogh. I've been trying to get my dad to take the leap from TMS to GC, and this will all help.
It's just a bloody cricket that's no
Nick,
good.
Nick, we would love.
Pops.
What's your dad's name, Nick? Do tell us, and we'll promise to say hello to him after the tea break if you tell us. Pokers. Pokey Bumfinger says, do you remember the desperate attempts to sell chocolate in the high summer, cool them in the fridge, etc.? The song is etched in my brain 40 years later. Right.
We set up a lovely sort of audience extension there to a father who is used to the conservative tones of TMS, and the next word you say is Pokey Bumfinger.
Wow. I abbreviated it to Pokers in sort of BBC TMS style.
Yes.
Bear will be responsible for the 4-letter ones after tea.
Oh Lord, loads of them probably.
Fantastic.
Right, where are we at tea time? 500 and
15.
Quick 15 for 8. Hardly a surprise. Pakistan going well. We think they're going to go for another half hour at least. Obviously England will be trying to take 2 quick wickets to stop that. Richard, thanks to you. Fine job.
No worries.
We'll be back after tea, and I shall find something to play in the interim.
If you really like us, because that's always helpful.
Revolutionary cricket commentary.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast.
How do custom orders work on Kraken? Imagine I'm a music producer, dialing in my newest track. Need more bass? Crank it. Vocals not popping? Double it up. Want a bigger sound? Hit that reverb. Hard. That's custom orders on Kraken. Complete control over your crypto trades. Go to kraken.com and see what crypto can be. Don't invest unless you're prepared to lose all the money you invest. This is a high-risk investment, and you should not expect to be protected if something goes wrong.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Looking to start a side hustle or become your own boss? Do it with Shopify. Whether you're selling succulents or stilettos, Shopify has the industry-leading tools to help you create, control, and grow your own business. So get serious about selling and get Shopify today. Sign up for a £1 per month trial period at shopify.co.uk/special offer, all lowercase. That's shopify.co.uk/special offer.
This episode is brought to you by Pepsi Max. With the UEFA Champions League kicking off and a brand new format for the new season, you got to wonder, will anything ever be the same? Well, one thing you can know for sure is that Pepsi Max, as proud sponsors of the Men's and Women's Champions League, will be cheering from the sidelines like never before. Pepsi Max, thirsty for more.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. The English cricket summer is finally done. The latest finish ever, I think. But if you think that means a short break for cricket, oh no, think again. England start a test series in Pakistan in just a few days' time. To look back with the Bear and I to the summer gone and forward to that Pakistan series, our guest is comedian, BBC Voice of Pakistan Cricket and winner of the Live Stand-Up Comedy Award at the 8th Annual UK Enterprise Awards 2024. But most importantly, Guerrilla Cricket alumni. Will you put it on your website, mate? You really wanted to talk about it. It is, of course, Atif Nawaz. Welcome, Atif.
Yeah, thanks. I should point out that that's a real award. I know it sounds like a made-up award, but it's real. And I don't get a lot of comedy awards these days, so I got to take what I get. So, yeah, no, but lovely to be back amongst the Gorillas where I belong. And yeah, man, it's just, I'm looking forward to this. I mean, I don't know if it was the latest season ever, by the way. I think like a couple of years ago we finished in October.
It was the latest ODI ever.
Oh yes, of course.
In this country, it was absolutely that.
Might be the T20, yeah.
And where else would you pick to play it except the wettest ground that hasn't managed to finish an ODI for about 5 years?
Do you know what's funny? Like I've been at all of those unfinished ODIs up to and including the 2019 World Cup.
I remember I've said this many a time on air. We did 3 ODIs. There was 3 ODIs at Bristol in that 2019 World Cup. You were there, I was there, and we didn't have a single ball for the entire fucking 3 games. It was mad.
It's Sri Lanka that always got shortchanged there. I think if you look at Sri Lanka's record at Bristol, I think out of 5 they've had 3 called off, 1 abandoned, and 1 they've actually finished. It's just crazy. Anyway, we're going to have a chat. First of all, Atif, can we get you something to drink? What would you like?
Actually, if you've got like a blackcurrant lemonade, I'll take one of them. I'm into them these days.
This virtual bar has literally any drink you possibly can imagine. There is nothing we don't stock. So we'll rustle you up one of those. So we're going to look back at the English Test summer. We're going to look at Australia, the Australia White Ball series, which was better than we thought, I think. We're going to look to the Pakistan series ahead, maybe be able, if we can, just to touch on some of the domestic things, as Surrey are still the Manchester City of the county championship. And the last one I'd put down was Duke balls, Kookaburra balls and Ed balls, because I was really taken by the initiative to try and drive cricket back into state schools, which I think is an important initiative. So if we can, I'd love to chat about that, but we'll see how we go for time. So a question for you both, actually. The English Test summer, we had West Indies and Pakistan, some great cricket.
No, we have West Indies, Sri Lanka. Tony.
West Indies, what am I saying? Yes, West Indies, Sri Lanka. Thank you, we're going to Pakistan. Very good. If you count up a bit mathematically, the amount of cricket played, 34% of the 30 days available wasn't played because the games were so short. Do we feel in any way that the public and broadcasters were a bit shortchanged?
Well, I guess.
What do you reckon, Atif?
How did the broadcasters feel?
Well, I can tell you that most of the broadcasters were thrilled because they got days off.
And you still get, presumably you still get paid, yeah?
I guess so. Like, I mean, I personally didn't work on any of the test matches this summer, but I know that the people who did were absolutely thrilled. I think, the real question is the public and how those matches are being subsidized. I know it worked out a couple of times because there were some domestic games that got more attention because the test matches are wrapped up. There were some women's games that got more attention because the test matches were wrapped up. And you can sort of see that in the way the ECB schedule their series now. Like, you see things happening on same days often, and there's a lot of criticism, and like a lot of it is justified as well. Like, how are you supposed to invest in a women's one-day international when there's a men's test match happening the same day, or vice versa? But like, I think there's this thinking that there are a bunch of dead days because matches do finish early, so they're trying to plan in a way that things overlap a little bit and they get a little bit more out. If you've got tickets for like day 4 or day 5 of a test, nowadays I think there's an expectation as well that like we might not be going to see any cricket, or there's this whole secondary drama like, I wonder if that partnership can just hang in there. I'll get to see a day of cricket tomorrow at Lord's or Oval or whatever. Like, it's added a different kind of drama for fans. Like, ticket prices are already quite extortionate, and apparently they're going to continue going in that direction, which is not great. But in terms of
75 quid at Lord's.
Yeah, like, if they were using most of it for a roof, I wouldn't mind, but that's where we are. I think it's one of those things that it's not a clear black and white thing. You can't control the length of a test match, obviously, and the way England play their cricket, they're very bullish, very aggressive. They look for that early kill, and that can be good, that can be bad. But yeah, I think there were discussions about reducing the days of test cricket. A couple of years ago they got really big, those discussions, and I know that there have been 4-day test matches played in the last few years as well. Like, I know the England-Ireland test match was only scheduled to be 4 days.
Zimbabwe, I think
next year is only 4 days. That's in May. I don't know where it is. Is it in Lords? Do they get the honour of going to Lords Zimbabwe? I doubt it. It's probably fucking Durham or somewhere like that. And in which case, I imagine it'll be over in about 2 days or 2.5. In which case, that's kind of fair enough.
You've nailed it, like. You've nailed it. That's what fans think. Like, they think, okay, well, obviously these games are not going to last. The fans have now been conditioned to think day 5 is just a luxury that happens if things rain. And I think, the ECB should just make it a thing. Like, day 5s are always free. Like, they're just free entry for anybody who turns up at the ground.
Or a tenner just for the sake of it, just to get people, just to get some money. But I know what you mean. Yeah, they should be as good as free.
Yeah, or give them away to schools, like whatever, there's loads of ways to get around. If you get to a day 5, that's great. But I don't think it's a massive problem. I think, again, like every day 4 or 5 of a test match, there should be other cricket scheduled, like major county cricket, men's or women's, or women's international cricket. Like, let's have that scheduled in, maybe as a day-night game, so people who can, who finish one thing can come straight onto the other. If one thing's cancelled, you've got one thing to look forward to. Like, they don't have to be direct competition, like starting a day women's ODI at 11 o'clock, same time as a test match. Like, it is bad scheduling, but I understand that they're trying to squeeze as much cricket into a window as possible, getting smarter about days 4 and 5. I think that's a great
Every last drop of juice from the test cricket lemon is
I presume you were heavily involved with 100 this year, yeah?
I was.
Yeah.
It's costing me a lot of my fan base, Nigel. Like, I think people like every game of the 100 I do, I see about 100 followers drop off my social media, because I think hardcore cricket fans, the kind of people that will talk about it non-stop on social media, have still pretty much wholesale rejected the 100, right? I think it's fair to say. I think there's an audience for it. There's definitely an audience that enjoys the 100, and to be very honest with you, I quite enjoy broadcasting it. It's good fun. Like, I get more opportunities in the 100 than I do in anything else. I think there's like a push for like diversity and things like that, and I don't take it the wrong way, because if I wasn't any good, they wouldn't keep bringing me back, right? I've done like all of the 100 final days now, so that's the 4th. It's been 4 years, right? So every finals day I've been a part of the broadcast, which is quite cool. But I didn't get to do the T20 Blast finals day this year, and I always liked that. I like to do that because A, I love the T20 Blast. I love that long before the 100 was ever a thing, and B, like, it counterbalances the hate you get for doing working on the 100. It just amongst fans and stuff like that. I made a point of doing more county championship cricket afterwards as well, just because it's not that I'm trying to prove anything. It's just I like all of it. Like any cricket, anybody pays me to broadcast. Even when I did it, like when I was with you guys, even before that, when we were like something else, like I watch it and I engage with it with a lot of passion and enthusiasm. This isn't some like new thing that I do specifically with 100.
Anyone's
No, of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is the thing with 100. You think now, I mean, it's kind of settled in the broadcast schedules that everything else should be off. And actually, this year there was a test match, wasn't there? It was in August, and a couple of years ago, was it only last year? There was only 2 years where there was completely August free of test cricket, wasn't there? And the first year of 100, I think there was tests. If they're confident in their product, surely you can have a test or two. It would certainly ease the schedules. I mean, I know they want the superstars in it, but let's face it, some of the big superstars aren't playing in the 100 anyway.
It was weird, like the first game of the 100 this season, Mohammad Amir came to play for the Oval Invincibles, and he bowled a 20-ball spell that was spectacular. I think he gave away 7 runs and took 3 wickets, and it was brilliant. Basically won the Oval Invincibles the game in the first 20 balls of the match. And then he was gone. And then he flew away that night to go play in MLC or GLT20 or whatever it is, right? Like, there's so many tournaments now. It's very hard to hold on to players for long windows anyway. You got players coming in for 1 or 2 games, and Surrey shamelessly bringing in Shakib Al Hassan for 1 game.
I was about to mention him, yeah.
And it didn't even work either, did it?
He got a cap. He got a cap for 1 game. Anyway. That's a different rant for another time, and I'll get Daniel Norcross with that on a voice note one day. But I just for me, you can't, you can try and think, okay, we're trying to accommodate players and having a window is the best way to do it, but I don't think that's going to work for you. I think think across the season. You can think about players that will be available to you for the duration, or you can think about windows and pockets where you're going to use players, and you can think more strategically. You don't have to have them with the team all the time. If they need to go play for someone else, they need to go play for someone else. That's the brave new world of league cricket. But I just think spread your season. Don't feel so compelled to bundle it all into a little thing. You must finish the Blast, you must finish the 100 just spread it out. My favourite time in domestic cricket was when we played 4-day cricket with a white ball game on a Sunday in the middle. That's Sunday league, right?
John Player back here. We're going back to John Player times with that, aren't you? Yeah. And
it was more recent. It was more recent than that. It was more recent than that. It was sponsored by.
No, it was. Yeah, the Blast. Yeah, the Blast used to fit into county games
on a Sunday, and it makes sense. Logistically, makes sense. The less travel for the players who are complaining about fatigue and things like that. You're all just there, so you do the full stretch at one county, then you move on to the next one, and you have your international calendar happening around that. It's very doable. I thought that was the most fun way to do it. It placates everyone. You like your red ball, you like your white ball, you get it all in a lovely sandwich. I think there's something to think about there. But as you say, there's no backward steps. They're all in on the 100. The most fans can hope for is a format change. I think eventually it will switch to a 20-over competition, and they'll keep the branding the 100. They'll find another reason to call it the 100 because the teams have been successful. There's been a lot of uptake in terms of the branding, and people love the team names and the team shirts and the team this and the team those brands. Well done to the branding team. They've done
basically
all right.
Surrey won it as well. They won that as well as a championship, kind of.
I'm working on Will Jackson. I tell you that right now. I speak to Will Jackson on a regular basis. Every single time I speak to him, I'm just chipping away at getting him across the river. So I think one day you'll see him. You'll see him play plays cricket somewhere else.
Well, do you want any support? If you get him to come and play for Middlesex, I'll put my hand up to help you out. I don't know if I'd persuade him or not, but I might scare him off. There was a couple of things really about the summer as well that I think are interesting. I mean, you could talk about the quality of opposition, and the West Indies seemed to consistently. Remember, they had a decent first innings lead at Trent Bridge. I think Cavan Hodge had got a ton, but then they just fell away in last innings in almost every game, and then which was all about readiness and quality, I think.
It was only one game they fell away, and that was that game. I mean, they did have an innings lead, and then England got a fairly decent lead, didn't they, in the second innings. And we all thought that one was going to a 5th day, and then they managed to capitulate in about 15 overs after the first wicket.
Innings and 114 runs at Lords.
Yeah.
It's typical, I think there were expectations about the West Indies team after they pulled off that incredible win against Australia, right? So, Shamad, there was just phenomenal. There was it was like a beautiful moment in modern cricket, right? And obviously, there's this sort of anti-Australian sentiment, or anti-Australian cricket team, which should be specific sentiment.
Of course. Why not?
Obviously, right? So, but I think everybody in England sort of rejoiced and they were excited to welcome this West Indies team. Haven't seen them for a few years since, like, I think the COVID year 2020, and they're like here, they're back here, and like, you know, they're an exciting team. I think at times they played some really good cricket as well. But you got to remember, like, coming to England is still a big challenge for almost any team. I know we get sort of used to Australia and India, you know, challenging England quite hard at home, but generally speaking, beating England at home is very difficult. I mean, Sri Lanka won their first test against England in what, 20 years, something like that.
Not a fluke, by the way, because look at how they've put New Zealand to the sword. You know,
yeah,
so
but that's at home. You know, and a lot of teams go. Well, a lot of teams go.
Kamindu Mendes, player of the series, even though they lost.
Mendes is superb, and you know, Sri Lanka played good cricket, but like, this is the era where almost every team is ultra strong at home, right? Other than Pakistan, which we can talk about later if you want. But everybody else is very strong at home, and it's hard to beat them. So even, you know, a resurgent West Indies team, I think the West Indies, despite losing 3-0, can take a massive amount of positives from that, given the current state of modern cricket, given the way they're funded, given the way England's funded, India and Australia is documented, like who's got the most money, right? That is a big thing. And you also got to remember the hierarchy of Test cricket. Test cricket is the breadwinner in England, right? And possibly Australia as well. But the rest of the world relies heavily on white ball cricket to subsidize their Test cricket, right? Their Test cricketers are not making the kind of money their white ball cricketers are making, never mind the opportunities to go play in leagues and so on and so forth, right? In England, a player like Dan Lawrence, for example, can say, you know what, I'm going to take a break from white ball cricket to focus on my Test cricket, because you got prospects when you play for England, you're going to play maybe... Well, you know, the thinking, right? The thinking behind it. I mean, he was put in an impossible position.
I agree. I sympathise with
He was hiding to nothing at the top of the order.
You can say, like, look, I'm going to get maybe 11, 12. If I'm a full-timer, I might get 12 Test matches a year playing for England, right? If you play for Pakistan, you're going to get 5, maybe.
Right, we are back. And it's after tea. Salman Agha's on 79 not out. Could have been caught by Wokes, but his foot was just touching the ground. Or we couldn't really make up our mind. It looked like it. Which is a bit unfortunate, because otherwise it would have been a fantastic effort and he'd have been out a long time ago. But no, he's not, and he's been starting to smack sixes. And we have Bashir starting straight after lunch. We were just looking at Bra's highlights from the last series over tea, which suggests they're going to be bowling soon. Well, they should be. We'll have 2 wickets or another 40, 50 runs done quite quickly. And that will be the case. The bowler will get a jingle after this. Comes in, bowls down the track. Well, has he got enough of that? I think he has. No, he hasn't. And it's been fielded by Wokes. Dead straight though, safe. Could have been caught if it had gone on the other side.
Placement, wasn't
it?
It
was perfect
placement.
Bowler is...
Likes to attack.
And the Pakistan batsman
Wouldn't it be nice if Agus Salmon could be given just a game or 2, and after having spent the
that's Salman Agha. Annoyingly, that's
nice.
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice if this fucking little thing would not be sat right where I want to hit a play button? But hey. Shaheen Shafridi is at the other end, and he sounds like this. And Bashir comes around the wicket to him, and tries to push it off the back foot, but can only push it up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Shaheen Afridi, Shaheen Afridi.
Around the wicket, Bashir defended by Shaheen, out into the covers, and there's no run. It's been a long day too.
Yeah. I mean, it's been an interesting day. What have we had? 4 wickets? 3 wickets?
They've come out on 328. They haven't scored 200 runs yet. And that's played back to the bowler once more. And there is no run.
Yeah, 4 wickets have fallen. Not a huge amount of runs.
188 so far, I believe, runs scored in the day. Around the wicket, Bashir tosses that one up, defended by Shaheen. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. Taking good time out of this game. What are you looking for, Tone? Your phone? Pen?
trying to remember where he left something.
No, he dropped his pen.
Taken up by something else.
Well, you know, I guess it happens with age. 516 for 8.
I have to say, since Tony had his holiday, you two have been much less snipey.
Well, yeah, you need to put your mic near your mouth again.
Oh shit! Yes.
Yes.
You two have been much less snipey, I was saying.
Well, we haven't spent much time together yet. You wait. By the end of the series. 516 for 8. 139 overs they've been out there now. So what were the 14? 3 14s and 4 14s. They're going at 3.71. They turn it on TV. I don't have to work it out. It's just slowed down dramatically.
It has
really.
slowed down because they were running at nearly 5, weren't they, for most of the first day?
Yeah, it's okay. Salmon has speeded up now. Leach is into the attack. A little bit of turn. Certainly, some turn has turned up finally. Towards the
just
end
not
of
what
this
England want to see necessarily.
Well, I don't think it's a particularly challenging turn. It's not. It's just bunted down towards backward point / third man for a single. I don't think it's a particularly quick turn, and there's not a huge amount of inconsistent bounce yet. There's the old one that's keeping low.
Bigger concern for England is probably the amount of time they've spent outside in the heat.
Well, this
no
is
matter
it.
how fit you are.
Well, I'm sure they'll still come out and be pretty proactive and aggressive, won't they? The question will be not to lose too many wickets tonight and then come out fresh tomorrow and put the pressure back on Pakistan.
Yeah, you can't see Crawley and Duckett being anything other than reasonably positive about the way they go about things.
Exactly that. Ooh, that turned a little bit from
and
Leach.
Kept low.
Yeah, did keep a little bit low. Back into Shaheen. There is no run. I mean, if you look at the wickets that Abrar got in that first innings, a lot of them were England playing aggressive shots against him, which I'm sure they will do, but they didn't know much about him at the time. And he did get less effective as the series went on. Good diving stop to the right by Harry Brook as he was chasing that down. Did they only get one? I think they just got the one. Driven by Shaheen. Couldn't quite beat Brook, who's quite a deep set, wide-ish mid-off.
He's got recent runs in that weird competition. Has Shaheen Shah Afridi, the what is it called, the Champions One Day Cup?
The one day thing.
Yeah.
That one's in at the pads of Salman, defended by him, no run.
I think English people should be careful about calling other things weird.
Well, but yeah, fair
you
enough.
came up with the 100, let's face it.
Very true. Leach around the wicket. That one did keep a little bit low. I mean, the ball is getting older, I suppose. It's nearly 60 overs old again. It's just played down towards wide long off. They'll get 3 for 2 that time, I think. One ball left in the over. It's still not easy to get wickets out here, though, let's be honest. I mean, it doesn't look easy to take wickets. Bra's got better glasses than he had last time.
Yeah, on the whole, Pakistan have been quite good at not giving their wickets away, which we saw a lot of in the summer in England from both teams.
Yeah. Well, you say that, but pretty much every wicket has been given away in the end, I suppose. That's driven back to Leach, last ball of the over by Salman. No run, 520 for 8 after 140
Yeah, but to take
overs.
11 hours and still only have lost 8 wickets is reasonable in those circumstances.
Yeah.
Stephen Kelk said a little while ago, it's brunch time in the UK, but Brits don't eat much in the way of brunch. All those empty gorilla chairs, I feel the dark claws of an existential crisis.
Yeah,
I talk to the gorillas, but the sky is empty.
Yeah, the sky is emptying in Sydenham at the moment. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is.
It's prison down on you.
Tone can't manage to find the thing that says screen capture with the obvious picture of the podcast on it.
What?
You just have to flip this one on.
Okay.
But
Why? We're not listening to a podcast, are we?
No, but in tea we were. And you just left the chairs on screen.
Oh, right, okay.
Bashir around the wicket and is back to the bowler and there's no run.
The sniping started.
Yeah.
Good. it's good to be back to normal.
Well, you know. Shaheen, 14 off 25, facing up to Bashir. He's trying to go back in his crease every time. And that one, he punches up once more into the offside, and there is no run. Fielded by the cover. Skipper, Ronnie Pope.
You know, you're saying about most of the wickets were given away rather than taken. You're right.
That's crouched down Shaheen. Don't think he really needed to, but punches it out to cover again. No run.
I mean, Saad Shakil, yes, he was on 82, but that was a genuine slip catch.
That was the genuine one that turned. I mean, the opener gave it away, strangled down the leg side. That's defended again out to the offside. Again, no run. Both what's his name?
And possibly Amar Jamal's LBW. I mean, he hadn't got going at all. He what did he get? 7, but that was a genuine LBW to.
Yeah, but he was trying to back away and cut into the offside.
True. No, true.
You know,
true.
It wasn't trying to play straight back down the line and got beaten on the inside edge. That's defending the leg side. And there's no one.
So one out of 8 then.
Yeah, maybe Babar Azam. Maybe. I mean, he played around a straight ball, but it wasn't a particularly threatening ball. But at least it was straight.
Well, I think Gary's argument there was, he burnt his adrenaline expecting to be in pretty much straight away this morning with the night watchman in.
That was Babar Azam.
About an hour and a half later.
I was talking about Babar last night.
Oh right. Oh okay. Yeah.
Played out to the leg side. And there's no run. Yeah, Rizwan definitely.
Rizwan, confusing him with
definitely
Rizwan.
Came down the track, was trying to be aggressive and did that. No run. End of the over. Over to you, Messi.
Medium pace Dobler says they shouldn't even think about declaring. Plenty of time left in the first match of the series, and this England team could make a serious dent in the total in a couple of sessions. I think they'll be wary of that. And over on Bluetooth, Kiwi by Day says
Bluetooth?
Thanks for making it
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky, sorry. Thanks for making it super clear who's doing what. Off to sleep now. And Ben McCormack, this is a little while ago, but I don't think it was read out, said, Great Ollie Pope, I reckon he's benefited from the Who's Our Second Best Batsman school of vice-captaincy selection.
I think so. Well, they've gone for a quick 2 there. They just nudged it into the... Who was that? Was that Salmon? Yeah, just nudged it into the offside. No one in close.
It's smart cricket.
It was smart.
They nudged it, and they knew that
big gap. No one there.
Leg side field was set deep.
And they're able to get back for 2.
It's 2 every day of the week. Maybe not for you and me these days.
Well, but maybe not for me and you. Yeah, definitely.
But for most people, that was 2.
Leachy around a wicket, swept hard out to Gus Atkinson. He's a deep square leg. I'd love to know what Gus Atkinson thinks about bowling out here after having had such success in England. But he thinks, fuck me, this is hard.
Well, you can't always have everything.
No, of course.
You want in life. You can't always get what you want, as
no.
Mick Jagger famously said.
And he will learn, but yeah.
Jack Leach can't roll up Hyderabad and take it with him wherever he goes.
No, but Jack Leach has played a lot of test matches now, hasn't he? Gus Atkinson's just been thrown in, he's got 30-odd wickets in his first summer, and thought, yeah, this is a piece of cake.
It'll level out his averages a bit.
Yeah, well, it will do. Leach over the wicket to Shaheen, who drives up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Shaheen strikes you as someone who takes his batting seriously enough. It's not all just hit and hope with him, is it?
No.
He's a considered tail end, but he does like to get after the ball if he possibly can, you're right. But he's no rabbit.
No. That one's too flat and into the pads of Shaheen. Works it round the corner, but there is a man on the 45. He can't beat him, and there is no run. Two for 141. He's bowled 37 overs. Has he bowled more overs than Bashir? I think he has now. Not wrong. Leach. Oh, that one's turned a little bit from the straight, but too straight. Jumped a little bit on Shaheen, but going down leg side. Nothing really going for it as an LBW.
Big old heavy roller, that's what England are going to want, I reckon, on that track.
Aye, they are. There are cracks in the wicket. Presumably under this heat they will break up. It's tossed up, driven back to the bowler by Shaheen, and there's no one. I mean, to be fair, Pakistan have won a toss. they've done everything right, really. Taking time out of the game, got big runs on the board, which is what you've got to do. And it will be a challenge for England from here.
So socials are quiet. Yes, that was Leach's 37th over. His economy rate is 3.82. Bashir's both 31 at 3.77. So virtually identical in terms of economy rate.
Well, he's dragged it back, didn't he? But Bashir was going for quite a lot more than that yesterday.
Well, it's getting the sort of miles in his legs sort of thing, which is actually really good for him in the long term, isn't it?
Yeah. True.
But everybody's still having their tea or a little siesta.
Well, not surprised. Siesta? It's 11 in the morning. That was reverse swept by Salmon.
It's always a good time for a siesta.
Well, maybe. Reverse sweep.
You were talking about things changing when you get older. That's one of them.
Yeah. It was pissing down in Sydenham. Autumn is definitely here. Salmon is at 88 of 101, facing up to Bashir, who's a 1 for 119. And that's a horrible ball. He's got away with it. There's Ruti's down on the 45, and he's hit it straight to him. There's Salmon, and there is no run. It's getting away with an awful lot of shit. There's Bashir.
Well, I suppose that's the other side of shit not taking wickets. You know, if they tried to exploit every shit ball, they probably would have lost wickets somewhere along the way doing it, wouldn't they?
True. Around the wicket, Bashir is to Shaheen. Nearly squeezes through the bat. He's going deep at his crease. Skidded onto him a bit. Managed to jam the bat down on it though. Just knocks it out into leg side and there ain't no run. All quite slow after tea. Things to happen. One of those kites looks like he's eating something on top of that. Now, smashed over the top. To step back. That was almost premeditated from Shaheen to step back and smashed it over the top of knocked the mid off. Who's up. A couple of bounces down to the sponge and it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Give that ball a little bit more flight on that line. He might top edge that or miss it entirely.
Well, he's more than doubled his test average. His batting average is 7.83.
Well, yeah. Defended back to the bowler and there's no run. It's a placid track.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a Jimmy Anderson 50 track.
Yeah. Basically. And that'll be the thing for England if they are tired and they are tired of brain as much as anything else. They could.
Indeed.
When they finally come out to bat.
says, I love a daytime nap in my dotage. I feel great if I can sneak an hour late in the afternoon. Yeah. It revives one. And let's face it, younger people have been doing it for centuries around the Mediterranean.
Absolutely.
Makes a lot of sense.
Well, it certainly makes a lot of sense in hot countries.
Any country. It's not just temperature related. They don't only do it in the summer. It's also food related, in my view.
Well, that's true. Down the track comes Salmon. Hits it over the top. Has he got enough on it? Yes, just. Good attempt by Brook there. Down at long on. I'm not sure if he got any hand on it. It went over the top of him. But Salmon gets himself a mighty 6.
Maybe they might just be waiting for his ton before they declare.
It might be. I think they want 550 on the board anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right.
There wasn't much turn there, was it?
Excellent footwork.
Well, he's pulled that into a vacant gap. Pope is out at cow, really, and it'll just be the 1 run.
Again, it's an interesting position to place yourself as a captain, I think.
Well, Stokes often places himself on the boundary.
Yeah.
Because he's one of the better catchers and fielders in the side. I'm not sure Pope is.
Well, you don't often see him out on the boundary. That's probably why.
Well, he's not the tallest, is he? He probably doesn't have the hardest throw. One of the boys with the big throws out the boundary. Leach is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Shaheen. And comes down the track, hits that. I'm not sure he's got enough on that. He has got enough on that.
Wow, yes.
That's another one over the boundary. They are going for it. 6-1-6 in this over.
Yeah, well, if 550 is the target and Salman's 100, they should come along pretty much at the same time.
Well, yeah, certainly looking that way. It's almost like
Be interesting to see Leach try and dart one through quickly outside the off stump out of his reach and see if he can get a stump.
dumping. Well, the question would Jamie Smith be good enough for it? That one is straight, and Shaheen just goes back, knocks it into the leg side, and there's no run. I don't think there are any demons in this pitch, and I think England should be pretty confident. It's just a question of whether their minds are tired.
Yeah. Well, I'm slightly nervous on England's behalf, I've got to be honest.
Well, I'm always nervous just because of the amount of runs. I mean, you can't afford to make too many mistakes, but that's tipped around the corner for sheer fields and there is no run.
But it's just, I mean, you know, it's been phenomenally entertaining. It's got more wins than it has and any other results, and they, you know, draws are the ultimate
thing of the
last
past.
resource, aren't they?
Worked into leg side and there's no run.
But that's a big. You got to go at some rate to overhaul the best part of 600 and be in with a chance of winning, and that could create a lot of opportunities for Pakistan.
Well, it could do, but you would say that England scored 500 in one day last
They
time
did.
we were out
They
here.
absolutely did.
You know, if they managed to
Rawalpindi,
score that
I
by end of tomorrow, and there'd still be 2 days left of the test. You know, and presumably they wouldn't go much. Well, I guess actually for England, you want to get 100 on from whatever Pakistan score. So you're looking at 650.
Well, yeah.
And then try and get some early wickets and only chase down maybe 150 and maybe 30 or 40 overs on the last day, which would be entertaining. You know, this should finally, you know, I think we're going to use 5 days of a test anyway over here. Leading edge goes square out on the offside, and there is no run.
No, 1 run.
1 run, sorry. That's Bashir. Oh no, it's Joe Root. He's starting an over. Going to bowl Shaheen.
Jay says, no, I can't send super chats. Something is fucky in the state of YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's constantly crashed on me in the last 2 days. I've had to reload it several times.
Weird. Try again, Jay. Try again. We always love a super chat. Wokes is down at long. Off. At least if you're a bowler, you know you get your feet up if you're in England. I guess we've got a Nighthawk. Who's going to be a Nighthawk? That's defended back
For
down
England?
the track, and there's no run. Yeah, if we have to have a Nighthawk, who would it be? Jack Leach?
Gus Atkinson.
Gus Atkinson? Yeah, Gus Atkinson.
I think he might be going. Hang on, I'm a batsman now.
Yeah.
Don't make me do that.
Well, in that case, he'd probably want to be out there, isn't he? That's oh wow. Just defended square into the offside. Shaheen takes a very roundabout way of getting to the other end, sort of goes down his offside and then cuts right across the track thinking a throw's coming in. It didn't come in and he got in.
I think
gets
more
himself a
likely
single.
Leach. More likely Leach.
Well, Leach, I guess. Can Leach play Bazbalian?
He's
You can give it a Humpty.
hauled out a reverse sweep or two, much to
Oh, now that was a leggy by Joe Root, bowling around the wicket to Salman. It was a filthy leggy down the leg side, and Salman rather missed out. Got himself a single down to the man on the 45. His score moves on to 98. Pakistan 5-4-6 for 8. Jason Gillespie, the man in charge of Pakistan.
He is. Test cricket, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, had
Very,
lots of
very good appointment for them, I reckon.
Well, yeah. Just knocked into the leg side. Shaheen goes down. Foot slides in the wicket. Right on a length. Handy. No run.
Since he left Yorkshire, he's had mixed fortunes. I mean, he didn't achieve a great deal at Sussex, and at South Australia he had a pretty miserable time too.
Well, exactly that. That's nearly Yorking. Shaheen, who gets a right forward, drops his bat on it, and there is no run.
A lot of turmoil at Sussex while he was there, though. Partly probably why he moved on, and things seem to have, since our friend John, whose second name is escaped me, took over as chair there. They have very much been doing things the right way at Sussex. It's sort of county you look at and you go, they're heading in the right direction. As indeed they are, back into the old back into the first division.
Yeah.
Who what? Yorkshire?
Mark Arnold points
Sussex.
out that Mark Arnold points out English batsmen are good at summoning demons in the pitch, especially the p-rolling demon.
Well, yeah. I don't think that's deep. Hopefully the p-rolling demon won't appear tomorrow. Current partnership 82 off a 98 for a 9th wicket partnership. That's not bad.
It is pretty good. Actually, that's worth having a look at some records. So don't think it might do. It might be in that sort of record-breaking territory. We'll have a look.
Salman is going to face up, currently on 98, and Jack Leach is going to come over the wicket to him. Interesting. There's 4 on the offside. There's a man behind square, man at point, man at cover, man at mid-off. Presumably there's a long on, long off. I would hang one up out there, see if you can get it to go across him.
Not that it means much at all, but it smashes the 9th wicket partnership record for Multan, but there's only been 6 tests here, so that's not anything to get overly excited about, especially as the previous record was 36.
Yes,
Oh,
the
70,
highest
sorry.
Partnership against England is 190 for the 9th wicket.
Well, you've got some way to go there.
That's down leg side. Attempted sweep by Sagar Arman. Comes off the pad though, it'll be a leg bye, I believe. Or is it going to be one? No, it's a leg bye. Who was that? India?
No, that was Pakistan against England at the Oval in 1967. Intikhab Alam and Asif Iqbal put on 190.
Wow, that would have been very annoying on the day.
I reckon. Who won the test? England still won by 8 wickets.
That's not just against England, that's their overall ever 9th wicket partnership record.
Okay. Yeah. What is the overall world 9th wicket partnership record? Or is that it?
Messers, you got that handy? Similar source, it's findable, isn't it?
Now the search.
That's that'll be on good old Cricket Info, no doubt.
Yep.
Jack Leach.
It's 195. Pat Simcox and Boucher for South Africa against Pakistan in 1998.
Wow. On the back foot, Shaheen punches that down to long on. He'll get a single. Oh, the last one was given as a run to Salman. He's on 99.
Tell you, he's facing, it's going to be the 550 and his 100 off the same ball, I reckon.
It could be 549. Might only just be a little single. Could be 554. Well, he swept it. He's got his 100. It is only going to be one. It's going to be 549 for 8, and he gets his 100. Well batted, sir.
Very well batted.
Just work that around the corner, and he gets himself one of these. Another one. Third.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
We also have a super chat from Brown in Brisbane, who sent us $5 saying, "Bugger, forgot to enter the GPL. Did you get many entries today, and what scores featured?" We got what's that? About 16 entries, going from 287 through to 383.
We haven't even got to. Well, we're on 221 currently. Leach is reverse swept. And I'm not sure if there was any bat on that. It was a half appeal for LBW from Leach, but it hit him miles outside the off stump, so that can't be out.
Wait, you changed too, aren't we?
Yeah, at the end of the over.
Gary has just eased himself into the third chair.
Leach has bowled him. He's bowled a flat one that Shaheen Shah Afridi has started to give the big Humpty into the leg side.
Is that it, or do they send the 10th man out?
I think they'll just send the 10th
Declare
man out.
now, come on.
I think they'll try. Well, why? You only got one wicket left. You're only just after tea. You might as well just try and score as many runs as you can. It is a Bra who's not a batsman of any renown anyway, so presumably Salman Aga just gives it some Humpty, and whoever gets out first, that'll be that.
Yeah,
did
and
keep a bit low.
A few minutes to recover too. Yeah,
he did bowl it quite flat though, from quite a flat trajectory. So Shaheen just played all over the top of it, and it is a wicket.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Might as well do a changeover now, eh, boys?
Yeah, okay. Catch you later.
Cheers, messers. We don't have to do anything. We're all sat there
we're all
already.
sat here.
Are you all right staying there, or do you need to move to do your ball bubble? Otherwise, it's the three of us. It's a three-person studio, Gary.
Oh.
We love those.
Well, we'll soon see England back. We'll have a 10-minute changeover, won't we, while that happens, obviously.
Time to chat. Put it this way, things are not going England's way if we're still sat here at the end of this next half hour.
No, they are not.
Well, we will be sat here at the end of this half hour, if they're still in at the end of this half hour.
I suspect we won't be sitting here at the end of this next over, to be honest. Well, we will be sitting here, but we won't be commentating. I don't think this is going to last long.
Well, you said that when bloody Shaheen came out, so don't count your chickens.
No, I won't count the chickens, but again, it's a slightly worrying delivery for England because that's pitched on a length and not even got half stump high.
Yeah, but he did bowl it pretty flat, and he's not quick.
You know,
that he's not banging it into the deck to get it up. Shaheen's just gone for a big wahoo.
I keep coming back to it. I think has England they've had one LBW in this innings. I think Pakistan will get more.
Yeah, I think England have only got one LBW. Well, Abra's gone large. Has he gone out? Yeah. Oh no, he's got it over mid-on. Who's up? It's Harry Brook, and they should get just the one to end the over.
He's not just gone large; he's gone village with that.
Well, yeah. Oh, he didn't run actually. Salmon decided that he wanted strike at the beginning of the next over.
And Salman will get strike. So the question is he going to do the tedious farming to get one run at a time, or is he going to try and hit every ball for six?
Mr. Handjob says, in response, I think, to Brian, but yeah, who do these Pakistanis think they are? The Australian tail?
I do love a scorecard with 100 at number 8, I have to say. Even if he's not a number 8, he's a number 7. Here's Joe Root round the wicket to the right-handed Centurion, Salman Ali. And they could have taken a single, but they're not. You really got to move the game forward now, Pakistan.
Jay Grover says, and now I can send super chat. Something is fucky in the state of YouTube. Fantastic.
Well, Root again round the wicket, and it's just pushed into the offside. And again, they don't take a single. This is got to get the game moving, haven't they?
I would tend to agree with that. It does seem a little bit weird that you're not.
I know they got
549 on the board. You might as well run those singles and trust your partner.
Root's in again, and I couldn't see. I think they put it into the leg side, and they're through for a single. I know they got stung, didn't they, by declaring 448 for 6 against Bangladesh, but still, got to move the game forward. And what's the point of turning down 2 singles off the first delivery if you're going to take it off the third? Now Abra's got 3 deliveries to face. Well, I don't know. So 550 for 9. As Abra looks around, the spinner who really came into his own a couple of years ago on England's tour to Pakistan, he's taken a schoolboy guard well outside off stump. Root comes in, he comes down the track, he has an almighty slog, and Jamie Smith, whom I've been praising to the heights, misses about the easiest stumping chance you could get. He's seen it all the way. Bra's miles out of the crease, and he was trying to take the bails off too quickly. Well, we can forgive him a little fatigue, but that wasn't very good at all. This is defended, no run.
Yeah, that's Paul. Somewhere Ben Folks is watching, going.
Well, if you're going to make a mistake, make it off a man who's about to get out anyway, but not really good enough. As Abra just pushes this to mid-off, and somehow we've taken 3 or 4 minutes out of the game for 1 run to go to 550 for 9. you can tell me what's happening because I'm not sure.
Right, Mr. P. I'm not sure I fully understand this text, but it says, "Done by the bacon sanger again. A wicket for the kitchen." Any clues?
Presumably he's gone off to the kitchen to make a bacon sanger. Wasn't watching or listening. And the wicket's happened.
Got it. Oh, brilliant. There we go. Well, thank you for that translation. It makes perfect sense now you explain it. That's pretty much where we stand.
Well, I think
5:50 for 9.
Naseem Shah has the hair that Ramiz Raja wants, I think. We've just seen him on the balcony. I mean, he was only ever going to hit that straight up in the air anyway. He can't even slog a bra. Anyway, it's Salman who's in and just defends it from Jack Leach, and there is no run. Hope you're all enjoying this at home. Certainly more than I am.
Well, the cricket's interesting. I think England have. It's a very different challenge for England. They're going to have to see how they cope with it.
This 10 minutes or so with pointless cricket. Leach is in, and this is defended by Salman into the leg side. There's the easiest of singles, which is of course turned down. Now, if it's anything like the last over, he'll take the easy single off this.
Yeah, it's not like it's pace either, is it? You know, it's not
well, either try and hit 6 after 6 after 6,
or just
or
take
declare.
The single,
yeah. But this,
or just take runs on offer. Even.
Yeah, just messing about, getting one run off an over. Here's Leach again. This is pushed into the leg side. Of course, they take a single. Trying to run 2 inside the circle, so to speak, but Leach does the job. 2 runs scored in the last 7 or 8 minutes. So we have seen Test matches finish quite late in Pakistan, famously with Thorpe and Hussain. So whether they'll have cause to regret this this negative play, 551 for 9, remains to be seen. Got a slip now and more of a ring field, backward point, cover point, extra cover mid-off on the offside. An almighty slog by Abrar, which goes straight up in the air, as it was always going to do, and is dropped horribly by Gus Atkinson. I mean, England looked just out on their feet here. This is unbelievable stuff. I mean, he didn't really get round. He was trying to take it over his shoulder when surely there was time to get round and catch it properly. Oh dear.
That was pathetic.
That was very, very poor, I'm afraid, from Gus Atkinson. He
didn't even
never looked close, did he?
No.
Although it went through his fingers, but he never was in any kind of position.
Leach round the wicket to Abrar, to Salman, who yorks himself coming down the track. They'll take a single. I mean, this is Village stuff in the field, Village stuff from the batsman, really. I mean, his feet were never moving. Never got underneath it. Just the basics of how to catch an outfield, take an outfield catch, and Leach puts his bald pate in his hands, and I agree with you, Jack. Round the wicket to Abrar, who defends playing French cricket. It's the end of a pretty poor overall round from England and from Pakistan. 553 for 9.
Right, Mark Arnold says, Abrar Kadabra magics himself not out with a bit of help from Jamie Smith. He also says, from not out, must pay attention to my typing. Mr. P says, easy, Tony, remember the blood pressure. Yeah, fair point. Disinterested hand job says, fucking England, wasting time and not taking wickets. That would move the game on. To be fair,
One way of putting
that is a good way to look at it. That's 2 chances. One off Root, the stumping for Smith. One off Leach, the catch that went to Atkinson.
And they were 2
very disappointing, I'm afraid.
I mean, you'd expect to see both of those taken in club cricket, really. As this is full from Root, and it's just punched into the wide open spaces on the leg side, and the fielders jog in.
He didn't take the single.
Return.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No, they take the single off the 3rd ball of the...
Oh, I mean, I understand that when there's some fast guy on a really pacey pitch banging it in short at number 11.
Here's Root again. Goes back, does Salman, and it was a leg break from Root, which turned a little bit. What I don't understand is why are they not trying to hit the first 2 balls of the over for 6?
Well,
surely?
exactly. Just try and smash it out of the ground. It doesn't matter when you've got 453 on the board, does it?
So Salman definitely not in a rush here. as this ball is just beautifully defended. This is Joe Root, by the way, it's bowling, not Dennis Lilly.
On a pretty benign pitch.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Well, Root round the wicket, round arm, bowls a hideous leg break that Salman pushes down to Ben Duckett at long leg, and they walk an easy single. He goes to 104. Pakistan go to 554 for 9. We've seen 3 runs in 12, 13 minutes.
Slightly sad thing was, even yesterday, England's fielding towards the end of the day was sharp. They were about their work. They didn't look beaten down. But that's 2 illustrations in very short order that it has now got to them.
Abrar comes down the wicket. He hits the ball high in the air, but he somehow there's still not a long on. It lands where long on would have just put their hands out and caught it, and instead Brydon Carse runs back, does the fielding, 2 runs. Why is there no long on when his only shot is this hoik up in the air?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
I mean, Ollie Pope is very, very quickly talking himself out of the captaincy gig here. Root bowls a bouncer and is brilliantly caught. Abrar got a bat on it and sort of hit it off a straight...
wait.
But Ben Duckett in catching appears to have dislocated his thumb. I don't want to get a close-up on that because it may be quite nasty. So, well, they've taken the wicket, but
Lost
Ben Duckett looks like a dislocated thumb. This looks like a tour-ending injury to me. He's in a bit of pain. He's a hard man. Is Ben Duckett. He's covering his thumb because he doesn't want anybody to see it. But it was a bouncer from Root that went off the face of the bat and hit his thumb hard, then went into hit his left thumb hard, went into his right hand. I don't want to see this because I think that's going to be quite nasty. Yes, Ben Duckett immediately signalling for help. He's not going to be taking part in the rest of this match for sure. If I'm any judge of a dislocated thumb.
Chasing over 550, 9, only your opening batsman down, who would have been one of your fast scorers. Who's going to open? You're going to send Root up the order?
Well, let's just wrap up the Pakistan innings. I agree with you. 556 scored off 149 overs. 3 centurions, how the innings was built. Abdullah and Shafiq and Shan Masood yesterday, 102 for the first of them, 151 for the second. Excellent innings from Saud Shakil in the middle order. He made 82, and then Salman Ali Agra turning the screw with 100, undefeated at the end of the innings. He put an 85 to Salman and Shaheen for the 9th wicket, and England just about stayed at it with the ball in terms of the bowling, but the fielding betrayed the fatigue they had in mind and body. And I think when you've got all those strength and conditioning coaches out there, even accounting for the conditions, that's not really good enough.
Right. Yes. Well, some interesting comments coming through. I can, as you might expect, Hombre Nuevo, afternoon, wonderful GC. Are Pakistan just grinding us down, body and mind, with singles, so we are totally broken when we get into bat? Well, it's got worse, Hombre.
Duckett's thumb is broken.
Well, yeah, that was before that. Just
true.
a hand job. Maybe they're just giving Shaheen a bit more time in the ice bath after his beginnings. Will the pitch be benign when it's England's turn to go? Says Mr. P. Mark Arnold. It seems that Pakistan are trying to take time out of the game in anticipation of England scoring 800 in 150 overs, which ain't going to happen. Well, it certainly ain't now. Wyndham Earl, says Christ, and puts his head in his hands, or slaps his, the old slap head emoji. That's the last thing we need. You're not wrong. Mr. Handjob says an appall of Hendo-like pessimism descends on Gorilla Towers. Root, says Steve Kelk. Yes, he may have to be pressed up the order. Not something he likes, that's for sure.
Harry Brook will go in, surely.
Mark Arnold, not sure that Christ could sub as opener for Duckett, unfortunately. It's going to be hard, Bear. It's going to be hard, isn't it?
Well, it is going to be hard, but you know me, I'm ever the optimist. I still think that the wicket is pretty good to bat on. I think it's going to get harder, but England will no doubt they'll play hard. Let's face it, Pakistan won a toss, they batted, they've done everything they were supposed to do when you make that decision. Wasn't easy to take wickets. The wicket's been pretty fucking benign for 2 days, and they have made good use of it. So
but
you have to applaud Pakistan for what they've done
Yes.
before you say England have fucked it up. They haven't really fucked it up. They've
I agree.
they've been up against what is a pretty good Pakistan batting lineup on a pretty flat track. And Pakistan have done what they're supposed to do, which is put a shitload of runs on the board. Now England have got to prove that they are capable. I think England's stronger suit in this particular tour, with the amount of the amount of test matches under the bowling attacks belts, England's batting lineup, you'd have to say, is their stronger suit in this series, I think. And especially with it's a shame Stokes couldn't make the first test, but if Stokes was back, that top 7 going down to Jamie Smith would look pretty good on this kind of track. Even without him, it looks okay. England are certainly capable.
But they're 0 for 1. They're going to be 0 for 1.
Well, they are. We don't really know the full extent. It does look like it's dislocation.
But you say it's a strong batting lineup. It's been fragile for a couple of years now. I mean, Abdullah has had a run in about 7 Test matches. Shan Masood hasn't made a century since 2020. The travails of Baba are well known. It's a strong batting lineup when they score those kind of runs against England, and when you look at perhaps their overall records. But this was a side that Bangladesh could get through, admittedly, in their home conditions. But
and
it's not that strong a batting lineup.
Well, they did get 450 in the first innings against Bangladesh.
Yeah, they did. It wasn't enough.
No, it wasn't, and it meant 550 might not be enough here. Yeah, there's 3 days to go.
That's
Gary.
true. That's true. But I think we're being a little forgiving of England's lines. I think they...
I said our bowling attack is not our strength, I don't think, over here.
Not with this level of experience.
You've got bowlers over here who never, Gus Atkinson, Bryden Cast, unless they played in the PSL, which I doubt either of them have, never bowled here. Shoaib Bashir never bowled there. Jack Leach is the most experienced bowler they've got.
Yeah, look, I agree with you, and I think in we've got to get a balance right. In criticising England, you have to criticise England if the opposition make 556 all out. I mean, they can't have been brilliant in the field, and sure enough, they weren't. The bowlers have some mitigation. They are inexperienced. They are finding their way. But the fielding was poor today. It's been not very good. The returns have been scrappy.
Yeah.
And once you allow the returns to get scrappy, then sure as night follows day, that there's going to be errors in the field.
Yeah. Seems to have it's deteriorated from pretty good yesterday, decent during today, last hour pretty poor, I think, fielding wise.
Yeah, and fielding is always, it's not just a barometer of fatigue and mental tiredness and stuff like that. It's also a barometer of morale. England did not look like they wanted to take the chances that were coming their way in the last sort of couple of hours. And when morale is high, every fielder is expecting the ball to come to them and is catching it when they do. And England did not look like that. And the trouble is, if you export that into the batting, especially late on the second day, when you've been in the field a long time, when you've lost one of your openers, as seems clear, then you can't afford that to take that into the batting. England can't afford to be 30 for 2 in an hour's time.
Well, some news. Duckett's getting some treatment as he's running up the dressing room stairs, is the report on Cricinfo. Now, you need to be sure there isn't a break there, rather than send him out.
They'll have to
even
go for
if
a
he wants
scan.
to guts it out.
Yeah, even if they sort of yank it up and put it back in, which I doubt that they'll do without knowing it's the extent of the injury. You'll have to go for a scan, and I don't know. Does Multan have scans on on demand?
I'm sure it does.
I'm sure it does.
Nonetheless,
if you've got the money, and there's bound to be a hospital there.
Oh, there's bound to be hospitals. It's whether you can do one sort of straight away, because They'll
I'm
need
sure
that
if
information
I'm sure if you're
soon.
the England visiting cricket team.
Yes, I
like
suppose you're
royalty.
right. But having said that, they'll probably have to organise a motorcade to get him there
Yeah,
and
well-
do all kinds of security. Presidential levels of security, remember, for this team.
Yep.
So it won't be 5 minutes just getting him into the hospital and back.
Just put him in an armoured car with a bunch of guards with guns.
Well, he's not going to thumb a ride, is
Well,
he?
oh, very
Hey!
good.
Well, maybe he is with his other hand.
They may just give him massive painkilling injections. Put him
No,
back in
they
and go,
can't.
get out there.
They can't.
No,
The insurance
I don't
policy
think
won't
you can
allow
do
that.
I don't think you can do that. That
No.
looked too bad. You've got to have it checked out.
Oh, it looks because it actually flew off the middle of the bat pretty quick to duck it. I'm not going to watch it because I don't like seeing these things.
Yeah, he does say his response after he, with any kind of pain, sometimes it's delayed just
Oh,
a
it
fraction
is,
of a
yeah.
second. So the adrenaline, the excitement, he caught the catch, he raised his left hand, and you could simply see him utter a word "fuck," and he knew that something was badly
Yeah, it's like getting
awry. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong.
It's like getting a spear in the hand. Well, I'm surprised at this because
wow, here we go. This
here we
man's
go
come
indeed.
out to open.
We gotta poke, take a good hard look.
Oh, right, yeah.
Poke, it's Ollie Poke, it's Ollie Poke, take a hard look at Ollie Poke.
Along with back inside.
A damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
Now, surely the opening bowler will be
It's always time
Might be
for
sure.
Could be the other one.
It's always time for Shaheen Afridi. Shaheen Afridi. Shaheen Afridi.
I've got a question for you, gentlemen. Why was Duckett in at slip? Because I don't ever recall him being the only slip. I mean, maybe because Joe Root was bowling and he would be doing first slip. He's often at short leg and he's sometimes third or fourth slip. But I don't ever recall him being
Wyndham Earl has
the
an
one
answer
slip.
for you.
Go on.
If Atkinson didn't drop that catch, Duckett would still have his finger.
Well, quite.
Or his thumb.
But I'm still quite surprised that Duckett was the man there. I mean, it could have done anybody's finger because it was a very unusual dismissal with a fast bouncer from Joe Root directed off the face of the bat to slip. It's not what you're expecting, and Duckett in many ways did well to catch it, but he's paid a price.
I would say well done to Ollie Pope. He's promoted himself without just straight away. I'm the captain.
Yeah,
it's going to be tough, but I'm going to put myself there.
Yeah,
put myself in the way of danger. I don't care.
Ben Stokes
Good
did
for
it,
him.
didn't he? He's opened when England have been short of an opener.
No, it's a defiant approach. I really would like it to work for him.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably never opened in his life, has he?
Well, here is Shahid Khan Afridi, left arm over the wicket as usual, and immediately he's in at middle stump, and Zach Crawley slightly late on it, gets a bat down, and England's reply is underway. A mountainous 559 was it, stands in front of them.
It's the first time he's opened in first class cricket. Can't tell you other than that, it's got to be honest, but definitely the first time in first class cricket.
Well, yes. He was a keeper for a lot of his sort of early years.
But if you're
in
number
the game.
3, you could lose a wicket of the first ball, second ball.
Yeah,
So
it's
you know,
true, but he's been captain in the
kind
field.
of got to be ready for it.
Well,
A
they've
nice-
all been out in the field.
Yeah, as Shaheen Sharafridi is in, and Zach Crawley goes after this one that's wide of the off stump, and it goes all along the ground to Rizwan behind the stumps, who field somewhat scrappily. You just think that as captain, you've had your concentration, you're expecting a little bit of a break, and now he hasn't got a break, so you kind of think, well, you're going to send Harry Brook out there, just have a sit down and gather your thoughts.
I always think, though, when you're batting, even after all that length of time, even though you're out in the middle, you go, well, at least I don't have to chase the ball around the fucking field. I
Well,
can stand in
there
the
is
same place, run up and down a couple of times.
There
and it's
is
all
a bit
good.
of that. I've never had the mindset of a batsman, so I'm not sure. As Shaheen is in, and Zach Crawley leaves a wider one alone, so good bit of bowling from from Shaheen Shah Afridi saying if you're going to chase this really, really wide one, but Crawley left it alone. England gets some good support from the crowd. Nobody raising a glass to their
Isn't that the guy who was on the podcast the other day? Isn't
Yeah,
it?
I think
so. What's his name?
Randy Caddick.
That's it.
Randy Caddick.
Well, on another podcast, I noticed met the real Andy Caddick comparatively recently.
Taking time off from painting the pavilion at Taunton in the winter. This is through to the keeper, and again, Rizwan's going to have to stand up a little bit here because there's just no pace on the ball at all off the wicket. And Crawley comes down to have a little look at where that one pitched because it's already keeping quite low. Duckett's in at 3, listed on the England card. If he comes in at 3, I am not the Tony Bishop, but I am the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Well, obviously a promotion.
Ooh, dear me, Wokes at 7 when you've got 559 in front of you. Doesn't look good, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Shaheen Shah Afridi is in. This is also wide of off stump, and that one does actually take off a little bit from the pitch, and it's taken about waist height by Mohammad Rizwan, who'll be looking to get in the game. He's seldom out the game for long, is he, Rizwan? He got naught earlier, so he'll be looking to make his mark.
And that number 7 looks even more troublesome when your number 3 is highly unlikely to actually appear.
Yeah, well, Root looks like he's padded up, ready to go. So if England do lose a wicket, or rather when England lose a wicket, I don't think they're going to be...
Man, the pessimism in here is fucking unreal.
No, it isn't. Here is Shaheen Shah Afridi, and this is squeezed by Zach Crawley, backward of point. It was a half volley, it was very wide, and he just sort of put his bat on it, didn't he, Crawley? Got it for 4, and England are underway.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There was nothing troubling in that over whatsoever. Shaheen Shah Afridi's got a fucking brand new ball in his hand. It's coming over the wicket. There's no movement in the air whatsoever. No movement off the pitch whatsoever.
No, it's not.
If you're a professional batsman, you go, okay, I'll get used to the pace of this ball, and then I'll start playing some shots.
Yeah,
I mean... Why? Why are we talking like this?
Well, I don't think it's pessimism to say England will lose a wicket. I didn't say England will lose a wicket tonight, but at some point England will lose a wicket.
England will lose a wicket at some point.
So that's the point I was making. And when England lose a wicket, it looks like Root is ready to come in.
Yeah.
New man, Nazim Shah. Right, very quickly.
Sounds like this.
Change over, or...?
Yeah, we should have a... You're going to come in here and do social.
Next message... Duckett should have ducked it from S. Sam, so pick up from there.
Okay.
Which I think is 40.
It is 40.
Nazim Shah in for the first ball of his test match. And that's stroked quite nicely by Pope to point. And we are 4 for none, 7 balls into the innings. And we say hello to Richard in Astria.
40, nice to see you. Probably on mute. No, I'm not on mute.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Fine, you're fine.
That is my victory for the day.
Very good. And we've got... am I with Gary again? What an honour. Yeah, it sounds like it. He's doing his...
And Gary's on socials.
Hygiene protocols. And I'll talk to you in a moment, Richard, maybe after this ball, as to your thoughts on the state of play. Don't know if you've had an opportunity to follow most of the match so far.
Bits and pieces. He's dithering at the top of his run now.
Yeah,
toying with us. Do we start a conversation or not?
No, he's just changing his field around.
Tying his bootlaces next.
So there's a just one slip as far as I don't know, maybe 2. Not quite yet. It's our 2 slips. Anyway, Nazim Shah in again. He's pulled it short. Oh my God, he's out. Pope has pulled the ball straight to the man at mid wicket. England have lost their first wicket. Pope has gone, and what can one say? England
the captain has got a stinker, and that was a proper leaping salmon catch if ever I saw one. Looking forward to the replay on this. Pretty sharp reflexes there at mid wicket, and Pope drags himself off for a golden duck.
Yeah, it was a very good catch. One-handed high to his right, and as Richard correctly said, the leaping salmon It's a lot to ask for a man who's not a regular captain to spend 2 days in a Pakistani field thinking of all the bowling changes and then come straight out and open the batting. I was a little concerned for him, and so it proved. Caught Jamal, bowled Nazim for a golden duck.
I was looking for Duckett's name there at the top of the order to find him down to come in at 3. Well, he's more or less facing the new ball anyway.
Well, he may well not be. The reason he didn't open was because he's got a sore thumb. It jarred at slip when he he successfully took the catch, but the ball hit his thumb first, then hit his chest, and he caught it as it came back down. But he may best have a dislocated thumb and possibly a broken thumb.
Okay, well that answers the question you posed a couple of balls ago, which is if I'd followed all of the match. I have followed it patchily. I spent the last hour in the garden planting some seedlings that urgently needed planting. So missed the end of Pakistan innings, but I see that a third centurion made it onto the scoreboard there. Well done, Salman Agha. It's a tidy score, but for this wicket, I'm not necessarily sure it's automatically a match-winning one.
However, England have rather tied themselves, given themselves a massive handicap by having Duckett with a broken thumb and Ollie Pope out first ball. A sense of stability descends over proceedings with Joe Root taking his place at the crease. We have to hope that Joe Root will still be there in 24 hours' time. And that is a magnificent cover drive first off. Actually didn't quite get hold of all of it. I think it's going to be pulled back just before the ropes, and they have come back for 3. So the score moves to 7 or for 2? For 3, yes.
If Root had nicked that ball, we'd have been saying,
yes,
he's gone after a wide one first up. Terrible shot. And let's look at the wicket again. He's gone after a short one, which was there to hit, but it's his first ball. And again, Pope, England, Root, there's that old thing of having a look. Pope got caught out there. I think if he's in, he's probably getting that away. But first ball of the innings.
See, I think the difference is that Root goes for that wide one and he edges it one time in 8 test matches. Pope goes for the short one, he picks out a fielder 3 times in 8 test matches. It's just happening too often.
Is that a regular mode of dismissal for Pope?
Well, the mode of dismissal for Pope is being overly aggressive and finding a fielder.
Yeah, did that to perfection just there.
We do have. I have now managed to make the socials work, so I'll try and get some red at the end of the over.
Nazim Shah, wicket 3 so far in this over, and that's left alone. And what's noticeable about that ball is that Nazim Shah, a fast bowler with the new ball, pitched it wide. We're presuming he's bowling at 85 or so miles an hour.
141 clicks. 141.
141 clicks, but it bounced considerably before it got to the wicket-keeper. Pretty flat pitch.
Well, it
we
makes...
mention what a good catch that was by Ahmed Jamal. What a start to his fielding innings. He must be looking forward to getting the ball in hand. Remember how marvellous he was in Australia?
It was a magnificent catch, indeed it was. Nazim Shah in again, and that one's even wider. Does manage to get through to the keeper, but ankle height. And there was some swing there.
But the fact that you can bowl at 90 miles an hour and the ball bounces a couple of times in front of the keeper is even more the case for having a little bit of a look at it. You get a short ball, you don't know how high or how fast it's going to come through, but you're trying to hit it for 6.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah,
I mean, I know it's the way England play, but
even in an ODI, even in T20, you tend to play your first 2 balls, give yourself a sighter. That's thwacked magnificently by Zach Crawley. Classic Crawley shot, stand and deliver through the covers for one of these.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
And
11 for 1 at the end of the second over, and over to Gary.
Well, we have Linux Lear, hello, saying, hello Richard, from Rest Yugoslavia North. So, so looking at some old atlases there. S. Sam says the collapse is on. And Brian in Brisbane says Bear was berating Gary for thinking about early wickets, or talking about early wickets. Well, true. And there they are.
Nothing wrong with a bit of beration. Where in Yugoslavia did you say? I didn't quite catch that.
Well,
West,
it
north?
just says, I'm reading it word for word here. Hello, Richard from Rest Yugoslavia North.
Okay, let's see if we can unpick that one. Shaheen pushes that one across Joe Root, who is not to be tempted. I wonder if it's a reference to the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
My guess is Slovenia. If it's Rest Yugoslavia, as in German, the remains of Yugoslavia.
Well, we know that Leah tends to operate from somewhere up, I think, in the northwest of Germany. Is that right?
I didn't catch that it was Leah. Okay, then it makes more sense.
Yes.
Definitely remains of Yugoslavia, and if Nord, then I'm guessing Slovenia. Or yeah.
Just quickly get David Durrell in with "We're doomed, we're doomed."
Okay, well, thank you, David. Well, we've only lost one wicket. Well, I say we, England. In comes Shaheen, who's intent on pushing it right across Joe Root's body, but he has reined back from his early dalliance with Bazball, and he plays his own Joe Root way, which I think we can all be grateful for these days. Although he did play a loose shot first ball. I can't help thinking if you've been standing for 2 days in extreme heat in the Pakistani field, your mind might not be quite as focused as it could be.
I'll just come to that after this ball.
No, you're going to say professional cricketers, and that's played very nicely by Joe Root to point for no run.
I'm going to say that, especially with the ball not particularly carrying, the risk playing vertical back shots is significantly lower than the risk playing horizontal back shots.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
there's the short ball that was being dragged by Ollie Pope with the horizontal bat is a much riskier shot than Joe Root's vertical bat shot, driving loosely, admittedly so, outside off stump.
Very good point. Shaheen in again, 3 dots so far this over. Just having a little trouble with my pop filter. Ooh, and I think Joe Root expected that one to carry on going as the first 3 balls had, but it either held its own and conceivably came back a touch, and it wasn't that far away, but all leaves are good leaves when they result.
A good leave in the end. Yeah, I wanted to say that as well. I mean, if you can play it late, it doesn't really matter if it's wide when you're driving, as long as there's no away movement. You can almost go to wide one as long as you can back yourself to hit that ball on the head. Whereas when you're going for a cross-batted 6 and you hit that late, but not the right kind of late, then you've just picked out a fielder and you're caught.
Indeed. Shaheen in again. And that one's more half volley length, and it's crisply smoten. That's not quite the right word, but
smitten.
Straight
No,
down
not right either.
It's crisply smut.
Yes, one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yes, it's
you could be smitten by the beauty of that shot.
You could. What is the original verb from which smote or smitten comes from?
Smite, surely, as in the blacksmith, smiting, hitting it.
I smite, you smite. But there's a sort of difference between smiting something and being smitten.
Yes, there is, yeah.
In comes Shaheen again. Oh, and that's very full. It's right on the pad. Oh, umpire Damascena says no.
Bit of an inside edge.
Been close, surely.
I think it's an inside edge.
From the lack of enthusiasm and animation amongst the fielders, one would guess there was an inside edge.
Yeah.
15 for 1 at the end of the third over, Gary.
Yes, George McPherson makes the point. It's nostalgic these days. There should have been a warm-up match. Yes. Linux Lear says, Rest Yugoslavian Nord is what we Germans called Austria. Well, they've called it worse. And Disinterested Handjob says, a valiant attempt at impartiality by Herforth.
Herforth, Mr. Forth.
Yes, and Pirate Badshaw says, aye. What is now Croatia, along with Slovenia and the northern part of Serbia, Vojvodina, were part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The rest was part of the Ottoman Empire. Well,
indeed. That's smitten to to the man sweeping up on the offside boundary, and they come back for 2, and Crawley moves into double figures. He's 10 off 10 and the score 17 for 1.
Well, that's kind of where my thoughts were going with the North-Rest Yugoslavia. Yeah, but it's a fair point. Actually, you can tell the style of coffee that people drink in all the former Yugoslavian states as you go south tends to go to the Turkish variant the further south you go. It's a hangover from that history.
Yeah. In comes Nazim again, and that's played just really. He props forward Crawley, wide of the man at point, and gets the single. 11 off 11.
A bit of a sloppy single somehow. I'm not sure. Should have been one, and then there was a misfield on top of that.
Yes.
Pakistan have got less than a session to field here. They must bring energy.
Don't want to indulge in national stereotypes about Pakistan's fielding just yet, but
just saying they must bring energy, as must any cricket team.
Crawley is 11 off 11. Root is 7 off 7.
And shoelaces have been tied.
Yes. In comes Nazim again. And that's pretty straight ball, defended off the back foot. Joe Root just slightly gave the impression that could have kept a touch low, but no.
Ended up looking like one he should have come forward to.
Yes, exactly, yes. I don't think there's too much variable bounce in this pitch. It's just a bit slow and, if anything, a bit low. Now, it actually started off a decent carry through to the keeper, but it's deadened out a bit.
Yeah, noticeably since the bits I saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There are some cracks. There are some cracks which are opening up, but they're not a factor just yet, I don't think. And that's a slightly wild one down the leg side, and a superb take. That'll be Mohammed Rizwan, I dare say, behind the stumps.
I hope he gets a pat on the back from the slips for that.
Absolutely should do, yes. Having a look at a roller.
Well, a replay of a roller, as slow motion replays go. You don't need one for a pitch rolling.
If you're trying to introduce someone to cricket and explain to them just how exciting Test cricket can be, it's maybe not the passage of play to show to them a replay of a roller. In comes Nazim Shah.
That's
nicely defended with very vertical bat by Joe Root, and Jerry's humming his approval in Sydenham.
Yeah, I just wonder whether that was a light roller or a heavy roller. I mean, I know nothing about gardening, horticulture, or anything like that. So it looked like a light roller to me, but it could have been a heavy roller. Don't know.
Well, there's a question for the great public out there on social media. What is the limit? Presumably it's done by weight, not by shape or size.
They're a medium roller. Well, is it, or are they just two rollers? And in comes Nazim Shah again. And that's pretty straight, and a classic defence shot by Joe Root to end the fourth over with England on 18 for the loss of Ollie Pope.
So Hombre Nuevo says, as there is no sea or river to affect swing, the bone for Gary is players' fitness, not criticising, as it's fun for us all and a reasonable point. Well, that's really what we're here to do, aren't we? We're not here to say he was a bit unlucky there. We're here to tell you why it was not just a little unlucky. And on that point, AJU Chewy says Jack Leach has opened before in first-class cricket. Pope was unlucky. Great catch. Do we think Pope was unlucky?
No. I think that catch would have... how often would that catch have been taken? Maybe one in four occasions, perhaps 3 or 4 occasions. So, but not desperately unlucky. It was a poor shot.
Yeah, you can only argue it was unlucky if he can convincingly argue that he placed it within brilliant catch range of the fielder deliberately.
Yeah.
And if it's about placement, he should have left a bit more margin.
It was a loose shot. Zach Crawley shapes to play that, and we're giving him the benefit of doubt and say pulled his bat away at the last minute. I don't think the fielders would agree. It was quite close to the outside edge.
Yeah, a bit of a Trescothic leave, I think.
I think he definitely played at that one.
Yeah, he did.
Well, you might find him leaving one a metre outside off stump in a minute. I do find it quite hard to discern a pattern in what Crawley leaves and what he plays in.
Yeah, I agree.
Discerning a pattern on the Rorschach ink blot test of Crawley. Very difficult to do. In comes Shaheen again. Ooh, and he's played that defensively and well enough to point. Gully, I suppose.
He's tightened up that line and length nicely in the service so far. 2 balls, although it be.
Although it's be. Nice use of the subjunctive there from Richard.
Hoping that's right.
No, I think it is.
Always pleasing to have the subjunctive mood.
I think it's just quite a pleasure to speak English with you boys. After
Well, let's see if we can
sometimes
get
days of German on end.
See if we can get an optative and a portative into commentary.
We would not be venturing to those in German.
And that's pushed wider again by Shaheen. That'll be a doctoral. Would that England could score 500. There's an optative for you.
Let it be so.
Let it be so, be it so and not otherwise. Yes. I think that might be a conative. Well, I'm not sure.
What would it be if... Crawley gets the extra cover drive out. Is that the vocative? Is that right?
What, the R? The R.
Yes.
That's an exclamation, I think. A vocative is just when you address yourself to somebody
Oh,
else.
I see. Oh.
Gary? What, has that been dropped? No. By the lack of animation, I suggest it hasn't, but went very rapidly to Gully. Must have been on the bats from Shaheen to Crawley, who looks accusingly at his bat as if it was nothing to do with him.
But credit to the bowler on that one, because it was the shot of a man caught between defence and attack.
Yeah, and front foot and back foot, I think, because he was only really half forward, wasn't he? At his best, he's fully forward.
Shapes up, been on time in the field, and that's nicely played, but directly to mid off, and that it doesn't conclude anything. That's just top ball.
Is this on the verge of being a maiden?
It's on the cusp. On the cusp, I think.
Yeah, which is it's obviously big news in the Bazball era, and you just wonder. I just wonder if it plays on batsmen's mind. You know, they're going to get a rollicking about going back to the change room. People are going to note that you saw off a maiden, and does that make them get out sometimes?
Well, there's no
the lads are going to have a.
There's no rollickings. There's no rollickings anymore, is there?
As we all know in management, what gets measured gets done. So if the measurement is never play a maiden, then you would expect this expansive shot from that last ball, but it didn't occur.
Well, we have a question on the socials from Mr. P, and it's, I think, quite an interesting one, because I'll have one answer and you guys will have your own. How many overs is considered end of new ball generally?
Okay, well, I'll just quickly say at the end of the 5th, England 18 for 1. I mean, Richard, would you like to go first on that?
I feel like the excitement of the new ball seems to have disappeared from cricket entirely in most places. People just keep on smashing away at it. Occasionally in England, of course, when the conditions help, it's still a bit like the old days. But to me, like, people taking the new ball now is just, I'll go back to making the cup of tea I was planning to make. You know, I don't hold the phone anymore, so I feel like it doesn't really even start.
In comes Nazim again. Defended by Jaru. Ooh, I say defended, it must have just got the top of the pad, because there's a lot of excitement.
There is.
I thought it hit the bat. Abdullah Sham rather is telling everyone to calm down. What do we all think? What do we all think? Yes, yes, yes. No, let's leave it. I think in answer to your question, Gary, there's a few things it's dependent on, isn't it? It's the state of the outfield. If it's a lush outfield and the ball isn't getting roughed up much, that makes a difference. That's probably the main difference, actually. I don't know. Did you expect to get 10 overs or so of it behaving like a new ball should? Maybe 10 to 15? And then hope that it reverses around about 25 to 30, I suppose. What do you think, Gary? That's dot ball.
Yeah, I think for the Kookaburra it's 8 to 10, and for the Duke it's 18 to 20.
Yeah,
that would be my. Yeah, it's a huge difference. You can see it when you're watching the game. You can almost visually see the brightness of the Duke compared to the bar of soap that the Kookaburra becomes.
Bar of soap.
Well,
Kookaburra.
Because the lights are always on in England because it's so dank.
That's defended, but in fact it's turned into a quick single, which I think Richard would probably agree is a little bit sloppy on that. Doesn't feel like it should have been a single from Pakistan's point of view.
Second one of those.
Root moves on
It's
to
an
8.
interesting question about the new ball, though. I kind of have the number 8 in my mind from way back in the day, given that my mind was set at the age of about 12 and hasn't changed. When it was Donald and Pollock roaring in, trying to get early wickets from the West Indies, who were actually good in those days. There was those kind of 8, maybe 10 overs that counted, and then you'd have a bowling change and things would settle down.
And Jacques Callis would come on.
Yeah,
hardly any
he
respite.
would still find some swing.
Oh, we can find swing and pace, a heavy ball. Dear me, he was a fantastic bowler when he was younger.
He was a fantastic bowler and batsman, but it's a funny thing about Jack. There's a little flick at that one, Crawley, as it goes down the leg side. Doesn't seem to attract a lot of how can I put it? Admiration, certainly, but there's no sort of Jacques Callis fan club in the way that there is for a Lara, or there isn't the strange charisma of an Inzamam, or he was a slightly bloodless cricketer, but a brilliant one. Would that be fair, Richard?
Yeah, I think it also has a little bit to do with the fact that he's from South Africa rather than say India, where the fan clubs are a little bit larger. You always have to play in the shadow of rugby in South Africa.
A lot of factors. In comes Nazim. Oh, and that's a volley.
That's it.
Look, that is a leg stump half volley, which is completely missed.
I think this might be close,
They're strongly considering it.
There's a bit of outswing.
DRS timer's down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's gone.
Well, I think at worst that's umpire's call.
Different from you guys, that I thought it was going down leg, but I've got a dodgy feed, so
I think it's risk-free review, as I think as Gary said, probably umpire's call, and you won't lose.
I think that's close,
Should have sent that.
I think pitch leg and hitting leg, if you ask me.
I'm still thinking it's at best clipping, so we've got slight. It might be my eyes though. The Hamid is one. It's missing.
But it does straighten a little bit after looking like it's setting up for a perfect leg glance.
Oh, they were right, we were wrong.
Yeah, and actually it doesn't straighten.
Thank God, I've got a lot of things I need testing with my body, but apparently my arms might not be one of them.
Well, Messi Jez had it right, and Mark Arnold agreed with Messi Jez that it was missing leg, so well done on the socials.
Nazim in again, last ball of the over. And that's defended or squeezed out, really. Wide of the man at point. They come through for the single, and Joe Root will keep the strike. England 20 for 1 at the end of the 6th.
Yeah, and Messi Jez also says, depending on conditions, re the new ball, he'd say maybe 15 to 20 overs, which is my line for a Duke, but not for a Kookaburra. Nicholas Agar A says a light roller, heavy roller, and a Bay City roller. Boom, boom. Mark Arnold says England are 18 for 1, trailing by 500 and something. 3 days and an improbable monsoon to gain a draw. Don't think we're going to get a monsoon in Multan, are we?
Don't think so. I did try to operate Stats Guru and work out what was the highest first innings score for obviously the batting team scored, and then subsequently went on to lose. But my manipulation of Stats Guru wasn't quite adequate.
I think it's around the 550 mark, because I seem to recall that a year or two ago that it was around 550.
Would that be the terrible Adelaide test that we don't refer to?
Well, England declared on 551 for 6 in that match, but was England the first innings or was it the second innings? It was England's first innings, obviously.
It was England's first innings. No, it was the first innings of the match. Is that right?
551 for 6 for sure. That was definitely it. But I think there's been a higher one since.
That was a full ball outside off stump, left alone by Zach Crawley. And we're off again. So in comes Shaheen again.
And the battle continues with Crawley. I think that's at least 8 dot balls now. Shaheen has bowled at Crawley.
Which, that's all right. That's all right. Just see yourself in.
I've got a little
Well,
question.
I mean, I think so. But does the modern baseball cricketer hold his nerve?
Yes. Carry on, Gary.
I've got a question for you non-English types. Why has Crawley been in the news a lot this week?
Well, he hasn't been in my news. In comes Shaheen again. Oh, that's a beaut.
He's winning this battle at the moment, isn't he?
He played and missed that one, Zach Crawley. There's a few words heading in Crawley's direction. It's a moral victory.
I'm drawing a blank on the question.
But there's no edge. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's a hard one if you're not in the country here. But amongst the news over the last 5 days or so has been the UK's handing of sovereignty over the Chagos Islands to Mauritius, and there are 30,000 Chagosians living in the small town of Crawley next to Gatwick Airport. The biggest community of Chagosians, I think, outside the islands themselves.
And Zach had no comment on the matter.
Zach had no comment.
I have no comment. Shaheen again. That Crawley, watchful. Smites that one mightily. And that has pinged all the way. A beautiful cover drive there. Stand and deliver for one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
It really did.
Well, he finally pushed one a little bit wider, inviting him to have a go at it. He did. And he found the middle.
Half volley, though. Just slightly over pitched, and Crawley's always going to jump on those. He'll jump on something that's not a half volley as well, but you can't bowl half volleys to Crawley.
No, not if you want a chance of a nick.
Yeah, I suppose you can't bowl half volleys to many absolutely.
No, that's true.
Shaheen in again. That's line and length ball from his angle, left arm over. Zach Crawley says, whoa, wait on.
I did actually see that story about the Mauritian Islands being handed over sovereignty, and I thought it was quite interesting when I saw it in the news. Hadn't heard the bit about Crawley, but so Britain hands it back to Mauritius. And then someone asked on the BBC, well, what about the locals themselves? They're actually miles away from the main Mauritius Islands, and is there some talk of independence? And apparently there's a long-term plan written into the contract. It's keen to see how that plays out in reality.
There was a court ruling, I think, somewhere in some international court. It's long in the planning.
And that's that's a beautiful shot. That's much more like it from Crawley. Really nailed that one between cover and mid-off for one of these.
We really need Richie saying pretty much the shot of the day there, as it pretty much was. Linux Leah says, of course Callis was bloodless fourth. Robots have hydraulic fluid instead. A little harsh. Nicholas Agare says, was Callis the best all-rounder of all time? Well, I mean, there's arguments from the stats that show that, but many people would disagree. And I'm grateful as ever to Messengers, who says Bangladesh lost to New Zealand after scoring 595 in the first innings. That was the match I was thinking of.
Wow, that is going some. We are due a changeover.
Already. Been such fun.
Has been fun, and I think Richard, you and I are staying but shuffling chairs. Is that right?
I can tell you that it's Tony on the ball by ball. Messers is doing the socials, and you're doing the summarising for thing.
Right
for now.
Here's Richard.
Okay, just following up, Gary, on that question of the highest first innings. The England's 551 for 6 in Adelaide was actually the 5th highest, but it's England's highest losing first innings score.
Thank you very much. I'll just sign off to the listeners. I've been very grateful for your attention today. I'll be back for the second test.
Thanks, Gary.
Oh, thank you, Gary. Off he goes. Who've we got coming into the chair?
So we have Bear. Sorry,
it's Tony.
No. Tony is.
I can see Tony's backside and back. Now I can see his front.
That's
And
much better angle.
It is indeed. We've just missed one ball. And Tony is in situ. I think Root came for... Yes, he got a couple there, so he moves into double figures. He's 10 off 16. Crawley 20 off 26, and over to Tony.
Well, yes, 30 for 1 after 2 balls into the 7th over. Sun's low in the sky, flags are fluttering, some cloud just above that sun. There's definitely clouds for England though.
Yes, it's a black hole.
Because that's really, I reckon that's 30 for 2, near enough, as good as, barring a medical miracle. We wait to see. Nazim Shah's in. That was sharp, and Ruti takes his hand off the bat as it thumped into it and went down towards gully.
Tony, when Hendo's not in the studio, do you find yourself sort of occupying the Hendo space on the map and finding yourself becoming a little more pessimistic?
No, I don't think so. No, not at all.
It was overwhelming listening to you guys. It really was.
Yeah, no, but I know the Bear was doing his level best to be upbeat. I mean, I just think it was a combination of things that happened. You know, you had the Smith mis-stumping, you had the Atkinson drop catch, without which, you know, even in taking finally the final wicket, you know, you've lost your opening batsman just as you're about to go out and bat after a day and 3/4. I mean, you know, there was a conspiracy of events. That one's worked into the onside by Root. They choose not to run. So there was a sequence of events that was unfortunate in a sort of liminy mode.
Unfortunate event, but you do tend to find that sort of thing happens when a team is 530 runs, don't you? You get mis-stumpings, tiredness, and all of those.
Yeah, well, I think it's the injury on top. those two.
Yeah,
the injury on top of that was pretty shocking. So, I mean, they took the wicket 556. I mean, fine. You probably look at that and go, well, England will feel confident. You know, it's still a good track as we wait for Nazim Shah. Up onto his toes goes Root, defends out towards cover or towards point, and there is no run. So I don't think any of that is, you know, it was the addition of the Duckett injury that seems to give more reason for pessimism. And then, you know, Ollie Pope, if you're a number 3, you've got to be prepared to go in. A wicket's always potentially likely to fall, so he did. And of course he pulls his very first ball. It was a blinding catch, but it was a sort of, you know, if you're Pakistan, you know it's your day when you take a catch like that. 2 slips go down, defended by Root in front of his off stump, pushed out to mid-on, and there is no run.
I suppose England have been used to slightly taking India or Pakistan when they come over to the subcontinent by surprise in the first test, and then gradually equilibrium restored as the series goes on. But that's very much not the case on this occasion.
On the upside, and I'm going to be positive, it's going to be a fantastic test of character now. If you're down to 9 men, you got Chris Wokes batting at 7. We're all going, oh, I'm not sure about that. You're now pushing him up to 6. What is more interesting is, let's just assume that the Duckett injury might end a series, and it looked the sort that could. Your one spare batter is Jordan Cox, totally untried at test level. You may or you may not have Stokes back, and there is definite mumblings of doubt, given how close the second test is to the first test, that he may not be ready. Do you send for a specialist opener, or do you push up Root, or do you push up Pope again? I heard Messrs say yes, and I think you mean yes as in you'd send for a specialist opener. It just doesn't seem to be the England way, though, does it? Right, we are going to see some of our Brar Ahmed. 7 wickets last time here at Multan. Certainly they're very keen to get him into the game extremely early in the piece, and frankly at the moment, why wouldn't they be? We'll jingle him up. Here he is.
Abracadabra, I want to reach out and grab ya.
Well, indeed, is Abra Ahmed Kadabra, who will have very, very happy memories indeed of playing here at Multan. He's replaced Shaheen Shah Afridi and he's bowling to Zach Crawley for a slip and a leg slip, and Crawley immediately crunches him, but crunches him now. I think that was on the bounce out towards point. I'd want to see that again just to be absolutely sure. Did you chaps both see that as
well,
on the bounce?
No one seemed too excited, but it felt like a loose shot, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think it pitched 5 metres in front of the cover
okay,
point.
and that popped up there. It was in. It's out in the same direction. I think it's Barber Azam who's out there, and he fields in comfortable manner on that occasion. Yeah, what did he take? 7 for 114. He got Crawley, Duckett, Root, Pope, Brook, and what else? He made 4 for 150. So it was quite expensive. But 11 wickets in the match as a couple of skips forward for Crawley to push the ball back to him towards Abrar Ahmed.
You're talking about last time in Multan?
Yes, that's exactly right. His nickname's Harry Potter.
Okay.
Evidently, because of his youthful look and his glasses.
Yeah, and he had
Down the track,
glasses.
thumped by Crawley, slightly flamingoed the back leg, freed the arms, drove it as a classic off drive, and has got himself 4 splendid runs.
If he likes Multan, most of the series is going to be played in Multan. So
Well, it is 2/3 of it. You're absolutely right. He's not wearing his glasses. Maybe he only wears them to bat in. He's having a blink there. Maybe he's trying to adjust his. Maybe he wears contact lenses when he's not wearing his glasses. Over the wicket he comes. Back foot Crawley crunched through point, and that is 4 more. And maybe they want to hit him out the attack
And
here.
if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Now I quite like this fourthie, I've got to say. You know, you bring on your spinner, Crawley.
Yeah.
Everything's against you. You may well feel, and Crawley's going. You know what? I don't care. I'm going to get onto the front foot. I'm going to attack.
So
It's the way we do
still
things.
think you're in too pessimistic a mood. I think
Dabbed.
everything's for him.
Or dabbed, yeah, possibly dabbed by Crawley down towards third man. It's not quite going to make it to the fence. No, it's not. Hauled up just short, and they will come back for 3. So 41 for 1 after 9. It's been an eventful hour's cricket. How are people seeing it on social media, Messrs?
Well, not related to this. Nicholas Agar says, was Kalis the best all-rounder of all time? I think the stats say he was. I'd say he was the best, certainly the best all-rounder his time. Whether you can compare, say, him and Gary Sobers is dubious. Different conditions.
Oh, Callis.
Callis, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Richard Peel, Senor Peel, says, hearing the dulcet scout tones of Gary, I thought I clicked on an archive show by mistake. Welcome back to everyone's favourite whinging pom. To which Mog says, play Mr. Peel's Gary jingle.
Ooh.
Well, maybe if we have a drinks break, that would be appropriate, because that goes for a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wonder if where that would be. I'll have a look. If I can find it, I'm having a little scoot around now. Yeah.
And Nicholas Agar can tell you, for Gary, it's definitely Everton. He's an Evertonian.
Oh, he's
through
very
and
much
through.
an Evertonian. Right, it's going to
The
be
Bear is Liverpool.
Amar Jamal. He's going to be into the attack. Is this his first over? Yes, it is. He's going to need a jingle to welcome him. We'll do that in just a moment. Right arm, medium quick, and onto the leg pad of Crawley. Would have gone down leg. They'll run what I think is a leg by. Where is Amar Jamal? Come on, lad. Where are you in the jingling stakes? Amar Jamal, here he is.
I'm a comer. I'm a coming for you. I'm a coming for you, Jamal.
Of course, he's played plenty in English county cricket, has Jamal.
Nice jingle.
Yeah, lovely Jamal too. Oh, lovely jingle. A jingle for Jamal. Defended by Joe Root. Out towards short extra, and there is no run.
without being disparaging, one's first impression, I don't really see much of Ahmed Jamal myself. He looks a little bit trundly, a little bit county-ish, but maybe I'm doing him a massive
Well, I
disservice.
can tell you, he's played for no greater power in world cricket than Doncaster Town in the ECB's Yorkshire South Premier League in 2019, pre-COVID. He's played 3 tests in all. And he played all 3 tests, all in Australia. In he comes, cut or guided really to backward point by Root, no run. Warwickshire, he played 2 games for Warwickshire. Not so good with the bat. 40, none for 40 and none for 1. And then Surrey at the Oval made 26, 1 for 179 and none for 14. So I wouldn't say that's especially encouraging either, to be honest.
That's Shane Warne-esque figures.
Is disproving my Mitchell hunch.
And his one wicket was Cameron Steele.
And he's bowling at about 130 Ks.
Yeah, he comes.
Watch him get Joe Root out here.
Well, no, Root defends solidly, pushing to mid-on, and there is no run. How did he go in Australia? Highest score of 29. Oh, highest score, beg your pardon, of 82. He averaged 29 actually with the bat. 33 not out at the MCG, but his bowling 6 for 111 at Perth, 1 for 28. MCG 3 for 64 and 2 for 74, and at the SCG 6 for 69. I will have you know, and none for 22. Ian Forth. What do you make of that now?
I don't even recall that. Fuck.
What I make of that is well done him. All I'm saying is what he.
Right. Well, the deceptive
Yes.
Jamal is in and it's defended by Root again. Out towards backward point. Sharmasu fields no run.
I mean, if you haven't seen him before, it's because he's a bit front up. He hasn't got the magnificent,
sorry, we're just watching again. Duck it, and that was in slow motion. He does wear that literally right on the end of the thumb. That could be a break. It could be.
Yes.
Well, let's see.
Is it broken or is it a dislocation? If it's broken,
he's trying
For
to.
those who don't know, including Nicholas Agar, Duckett dislocated his thumb, catching the 10th wicket.
Is it dislocated?
Pakistan innings.
Okay, so that's him out for this test. That one's guided down to deep backward point. They'll take a single.
You can put it back in after dislocation.
Yeah, you can if it's dislocated, but if it's broken, it's broken.
Well,
it's one or the other.
he's explaining it. He's sat up on the balcony. He's got half a smile on his face. He's got Jack Leach sat next to him. It's well and truly bandaged to the level that I really don't think you'd be trying to put a batting glove around it. And he is squeezing one of those sort of rubber, possibly one of those like rubber stress balls. That's a halfway good sign. A little early to tell, the extent of the kind of how long-term an effect it will have, I fear. Anyway, Messers. Some messages.
Mog is impressed with your language. He says Fossick, good word. Almost onomatopoeic Fossick, but it's not. Yeah, dislocations are not necessarily terminal. There was a bloke playing, I think it was the AFL Grand Final, dislocated his shoulder, looked in all sorts of mess going off the field. He was back on 10 minutes later. A few bandages, couple of painkillers. Yeah, right, go.
Well, I'm sure we all Bert Troutman in the 1953 FA Cup final.
Absolutely. Dislocated, but broke his neck in two places, I think.
Broke his neck and carried on.
He did. Every time you watch the film of that, I mean, not you watch it every day, it's just not one of those things that you do. But when you do it, and knowing that history, you realise that every single save could have killed him. And he comes running out, somersaulting, I mean, all kinds of stuff. It's scary. Very interesting character. German prisoner of war, of course.
Decided to stay on.
He stayed on and became a very much loved part of the Manchester scenery, I suppose.
He was quite an enthusiastic young Nazi to start with.
Oh, a scary thought. Well, thank God that he got that knocked out of him.
We're on a drinks break, by the way. Jay Grover says, even if I agree with Gary, I demand his jingle.
I was looking for that. So talk amongst yourselves, and I'll
Tim Everkin
see.
says, "Evening, Gorilla. There's something very Hawkesbury in northwestern Sydney about Jamal's scissors work on his sleeves. Very tough." I'm not sure what the implications are. You've probably got to be a Sydney-sider to know what being Hawkesbury is all about.
Okay, Gary, Gary. I'm having a look.
And,
Gary Balance,
Nicholas
got plenty of Gary Balances. Gary Wilsons.
Probably a bit surplus to requirements these days.
Yeah. Oh, we've got the dubious point made by Gary, but that's not the one you want, is it?
No, the long-haired whinger from Liverpool.
Whitehead. Was he the long white-haired whinger?
Whitehead, yes.
Let's try if I can find white-haired whinger.
Nicholas Agar is disgusted that Bear is red. He says, "I'm a toffee."
Yeah, don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that. Right, white-haired whinger.
Here we go.
He's suddenly found himself in the Pakistan squad because it's the easiest place to download him to. And here he is. Oh, you got it on stereo.
I'll be your white-haired whinger from Liverpool, and I'll trash everything I see. Overrates, drinks, breaks, footwear ain't cool, all said with confidence and hyperbole. No, I'll never, ever, ever concede I'm wrong and talk over everybody all day.
Alright, Abrar Ahmed is in, and sadly we're going to have to interrupt Gary, which is not easy to do, as we know, defended by Joe Root. Back to the not-spectacled Abrar.
Just let the record show that Gary conceded his ball-by-ball slot to me.
He did.
This very generous gesture.
We realise that, yes. We love him to death, really. That one's nicely steered by Root down towards third man. Again, it was played so deftly, it's not going to make it all the way there, and they will take two. And England move on to 46 for one. Actually, they must have taken. Did they take three there? Yeah, must have taken three. 46 for
Yes, they did.
1. So 46 for 1. You'd say, well, that's pretty decent. You can always lose a wicket early. It's just the fact that it might be for 2 that is England's worry. Gary, if you're listening in the green room, who from the county championship or who would you think about as a potential opener were you to bus one over to play the next 2 tests? If England were to go the specialist opener route, who would be top of your list? You probably watch more county cricket than most of us. I can hear a thundering of Gary hooves. Keaton Jennings. Keaton Jennings.
Bussing.
Well, no Lancashire favouritism there, as that one is defended into the onside.
Express, complete with yeah, I can see the bus coming in now.
Well, you know.
Colin Cowdery once in 1975, he got called out of a Kentish winter to go
He
down.
did, oh yeah, down to play in the Ashes, he did. This
Oh,
one's
that was-
hauled high. It was a shocking ball by Abrar Ahmed. I'm not sure, is that going to go? It's going to slow up as it makes its way to the deep mid-wicket boundary. 2 Pakistan fielders chase it. It had ample time to get there. They were within, the ball was well over the top of their heads, and it's 4 runs. So Crawley, well, to be honest, I think any one of us could probably have hauled that one away. I may be overstating the case for all 3 of us there. Right, 2 slips.
Maybe the 3 of us
defended
together.
by Crawley. Back to Abrar Ahmed. It's a much better ball, by the way. I think I may have spotted a super chat leap into my line of vision.
50's up for England as well.
The 50 is up for England, 50 for 1. Abrar Ahmed is in, it's defended again by Crawley, back to him. It's the end of that Abrar over, none for 18 off his 2. 50 up for England, 50 for 1, Messrs.
Modesty demands that you read the super chat out, actually, Tony.
You want me to read a super chat? It just says for the magnificent Gary Naylor jingle.
That's the one, yes.
Well, there it was, for the magnificent Gary Naylor jingle. Oh, it's from you. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah.
It's from a Mr. Henderson. 5 magnificent Australian dollars, funded no
It was
doubt
worth
from
it.
his enormous
And-
winnings from the GPL over the
And
years.
the good humour in which Gary takes it too, I should say. Racing Rant says Jamal played for Hawkesbury in Sydney grade cricket. And Mr. P says if you bust one over, he won't get there in time.
Well, that's probably true.
Stephen Kelk's back with us. A brief respite from the boss man. Etar 46 runs, Pakistan.
In comes Jamal, just the one slip. Ooh, and that was sharpish. And Ruti was, well, he had one hand off the bat. I think he started thinking he was going to tickle it to leg, and then it just on him just that little bit too quick.
Stephen Kelk left. he waved goodbye during my first stint many hours ago, and he's come back.
Come back for your second. Well, there you go.
I've done all this time. Of course, I haven't. I've done various other.
And in all likelihood, he will be with us later on Discord discussing the World Cup match that starts in about 3 hours.
Which one is that then, Messrs? Who is it up
Australia
next?
playing New Zealand.
Oh, that'll be interesting, especially after the New Zealand beat India. This one full by Jamal, and it's a bump ball up and in on the bounce to short extra, and there is no run. And time for us to have another Tapple Tea moment as frankly, I've got to be honest, a somewhat reluctant looking couple with their red Tapple Tea cups. You can't hear what they're saying, but you know, if you could put word bubbles over the chap as he turned to the woman who he sat next to, it was something along the lines of "Fuck me, this tastes horrible, this tea," but because he looked a long way from enthusiastic about it.
No, I think he was saying, "God, we look like dorks."
They do look like hostages in a tea video.
Hostages in a presumably kidnapped by Mr. T on behalf of the A-team. Jamal, in he comes. That's well defended again by Ruti out towards cover. No run. It's a warm round of applause from his skipper, Shah Massoud, who must be thinking somewhere in the back of his mind, I've got that 5 games, 5 defeats monkey on my shoulder. Is it time to brush it off? Surely it's ours to lose. They're very. The other thing we've noticed with the directors here, they are very interested in the behaviour of the red kites, which hover.
I would describe them as ornithophilic.
Would you?
That's a good word.
Ornithophilic. Is that a general term for interested in birds or kites particularly?
He made it up.
Whipped off his legs, but through, in fact, square leg. I think I need to see that again. Who was that? It was Abrar Ahmed, who I suspect did not cover himself in glory there, and Root may have been gifted an additional run on the single he was expecting. Not sure we're going to see a replay. The ornithological click-a-tick. Clickety-click, whatever it was that you were saying.
So, Forthy, do you suffer from ornithophilia?
Yes, I do suffer from that. I very much
You
so.
scare a bird?
Show me a hoary-crested grebe, and I get quite excited.
Oh, so that's a positive thing. Not
Yes,
something you're scared. Oh, all right.
Ornithophilic would be ornithophobic if it was.
Oh, that's right. Okay, ornithophilic. Okay, defended nicely by Root. Back to the Warwickshire man Jamal, and there is no run. Well, they are beautiful, wheeling away over the ground. We did think they rather looked like vultures yesterday.
Yes.
Certainly as England flagged a little.
Oh, they got that hooked
52
beak
for 1.
on them.
But they're very beautiful. Look at them close up. And they seem to have had during the day, the directors had a particular interest in one who's been, whether it's a nest or not, sat right atop of one of the floodlight towers. And every so often we've had a view over its shoulder. I have to say, he's had a fabulous view of the cricket. Bird's eye view, you might say. Defended onto his pad by Root. I know that was terrible. So what is it? A horny what that gets your juices flowing?
What are grebes?
A grebe.
A hoary-crested grebe. They sit very upright. They sit very erect on the water. You can distinguish them easily from a coot or a moorhen or a.
So an erect, horny-crested grebe is what gets your boat floating.
We need. David Durrell in Finland says, after years of insulting Gary, I find he is uninsultable. He never gets bothered by an insult. Apparently. But, you know, if you prick him, does he not bleed?
Yes, of course he does.
Just be conscious of the hidden hurt, if there is some. Mr. P said, like I said earlier, 200 for Creepy. Come on, the boy.
Abrar is in. Crawley defends. Abrar fields off his own bowling. There is no run. No whipping through their
I
overs.
tried to make a medical appointment today, and I got this absolute volley on the recorded message saying, "You must treat us with respect at all times." I haven't done anything yet. I haven't disrespected you. Shut up. Just
It's a preemptive strike, Forthy.
Yes.
Just in case you're going to be
Give me an
disrespectful.
appointment.
Right, in comes Abrar. 2 slips go down onto the back foot, goes Crawley and defends back to the bowler, and there is no. Well, if it's in this country, well, you know. The rare as hen's teeth getting GP appointments these days. 52 for 1.
That's actually, to be fair, not a problem in Australia. There's no shortage of support.
Absolutely not. This is what I've heard. The monitor's died the death. Of course it has. Everything's gone on the fritz. Oh, come on.
It hasn't. One monitor's gone on the fritz.
Azat's pulled away to short mid-wicket. Nazim Shah is the man stationed there. There'll be no run. Right,
A little bit racist.
I think I've sprung it back into life. Yes, apologies. Well, we know we have at least one German listener, so if she's listening, then my profusest of apologies. Nothing untoward meant, of course. In comes Abrar. Ooh, well, that's off the pad of the very tall, creepy Crawley. Into
a little
the
bit
onside.
sexist to say, "Here comes a bra." I'm not sure.
It's the woke gone mad from Melbourne.
It's clothist.
Clothist.
Yes.
And this one's whipped into the onside. Always used to make me laugh. They take a single. Used to make me a terrible joke as a kid, which probably was told to me by my dad. The old, what did the bra say to the hat? You go on ahead and I'll give these two a lift.
Oh, gosh.
Still makes me chuckle though, which is really sad.
Mr. Derek.
Yes, I'm not sure they ever use that one on Basil Brush. Back foot, guided, sweetly, backward of point. It's not going to get there again. It's not the fastest outfield, this. As we've said a few times, they'll come back for 3 or so. Well run. Bra looks a tad upset. Does that mean every time we say his name now we're going to have to think about the sort of items of lingerie?
Oh dear.
Not
you
helpful.
obviously do already. Stephen Kelk says, "Yes, I have been very much enjoying the spin-heavy Women's T20 World Cup." Abrino Evo says, "That's a band name if ever I heard one. Hostages in a tea video."
Hostages in a tea, yes.
Mr. P says, "I have purchased some Taval tea online. If it's mildly potable, I'll be disappointed." And Stephen Kelk says, "There must surely be a Cure album named something like that."
Tea hostages.
Yes. Mog says it sounds like a Neutral Milk Hotel album, actually.
Well, there are only 2 new.
Well, there we go. We're looking at another kite. There he is. Handsome beast it is, I've got to say.
I think I'm out of here because I can see Richard's face, so I will see you tomorrow.
Oh, are we into overspill time? Crikey, where does this where does it all go? Right. We'll probably do one more over as Jamal is in, and this is defended by Root to the offside. 56 for 1, 52 this partnership. Has Forthy just cut and run? Yeah, he is. He's been replaced by Richard. Right, who is supposed to be? Let's have a look.
Summarising.
It should be Bear, Messers and Richard. It's just a question of whether the Bear's been rather grumbly because he said, "You've got me on about 3 sessions." I said, "Well, I've been on 3 sessions as well."
Yeah,
he's feeling a tad.
You too.
A tad used.
It's like a bear with
used
a
and
head.
abused. Right. Wide, driven sweetly by Joe Root. Out through cover. There's a man nipping round from backward point to field, and they'll take 2. 58 for 1. Bear, in your own time, you're welcome to join us. It's your to see us home.
I have a question for Messers. When we were on earlier, you were telling us about the building works at the Wacker. Do you know what they're putting up there? Is it the usual hotel development?
No. There's a sporting facility, big swimming pool, a big cafe area that's going to front onto the ground.
In comes
it's
Jamal.
a sort of leisure complex.
Root waits, steers to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
This is an outdoor swimming pool.
Yes.
So it is perfect.
Fourthie, I think Fourthie's gone away to go and watch some bird pro. Again, we've seen a kite wheeling literally between every ball. We're now watching maybe they're more active in the evening, chaps. Maybe that's what it is. The kites are flying at night. And they're wheeling away.
They're also
Multan.
building very high-class training facilities for the cricket development process that's quite sophisticated in Perth.
Okay, yeah, that's to be expected.
In comes Jamal. Just the one slip for him. Nicely waited for by Root, who steers. This time it is going to go all the way down to the third man boundary. That was very deft, very attractive. He does play that shot well, and it's one of these. In fact, that was so deft and delightful, it really deserved this one.
It was the trademark Root dab. It was not a bad ball.
No, it wasn't a bad ball at all. You're absolutely right. That's
Got
a
it away through the
beautiful
slips.
sunset. The cloud, as the sun sinks low, and it does, as we know in Pakistan, really descend quickly. So the gloom will be starting to gather. England will be desperate to get to the end of the day with just that one wicket down. That's defended by Root. No run, 62 for 1.
Yeah, and then we'll be into day 3, and England will still be a long way behind.
Wow.
And tomorrow will have to be attritional with the bat.
Presumably we'll also have definitive news on Duckett. We appreciate it was a dislocation, but it's just a question of he ain't going to be batting today whatever happens. I genuinely, Richard, would be very surprised if he bats in this test. Because it looked bad the second he did it.
I haven't actually seen the incident myself. Must have been in the garden.
He catches it right on the end of the thumb, or the ball hits him right on the end of the thumb. Full marks for still taking the catch.
Yeah.
You could see the effect of adrenaline as we'll just wait. Root forward, drives out towards cover. They've come back for 2. They're going to have to put in a quick sprint. Crawley, a quick sprint is probably 2 lopes. And he lopes home comfortably enough. It's the end of the over. It's 64 for 1. We'll go to Messers, I think, and we,
Pokey,
in theory, should have the bear in place.
Pokey from Wales tells us that red kites are so common around here these days. I watch crows fighting buzzards and kites every day in the nicer seasons. Mog says so many microaggressions from Tony today. Ben McCormack says
here he comes. Bloke. He's on the march. He's going to be in to join you and take you home as the sun sets over Multan. The mighty bear will be the man to talk you through to the end of the play.
Ben McCormack says dyslexic bloke walks into a bra. Haha. And Mr. P says we're bloody inundated with red coats. They even steal from the outside table whilst one eats. They look nice, but are birds of nightmares when too confident. And Stephen Kelk says farewell. He's back to the grind. 11 more overs? No, we won't get that. We've got 25 more minutes, so we'll probably get 5 more overs.
And the first ball was just defended, and there's no run. Down the track comes Crawley. Second ball smashes it straight back over a Bra's head. He's gone for 26 now in 3.2 overs. He's getting a bit of Humpty, and we'll have one of these.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Crawley defends back down the track, and there ain't no run. What are we going along at? Well, I'm trying to think. What did they get? 5 what?
556.
So that was 228 runs. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's right.
No, that one scoots along a little bit. Maybe a googly, maybe a top spinner. Comes back
And
into.
the overall run rate for the Pakistan innings was 3.73 in the end.
Yeah, I know.
Quite traditional.
Very traditional. That one is defended up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Oh, some news from Grant Caldwell. He says BBC Sport are reporting that Duckett isn't going for a scan.
Yeah, no, I was about to say that. They were saying that on Sky, and that's a great shot from Crawley. Punched very hard, straight back down the ground. Didn't seem to hit it that hard, but he did. It's gone straight inside mid-on and down to the boundary for 4-1. And this is Crawley's first innings after breaking his... was it the first test of the summer he broke his thumb in? Or was it the last test against the West Indies? I can't remember. But he was out for the rest of the summer. And we had Dan Lawrence. Don't we have Dan Lawrence for quite... Yeah, it was the second series, wasn't it? Oh, now that's got to be out. No, it isn't. Because there's no mid-off.
Wow.
The mid-off is set back. Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's about halfway back. And Crawley's just chipped that where a mid-off should be. And they all look a bit stunned, but you didn't have a fielder there, so he hasn't been caught, and it's going to be a single. 46 or 48, going along pretty well. You have to say that Pope was maybe a little unlucky. That was a bloody good grab out of the sky. He hit it pretty hard, pretty well. Probably either should have got on top of it or given it some more elevation. But I'm sure he wasn't expecting that to be plucked out of the sky the way it was. It lasted 2 balls.
A small element of bad luck in that, I'll give them that, but not much.
It was a superb catch. It was, I reckon 75% of those wouldn't be caught.
That is true.
And Umbre is asking where we are with the GPL. 228 plus 73 gives us 301 runs scored so far. So there's plenty of picks over the next 20 or so runs.
Yep. There are
indeed.
Mine. Yeah, plenty of yours. As long as it doesn't end on a 3. So what is it, 28? So we don't want it to end with a 5, basically, and then you won't win.
Well, you don't. When you say we.
Yeah. We don't.
Dear. Breaking news from Mark Arnold. He says, cross-eyed circumcision surgeon gets the sack.
Oh, that's poor.
It is poor, isn't it?
On the old red kite, someone was saying they have an infestation. One of the things about where I live in Austria, up in the plains, is it's a massive birding hotspot, and we still get quite excited about a Rot Milan turning up. No infestation here.
Is that a red kite?
Yes.
So hot is red.
Rot is red, and Milan, I guess, is kite.
Well, indeed. That's defended. Back towards the boulder, fielded by the cover, and there is no run.
I've started working in the local national park, as one does, and it's all about the birds. So I know a lot of bird names in German, and I had to reverse Wikipedia it from red kite to work out that it was a Rot Milan. I can't identify them by sight so well yet, unfortunately.
Do they have a lot of birds of prey on the plains in Austria?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay. Well, big ones.
And they're absolute bastards to differentiate.
Well, I guess they're all... Yeah, what not carnivores, they're obviously carnivores generally. That's defended, and there is no run. What is a crow? Is a...
not a bird of prey.
No, not a bird of prey, but you know what? It's called a something or other. It's a type of bird that's intelligent. Yeah. I can't remember.
Smart bird. No, but the birds of prey are bastards because... they're bastards because... Not because they're carnivores, but because they change their coats first, second, third year, and the male and female look different, and basically it's a delight for birding nerds, and very difficult for someone trying to learn.
You will become a birding nerd though, because you're working there. An attempted pull by Crawley. He really didn't get up, and crashed into his hip. Just bounced out on the offside to get through for a leg bye. I think it won't be a run.
Corvus.
That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, like COVID, but with an R. Corvid. Yeah, they're not corvids, I know. There'll be something else, birds of prey, I guess. But In Nairobi, the first time I went to Nairobi, there's a market, there's a lot of rubbish and a lot of carrion birds and red kites there. I mean, like flocks of them, proper like whirling around above this car park, about 200 of them. It's quite an incredible sight.
I can imagine.
Really cool. That's clipped nicely by Rooty. Fine, down towards long leg. There will be a fielder down. It might come back for 2. They think about it and say no.
I remember seeing a marabou stalk in the middle of the road, on a tree in the middle of a road the one day I was in Nairobi.
There's fucking loads of them, and they're fucking enormous. They are massive, and they're everywhere down the central reservation. They're all just camping in the trees.
Yeah, exactly. And you get used to it, but the first time you see it, you're like, whoa, this is not Surrey.
No. And then, you drive out towards Karen and you get packs of baboons coming across the road as well.
Oh, bastards.
Yeah, they are bastards. Nazim, into the pads. Crawley clips that nicely. I presume there's a man out there. There is. 1. They're going to come back for 2 this time. Nope, still not coming back for 2. I guess they don't need to.
Plenty of easy leg side runs in this over so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what I was saying. I think if you get in on this pitch, there's still a lot of good batting in this pitch. It may, it may well break up.
No question. And consider even that, although Pakistan posted a good score, there were some soft dismissals in there.
Well, I think there always will be. I think the only real way to get out is get yourself out.
Yeah, true.
The old. I mean, I guess.
The Chris Wokes one yesterday. The LBW. Who was it?
That was Baba. I mean, not much though. He kind of played around it as well.
Yeah.
That's just played out the leg side and there's no run. Played around a straight one. I guess you could say the wicket today of, was it South? Left-handed South Shaquille caught finally in the slips. Off Leach. That was a good ball. That was a good ball. And you can say he was got out by a good ball. I'm trying to think of the others. Not really. I mean, Shah Massoud got himself out.
Some very easy catches.
Yeah.
To think of. Real catching practice up into the covers and so forth.
Ben McCormick says excitement around narrowly missing out on the GPL is building. Certainly for me and Renueva. I've also just sent you a link to the video on the Wacker Ground Improvement Project. Richard, which you'll find in your WhatsApp.
Cheers, Messi.
So the old Wacker, who's playing at the Wacker now?
Western Australia. There's a Shield match on there at the moment.
So what's the
Wacker? It's the same ground. They're just developing it as they continue to play. They're spending about 150 million on it, but it won't increase the crowd size at all. It'll still only fit about 10,000. So they'll play Shield matches there, WBBL matches, and maybe women's Test matches there.
So they'll have 2 stadiums, but only use each one half the time.
That's right. Yeah.
Isn't that a bit
The
daft?
big new one would get used for other things.
Oh, it gets used.
I guess that gets used for the footy, doesn't it, as well?
Bring in the
it's mainly a football stadium.
Okay, right, all right. Well, then maybe we can go back to having Ashes tests at the Wacker. Minus where there's only 10,000 people. It's defended back down the track and there's no run.
On the subject of building sites at Australian grounds, I remember going to the Adelaide Oval when they were doing the renovation, 2012, 13-ish. And South Africa were over, and this was the day that Warner climbed into Imran Tahir. It was very, very depressing if you were a South African fan. But half of the ground was a building site, and there was a lot of fetching balls out of what was totally cordoned off the area.
I remember England playing in South Africa, and maybe it was Newlands was getting redeveloped, and someone kept clouting it down to Cow Corner, and it kept going in the building site. That one is defended up towards mid-on, and
they've actually got offices in there now. So some lucky sods have got a view of cricket when they.
My wife actually overlooks the artillery ground up in North London.
Well, it's a close second to Newlands, I suppose.
Well, yeah, not really, but they have a lot of events there. Say parish.
But yeah, I'm going to Cape Town for 2 months from the middle of January to the middle of March. You would think the peak of cricket season, but cricket being as it was, priorities being as they are, can I find a single red ball cricket match to go to, even at the outgrounds in that entire period? No. What has the world come to?
SAT 20, that will be then, won't it?
Ridiculous.
There's a bit of pad involved in that. There's half a peel, but it's going across route. It didn't carry to Rizal. It cannot be out. And no, it isn't. Root's on 29 off 45, and Crawley is on 48 off of 50 or 49.
I'm
52.
surprised that Afridi hasn't tried coming around the wicket to Root and just trying to bring it into him a bit.
Well, it's not white ball cricket. You're just giving away runs that way if you don't get it bang on. And there's nothing in the pitch, is there? There's nothing in the pitch, and now the ball is 16 overs old. It's a kookaburra. You can't imagine there's a lot in it. Oh, he nearly got fucking inside edge onto his stumps there, though, Rooty. For a minute, I thought he'd been bowled.
Suddenly, Shaheen is beating the inside edge these last couple of balls.
I think that one kept a little low, skidded on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last one, I think it was the bounce more than anything.
Well, it's unlike Root to be playing it with a bad angle at about 45 degrees, which means when you're very vulnerable if it does keep low.
Yeah, it's just a little sense of expectation creeping back into this final 13 minutes of play, isn't there?
Aye.
The foreshadows are lengthening.
Well, they're virtually out, aren't they? That's pulled nicely, though. Over the top of it, there's a root get, and it goes out to... is that a Bra down at the square leg? He's not got a very good throw, has he? They really need to teach him how to field.
Yeah, the bloke that caught Pope is still, well, I mean, the position is still occupied. I can't see by who. But that one was shorter and more authoritatively hit by Root, and also well clear of the fielder.
Yeah.
Showed how it's done. Also, he's in by the time he played it.
Well, very much so. He's only his 5th over. He's gone for 17, so he's been pretty economical. Mind you, he did bowl the first 2 overs. A lot of balls well outside off stump that no one needed to play at. Trying to tempt. He's in again to Crawley, who just clips that off his hip behind square. Gets a single. It won't be a second. A pretty shitty thrower Bra's got, hasn't it? He just looks like he doesn't know how to throw properly. Crawley is on 49, and I think he'll retain the strike.
Mr. P says, why do we use a different ball for ODI in 2020? What's the difference physically between the balls? Well, they went through a long process of trying to find the best ball to play under lights, and the conclusion was eventually that for visibility purposes the white ball was the best one for 2020. Duke's tried to make a white ball, and it swung so much it was almost unplayable.
Which should be fun. I think they should bring that back.
And so 98% of the white balls used in short form cricket are kookaburras, and they, for 50 over matches, they have one new one from each end, so they only get 25 overs each out.
Yeah. Naseem is in, and it's defended by Crawley back up the track, and there's no run. Yeah, they need to come up with a ball that does a little. I just don't like the kookaburra. It just does fuck all. Maybe the Dukes does too much, but I think there's got to be some sort of jeopardy. They need a ball.
Well, the kookaburra only swings for about 3 or 4 overs, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it needs to be. I think the first.
One,
I think to make the game a little bit fair, you need sort of the first 10 to 15 overs need to have some jeopardy for the batsman. Naseem is in. It's onto the pads. That's going to be clipped sweetly by Crawley. I think he's going to get 4. He's timed that really well, right between the 2 players out at deep square leg and long leg. He gets himself one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
And gets himself.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop. Treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
It's good to see Crawley back. He has finally become an international batsman. It would seem defended up to mid-on. There's no run. And mainly because Baz McCullum refused to get rid of him.
Yes.
we all thought he should be gone. But they clearly have seen something in him. He's been given his head. He's finally got confidence in his game. Doesn't seem to score many runs in county cricket, but when he comes back to play for England, it seems to all click into place. And I guess That's where
You
he'll
will
be
get
judged.
confidence when coach refuses to drop you, and I guess that is the point.
Yeah, they keep telling you to play your game. I mean, when he first came in, he scored that 250 virtually on. It wasn't on debut, but it was as good as it was in the first series he played. That was against Pakistan, wasn't it? He's clipped that maybe too well. No, into a gap, one bounce forward. That's sweetly timed as well. Jesus, it's one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It didn't really get up at all. He was all in control of that. Just picked it up from about waist height, and he's a tall man.
And went about head high, I think, maybe a little bit more to the boundary. I think if that's one where if you're a club fielder, you just pretend you didn't see it.
Yep.
It's gonna hurt if you make contact with that thing.
Yep. Well, he's 57 off 57 now, and England at 87 for 1. Crawley is facing up, takes that off his hip, down towards long leg. There's one, thinks about 2, it's not there.
Pakistan just far too straight in this last little burst from the 2.
England bowled 2 straight. I think you've got to bowl at the wickets, but I mean, this is it. If the ball's not doing anything, you're kind of, it's not great. So
Well, too straight as in they can pick you off. It's on leg. The last couple of overs, just easy, and there's not even protection out there.
Yeah. So, that's the way it goes, eh?
It's a shit of a wicket to be bowling on, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. But, I mean, it's a 5-day game. Don't forget. We forget that sometimes, don't we? But, it is a 5-day game. And if the wicket deteriorates towards the back end of day 3, you can have a game on. Which I'm sure none of us will mind.
Yeah, I'm done for duty on day 5, and for a change, it's
Might have a
looking like there
game.
might be one.
Yeah, exactly that.
Better way to spend a Friday.
228 and 90 is what? 318 less 2. 316 we're currently on, I believe. Is that right, Messi? Double check my maths.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that is correct.
316. Well, we're in between the next 2 are you 323 and 333. So with how many overs left? 1 or 2?
Yeah, 2 overs, I reckon.
That one is clipped into the leg side, out towards long leg, and there will be just a single.
So we're going to be 5 overs short for the day.
And 319. We might get 2 more overs in, do you reckon? Or just the one?
Yeah, I think one after this one. Unless they fuck around.
Who would do a thing like that?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I'm sure
Not
we
us.
can't think of anybody.
No one on this crew.
Well, Root pulls out. Thinking of, Shaheen is coming into bowl. Root pulls out. Maybe he does want this to. No, 6 minutes. You got to make this over last.
He's chipped.
That's it. That's pushing it, I'd say.
He needs an army of people walking in front of the side screen.
Yeah. Change of bats, I suppose.
If you focus on it too much, it can sort of lose your concentration. I think.
Yeah.
True story.
Root facing up, gets it into the hip, pushes it into the leg side. They'll get a single.
That's just too easy.
Yeah,
Just dropped it off his hip, 1 run, off strike. Bob's your auntie.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, if the pitch isn't doing much, you've got to try and create a mistake from the batsman. They're not very well prone to
line, which isn't bread and butter singles.
Modern batsmen, will soon learn. After a while, they get bored and they try and work. I suppose that's what you're trying to do. But if they get success from it, a few balls in a row, then they're in rhythm on that line, and you've got to change line again. I mean, that's it. It's the cat and mouse game, isn't it? Oh, that one's come back. There's an appeal. It's given non-out. I'm not sure if that was keeping quite low, but they obviously think it's may have pitched outside leg and may be going over the top. DRS timer is on. Shaheen, to be honest, has just started walking back to his mark, so he doesn't look that enthusiastic about it.
I think it was too high, wasn't it? It was knackers adjacent, basically, wasn't it?
And he is a tall man.
But it's on middle stump. It's that fraction further across that the batsman isn't just going to tickle it away for one. It's a square leg.
That did seem to straighten us a little bit. That actually moved off the seam, I think. It nipped back a little bit.
Yeah.
First one I've seen. Shaheen in again. That one's too short, and it's clipped out towards long leg. They might go for 2 this time. Did they? I don't know. Crawley's still on strike, so I'm presuming they went for 2.
Yes.
We watched the fielder. Let's have a look. In line, missing. Going over the top of middle and off. Yeah, by quite a long way as well, actually. He is a very tall man, Crawley, unlike some of the batsmen we've seen. You think, oh, he's a bit shorter. Right. He's hit the top of the pads. He's on strike on 61 off 61 deliveries, and Shaheen is coming in. It's getting darkish, and he's let that one through past the. Got it in line, and he's asking, was that lower? I think that's what he said. As in, did it bounce much? I guess. I think he might be asking about the light as well. He didn't go off yesterday towards the end of the game. England were bowling seamers when what's his name, Baba was out about this time. It was a bit before this, wasn't it? Because he had 7 balls of Nazim defending, but he was out about 20 past, which is not that long ago. Last ball of the over. It's cut hard in front of square. Oh! They get back for 2. Are they going to get back for 3? I don't know. No, they got 2. No, they got 2. But if they had, and that was the last ball of the day, you'd have won.
No, they got 3.
No, they got 2. Oh, no, because Root's going to face the next ball.
Oh, no, sorry. I thought they had Root, Crawley getting this one. Okay. So, what are we on at the moment?
Well, I think we're on 3-2-2.
Okay, a single from this over is all I need then.
Yeah. Come on! If he doesn't get that, then there's got to be 11 runs from the over, which you can't see happening. So, come on, boys. Either block it out or score 2.
Oh, God. Why do I have this sense of deja vu?
Well... Naseem is going to bowl it. And... Shah Massoud is moving his field about. Root 31 of 49. England 94 for 1 in 19 overs. So going along at exactly 6 and over. And the first ball is just defended out into the covers. And there ain't no run.
So I've missed a few tweets from Jay. I'm sorry, Jay. He says, spat tea over Tony's microaggressions. He says, Richard, I'm very glad I'm not the only one who proper shat himself when seeing marabou stalk close up. I learned to love them, but blimey, it was some primordial fear for the second.
Yeah, they got enormous fucking big bills as well, haven't they? And they are huge. Nazim coming in, second ball of the over. Root just drops it into the offside. They'll go for a single. Messi is in prime position.
I can't see Crawley blocking out 4 balls. Jay says, I'd have dropped Crawley years ago. This is why McCullum knows more about cricket than I do. And he said, Shah Afridi being 24 is about as believable as that Afghan lad from Flintoff's program being 13, or Rashid Khan being whatever the fuck his age is now.
Yeah, well, Rashid Khan looked about mid-20s when they said he was 17 or whatever it was when he started. Weirdly, he looks about the age he is now. It's like he hasn't really aged, he's just grown a beard. But his age sort of suits him now. But Nassim stops his run up.
Must have been someone toddling in front of the side screen again.
Well, possibly. Nazim comes in, bowling to Crawley, who works that off his hip, out into the deep. It's a straight ball. Well, you can blame Nazim for that. It was a pretty 2 straight. It was on about middle and leg, and pro batsman on 64 or 64. Don't miss out on that. And he's knocked a single out to deep square leg. The score moves on to 96. Now you need 9 more runs to get the next one, which is possible. There's 3 balls left, 2 fours and a single, which you never know with these guys. They don't stop in the last over. A wicket would end the day, of course, and it is virtually dark. The sun is still just above the horizon, but on one of the cameras it always looks really dark, and on the other, when you actually look at it, they must have the gain right up. Short and Root nods his head out the way and smiles back at the bowler.
Nasty ball in this kind of light, but nothing to trouble Joe Root.
Yeah, I presume in the next couple of... Well, I don't know. By the time the 3rd test comes around, maybe they won't make the extra half hour. I mean, it's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes a day, isn't it? And that'll be in
Nats are drawing in all the time.
Yeah.
And
that'll be in about 16, so in about another half an hour.
Where's the 3rd test? Is that at Rawalpindi?
Rawalpindi, yeah.
That's further north as well, isn't it?
I don't know.
Actually, I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Guessing.
Geography of Pakistan is no strong point of mine. That's wide of the off stump, trying to tempt Root, and he just lets it through to the keeper, and there's no run.
This is what Rawalpindi
sunset is 8 minutes earlier than here. So yeah.
Well, and there you go. You take another half hour by the time the last test comes around. It's going to be pushing it to get to the end of the day. The end of the extra half hour, you'd have thought. Anyway, I don't know if the clocks move actually in Pakistan. I presume they don't, because
no, they're too near
the equator. Yeah. Root is facing up Nazim. Last ball of the day, I think. Defended back down the track.
Yep.
Out into the covers. That is the end of the day. Umpires knock over the stumps, and in the end, a good day's cricket. Pakistan carried on in their merry way. Another 100 today, scored this time by Salman Agha. Shahid Shakil got into the late 86, I think it was. In fact, I've got the scorecard in front of me. I shall get it up for you. So Shahid Shakil made 82. Salman Agha was not out on 104. A little breezy knock from Shaheen Shah Afridi. Got Pakistan up to 556, which is a pretty good score. Plenty of pessimism in here, and it must be said, off the last wicket was Abrar Ahmed caught Duckett, and he got it right on the end of his finger. It looked like he'd broken it, dislocated it. Apparently, it hasn't gone for a scan. Looks like he'll bat. Much like, do you remember? Was it Chaminda? Not Chaminda. Chandimal, when Sri Lanka got that horrible blow in the first test, and ended up coming out and batting and playing the rest of the series. And actually, in the end, he scored a really good score and batted really well. Yeah, so maybe all isn't lost for Duckett. Looks like he'll bat, but Pope came out to bat instead, and he walloped one. And there was a fantastic catch by Jamar, diving full stretch, one-handed to his right. Amar Jamal plucked it out of the sky, and Pope had to go for naught off of 2 balls. At which point everyone was going, see, told you, Duckett's out, we're never going to get anywhere. But Crawley has rattled along, slow starting, but once he got into a stride, he's back to his old self, and he's 64, ably supported by Joe Root, of course, who we worked out as he scored over 1,000 test runs 3 years in his life. He scored 1,700 test runs one year, way back. Scored 1,000 test runs a couple of years ago. He's got 6 tests left, and he's on 964, I think, coming into this test for this year. With this innings and 5 others to go, presumably, if he plays all of them, he could have a big year again this year. He's fantastic. He's on 32 not out off of 54. Bowling figures for the Pakistani. Shaheen has bowled 6 overs, no maidens, one maiden, none for 24. Nazim Shah 7 overs, he got the wicket, 1 for 29. Abrar Ahmed 4 overs, has gone for 31. They've taken to him quite nicely, probably trying to hit him out of the attack. And Ahmad Jamal just bowled the 3 overs and went for 12. England's the wickets were one for Wokes, one for 69 off 23. Gus Atkinson got 2 for 99 off 25. Bryden Cast got 2 for 74 off 22. Probably the best of the bowlers then. Shoaib Bashar just got 1 for 24 off 32, and Jack Leach ended up with 3 for 160. That's nasty. He did bowl 40 overs with 5 maidens though, and Joe Root bowled 7 overs and got the last wicket, 1 for 25. So he ends up with the best statistical analysis. His average for that innings was 25 for Joe Root, so he'll be happy with that. And that was the day's play. 3 days to go. Could have an intriguing test match here, boys. England nearly got 100, so they've clawed back 100 in. How many overs did they face? 20. They're not going to slow down. You've got 80 overs tomorrow. I mean, England could be, if they bat well, could be at parity, maybe even beyond.
Yeah, I just did the maths.
Pakistan
If they do 4.8, they're going along at now. If they do that, admittedly, I put 90 overs in. They'll be 20 short of Pakistan by the end of the day.
With 2 days to go. And if they do that, you can imagine they'll come out on day 4 and go hard and try and get as many runs in the bank as they can. And then you've got, 5 sessions for the match to play out. If England can bowl out Pakistan, then you have a game on. If they can't, then of course, if England get to parity, then what are Pakistan going to do? They're going to bat and only leave us 2 sessions to get 300 or something.
You shouldn't underestimate Pakistan's capacity to fuck themselves right up.
That's the psychological game you play with cricket, isn't it? I mean, if England do get to parity, that's going to annoy Pakistan. They will be tired, and they would have been out in the field for 2 days and thinking they had a chance. Now they've been pegged back. England will then feel that they're in a position, and that third innings then becomes quite tricky, isn't it? Do you bat and try and get loads of runs and go for a win, in which case you risk giving away wickets, or do you just bat normally knowing you're going to go for a draw? I think if you're Pakistan and you haven't won at home for God knows how many tests, you at least try it on, don't you? But that's what they did against Bangladesh in the first test and failed miserably and ended up losing. So
they're on for matching their longest
losing streak.
Not winning streak.
Not winning streak. Yeah,
they'll match a long stretch they had in the 60s, I think it was. But those were mostly draws.
The bookies have the draw at favourite at even money at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Seems reasonable.
Jay Grover says, for a self-proclaimed socialist, Bear seems to revel in the financial distraction of his co-commentators.
I don't revel in it. I'm just the bank in this instance.
Mr. P says, back to the grindstone to tell some clients to just be reasonable or fuck off.
Yes, that's right. You can play on a jingle down the phone.
He says, thanks for the banter, GC. Ben McCormack says, the end of play GPL Schadenfreude really does lift things when the cricket is drifting. Love it. Sri Ram Meena says, good evening, sir. Love from India. And Brian in Brisbane says, bye all. And thank you so much for your generosity.
Thank you very much. Breakfast was very tasty once again, Brian, as always. Can't thank you enough.
And we'll be back with you same time tomorrow.
We will indeed. I will open the GPL, as it didn't really matter. You were the only person who entered overnight. You can send out another tweet if you like.
Yeah, I'll do my best. It was me being optimistic like you were when you dreamed of getting 600 in a day.
Well, exactly. So maybe I'll open it, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. Rightio.
So one thing, Bear. Why don't you close it half an hour into lunch so that people can think about it when we go to the lunch break and do it then?
Yeah, I will do, but my theory on that is that we're not on air and we play on a podcast, and everyone, unless we actually tweet about it incessantly while we're off air, people will forget anyway. They might remember, but I'll do it anyway, just for you.
Thank you. Do an A-B comparison test.
Well, yes, exactly. Alrighty. Okay. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, it's goodbye from all of us.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last.
alas, the time has come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara,